your cars out there. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury. We're going to bring you all the fun here on track today at Sonoma Raceway. And already they've got the cars out on their warm-up lap. Now this one is going to be either 9 laps or 20 minutes for the cars to try to compete. Yesterday, if they stayed green, they pretty much completed all 9 laps. If they go yellow at some point, bit of a toss-up, Joey.
Yeah, and thankfully, for the most part, we had some really clean racing throughout, really, call it Friday and Saturday between those practice and qualifying sessions and then the qualifying races. And I think the biggest difference is right now we have got a sunny, beautiful morning. It's been a little bit overcast in the first half of the days here so far, but it has changed the direction, and now it is all sunny today.
Completely clear skies around us, a little bit hazy in the distance, but for the most part, yeah, it's completely different from what we experienced on Friday and Saturday. And these drivers, no doubt, will appreciate that, especially appreciating going earlier in the morning because it's expected to be a little bit warmer today thanks to the sun being out more for the duration of Sunday. So we'll see what kind of racing we get here first thing this morning as they're going to be lining up 2 by 2 pretty shortly here, just now coming down the S's.
Nice warm-up lap and just kind of a sightseeing lap, if you will. A course-clearing lap. Let the drivers kind of intake what the racetrack looks like in this bright sunshine. Make sure that there's no debris on the track from some of those exhibition laps a little bit earlier. And patiently wait until we get down to turn number 11. After turn number 11, we'll have the pace car peel off on what is driver's right side. And then the field will be in the hands of the front row, the number 30 and the number 18. And really, both of those cars were pretty racy yesterday, so I can't wait to see what they show today.
Should be entertaining. That's Joseph Colasaco in the red number 30. That's the Stanguilini Delfino that will start on the pole. And then Kyle Collins will start in a second on the outside in his Lotus 18 Junior. Let's see what they can do, if they'll give us some more action today during these 9 laps. We'll watch the pace car pull off to the side down to the island as we wait for the flag stand to give them the command. Let's hope for a nice clean start to begin the day here for our last day of racing here at Velocity Invitational. And they're giving them the green. They accelerate up the hill, and Joseph has had a monster jump up to the front. He is well clear of the pack as he looks for his braking point at turn 2. Everybody's going to have to sort themselves out over this blind crest right-hander.
You see the cars, some of them get a little bit light on their feet as they go up and over turn number 2. Still side by side there between Danny Baker and I believe that's Art Herbert. Still side by side. Let's see if Danny's going to try to do an over-under. That's exactly what he's trying here on the inside, but nicely covered off by that silver number 2. Maybe runs a little bit wide on turn number 4. It's a drag race.
Art going to hold the advantage for the time being. He might be on the outside coming down 5, but that switches to the inside in turn 6. Now, can we see Danny maybe hold the momentum here along the downhill? He's doing pretty darn good as he starts to pick up the pace towards the hairpin of turn 7, but it looks like that inside shorter line for the time being will prevail.
Yeah, so that is the number 2 car and the number 67. Ooh, late braking move from the number 6 of Marty Bank up around the outside there. That, I believe, is Robert Homka in the number 4 car, and they're still duking it out going into the S's.
Not often you can stay side by side through that portion, so thankfully they were able to get it all worked out and get single file, but I don't think it's going to stay like that for long because we're going to be coming up to the braking of turn 11, one of the more popular places to pass that we've seen all weekend. And will there be a defense, or is he going to leave the door open? He's going to leave that door open. They'll almost try to go wheel to wheel, but no, it will remain with Danny Baker, Robert Hemke in front.
Joseph is going to lead this first lap. I see the number 30 crossing start-finish line, and Kyle Collins is there in second. That silver number 2 of Art Herbert still defending off of Danny Baker right now, and watching the rest of the cars scream across the start-finish line. Beautiful sounds here in the morning of Northern California.
Great way to wake up for sure as we watch them head up towards turn 2 once again. A little bit of a break here before we get down to the 33 car there. That is going to be Douglas Mockett chasing Matt Latucci in his number 31 machine. That's a battle for 10th position at the moment that we're watching come through turn 4.
This is just a slight overcrest before you dive down into the carousel, and when you're sitting in these formula cars, you're pretty much right on the ground, and even the smallest overcrest can make that entry to turn number 6 completely blind, so car placement is so crucial. And of course, it spits you out down here on the drag strip section into this wonderful late braking maneuver here from Marty Bank. We've seen him do this, and now he's going to close the door at the apex, secure what is going to be 5th.
Impressive stuff. Robert really couldn't do anything to hold him back. Just a little bit too early on the brakes, didn't carry the speed, and now he's facing the rear of that bright red machine. They're still trying to catch back up as well to Hebert and Baker, who are fighting for 3rd. They've lost ground by about maybe a dozen car lengths.
Seeing what other, there's another good big group here going through the S's as we are focused up front. I still think our closest battle is probably this that we're looking at, the number 2 versus the number 67, and it has been Hebert there that has been able to maintain the position, but doesn't seem like Danny Baker is quite letting go quite yet. If anything, I think that Art is actually starting to close it in on what is 2nd place.
Hey, you noticed the same thing I did, that Collins has to watch out. He's got to pick up the pace. Yes, he's losing touch with Colasacco, but he doesn't want to lose that P2 on top of things. We're still very early into this one with 6 laps left to go.
Top of the circuit right there, turn number 3A, and then it is all the way downhill through this section. Tricky turn number 4. Driver's nice right on the racing line, and you see him using up the maximum width of the racetrack there, going all the way out to that exit curve to carry as much speed as they possibly can.
This is where you really need to try and get that launch onto the drag strip, and it does look like Hebert will at least hold on for the time being. Baker doesn't have a response coming up to the brake zone. But now from these above shots, you can see how close they are getting to Kyle Collins. Last marker, it was about 1.4 seconds. It looks a little bit closer than that to me now.
Yeah, I was just going to pull up some cool tools that we've got the new feature of here this morning and do some comparisons between Kyle Collins and Art Hebert out here, because that number 2 car is closing it in. It's not just one sector. It's not just sector number 2. It seems over the course of the entire lap. And if anything, they're actually reeling in our leader as well.
That's a good point. Joseph maybe started off really well, but it seems to have maybe backed off a little bit or just can't keep up the pace that we saw initially. They are starting to approach some lap traffic. I think that's the 127 of Ricardo Long that they're going to approach. Depending on where they catch that car, could cause some opportunities. We've seen it all weekend. Lapped cars can make or break your race in these short events.
I got some news for the top 2 drivers. Fastest car on the racetrack, Art Hebert right now in that silver number 2 car. He is on a mission. He's about half a second faster than Kyle Collins directly in front of him, and about 0.3 of a second faster than our overall leader.
It's a 63 Lola Mark 5A that Art's running, and it certainly seems to be running pretty well at this stage. We look a little bit farther back at some of our battles farther down the field. Looks like another Lotus potentially that is trying to hold on to position. These colors, we talked about this yesterday, representative of countries often. And the green and yellow, obviously one of those that represents British race cars. The deep British racing green, very popular.
And, lots of people talk about green on race cars, and they have their opinions about it. But I think that the one opinion is that British racing green is usually completely acceptable on a race car.
Very, very well loved by many. And that is the 77 chasing the 27. This is for 8th place, Chris Locke. That is the car up in the front currently. That's a 63 Lotus 27. And it is a Cooper T59 that Jeffords is running in that 77 car. That is Steve Jeffords.
And 77 is holding up, call it a couple cars here. It's a nice 3-car train going through what is turn number 10. See about the short shoot run here before we have to jump hard on that brake pedal, slow these cars down. And, I actually think that turn number 11, you can probably carry a little bit more speed than at the far end hairpin. I just think it's a little bit more rubbered in down here.
It's Dominic Colasacco as well, driving the 61 Ram Formula Junior. Not a make I'm as familiar with. So as we watch them come back around towards turn 2, 3-way fight, all trying to decide the 8th position currently. Up and over the crest, you really got to make sure you keep hold of the car as it gets light through that blind right-hander. Then it compresses the complete opposite through turn 3. And once again, coming up over 3A. Oh, it does look like Jeffords is starting to get the measure of things. In fact, he's going to send it down the inside, and that's going to be 2 spots lost by Locke.
Yeah, Dominic is following his way through, and if anything, Dominic has a huge head of steam coming down the hill, so he's actually going to gain 2 positions, and we've got some problems on the racetrack here. This is the number 53 car, and I understand this is up in turn number 7, so seems like they have pulled pretty far off of the racetrack over here, but this is O'Grady here in the number 53.
Yeah, that's a Cooper T59 that seems to have called it quits on him. Now, we've seen this bring out the full course yellow a couple times before. Just push the car back pretty quickly, so we could get that out of the way and get the race restarted, I think, with 4 laps left without too much drama.
Well, and we're not under any sort of full course yellow flag
not yet. No.
So hopefully, race control sees that car is at least far enough out of the way. I think when we really stopped them, they're still on the racetrack, but on the alternate course, right? It seems like the 53 has at least pulled it off into the safer area.
Yeah, so that to me is a question mark on whether or not they're going to pause this one. Not too many laps left to go for sure. In fact, I think our leader's just getting ready to come by us, approaching some more lap traffic now. No, excuse me, that is the number 3. That is Dominic Colasacco that I just saw, still being chased by Jeffords and Locke for 8th place.
Yes, same last name, same family as Joseph that's running out front there. So Dominic in the number 3 car just a little bit further down the order. I think Joseph is still hanging on to it right now. I was actually going to go back and look at this Kyle Collins versus Art Hebert battle, because it doesn't seem like it too much has changed, at least right now. It still seems like Art has the advantage in terms of the best lap time, but the last lap times, they're still looking pretty similar right now.
So far, so good in this race. Didn't quite see as much action as we saw for the lead in the qualifying race between Colasacco and Collins. In fact, did we cover that Art Hebert had
That's what
seconds?
I was just noticing. I was busy comparing the 2 drivers, and I didn't even realize that Art had actually made the pass on the number 18 car. So right now, Art is going to try to go up and chase down that red number 30, and the last lap time between Joseph and Art was pretty dang near similar, less than 1/10 of a second apart.
Yeah, I'm showing about 2 seconds between the pair of them currently. So let's see what this current lap is going to look like for Joseph in the number 30, a 149.4. But compare that to the 148.8 of Art Hebert. He is outpacing him by a whole 0.6 of a second.
Right now he's got about 2 seconds, and here is that leader, Colasacco here in that red number 30. And then there is Art. I know that he was screaming by the picture, but he is that bright silver car giving chase, so he's still just out of frame right now. And really, with how busy this racetrack is, the faster the number 30 can move through, the better off he is with about a lap and a half remaining.
So they once again weave their way around the downhill plunge of the carousel. Colasacco still leading this race, but for how much longer? The way that Hebert has been reeling him in. He's not only had to do that on his own pace, but while overtaking other cars, which is a very good sign for that number 2. He's certainly looked to be the quicker of the cars, at least in this stage of the race. But they're going to get the white flag next time by, so he's going to have precious little time to wrap it up.
Ooh, yeah, but you know what? He sees him, right? There's no more cars in between them, and I'm actually looking out front of these cars. Uh-oh, the 48 spun around in turn number 7, and he is on the inside of the racetrack, which we usually see the cars on the outside of the racetrack, so unsure about that one. We'll have to see if we come back to it, but right now, Joseph sees a silver number 2 in the mirrors.
Oh, I think he's going to want to just turn those mirrors to the side, not even look at them at this stage, because it has certainly been approaching quickly. What kind of pressure can he deal with in that Stanguellini? As Art Hebert is not the only one looking for a battle. It looks like Collins and Baker, I think, also about to get into a fight for third.
That's exactly what I saw here on the front straightaway. So a good battle for the final podium spot here on Sunday morning at the Velocity Invitational. We are on the final lap. 1 lap to go, or less actually, here for our leader.
Exactly. It's becoming down to corners now that they have to try and settle this one out. It is still at 1.1 seconds, so he's cut 1 more second off, which should put him on course to reach him right at the end if he can keep that pace up. It's going to be tight.
What's the old saying? You know, catching them and passing them, 2 totally different things.
Especially at a track like Sonoma. He does have 2 opportunities, but one is coming up here, and he's nearly close enough at this point. And you were kind of showing that it looked like maybe they were getting a little farther apart, and they're not even going to get an opportunity to pass because we still have that car stopped as there is a hanging yellow flag, meaning they cannot pass there.
Yeah, and I think that was crucial between the battle between the 18 and the 67 because they were pretty much nose to tail going into that brake zone, and with that yellow flag, they can't make an out-braking maneuver. So I think that was a sigh of relief for the number 30 car and also that number 18 car, but only 1 big brake zone remaining for the rest of them.
Yeah, I don't think Collins and Baker is over because I just saw them go by us at turn 10, and they were just about nose to tail once again. But around the final corner, the first race of the day is going to go to Joseph Colasacco in the number 30, taking the victory here for the Formula Junior class. Second goes to Hebert. He was 1.5 seconds behind. Collins will finish ahead of Baker by, looks like, a quarter of a second across the line. That was a tight one. Then it's going to be Marty Bank who rounds out our top 5. That's our first race of the day. We'll have 1 more to go in just a little bit. It's the Group 6 72 to 80 IMSA GT cars coming up soon here, Joey.
Yeah, and I believe that we have some special pieces throughout the day here, and we're going to go head down to Johnny Lieberman for one of those right now.
Hi there, I am here with either Nikita or Ilya Bryden. I have a 50-50 chance of being correct because he's one of the 2 twin brothers that has co-founded Oil Stain Labs. We're going to talk about their car behind us, the Half 11, but I'm going to guess you're...
I'm Ilya Bryden. Yeah, co-founder of Oil Stain Lab. What we're looking at behind is the HF11. It is a static display model, so this one does not drive. It is just foam and some fancy parts, but it represents our production vehicle, which is coming soon. First driving mule is July, August. And yeah, we're here at Velocity just to showcase the product, I guess. And yeah, build brand awareness.
So for people who don't know what the Half 11 is, or the HF11, could you explain what the idea behind this vehicle is?
Sure, yeah, it's a bit of a long story, but we built an original prototype, and it was literally half a 911. We cut it in half, kind of at the B pillar, and then it basically became a tubular Can-Am car behind that. And the car kind of grew a cult following, got invited places, people wanted to buy it, so we decided, hey, why not? Let's make a production car. So yeah, this is kind of the modernized version 50, 60 years into the future, essentially.
And as far as quick-hitting specs go, like what's powering it, what's the chassis, how fast, how's it turn, all that stuff?
Sure, yeah. Footnotes, yeah, it's a Porsche flat 6 architecture modified to kind of our specs. 650 horsepower, 10,000 RPM, 6-speed manual, dry weight of 2,000 pounds. It's got a custom bespoke carbon fiber monocoque designed in-house, aluminum front and rear CNC subframes, plenty of aero. Yeah.
Awesome. And then what made you bring it out to Velocity? We're just curious how you got invited or why you're here at Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, so we were here with the original prototype, I think, a year and a half ago at the last one, and it's an awesome event. It's such a great mix of hypercars, race cars, everything, and everything gets driven hard on track. It's actually a very unique event in America. And so, obviously, when we got invited back, we were like, yes, we will be here.
That's awesome. Well, thanks so much for spending some time talking to us. We'll let you get back to showing off your prototype, but I can't wait to drive it. I think I actually have your brother's number, so I'll get your number after this segment. But this is Ilya Bryden of Oil Stain Lab. Behind him is the prototype for the H11, and look for it at a supercar showroom near you. All right. See you soon.
Thanks for that, Johnny. And you can see we're still trying to clear out that car now that the race is over. Actually, both cars. I just realized that 48 never got out of the inside of the turn 7. Didn't realize it was still stuck there. Glad that we were able to get a nice break to get that in. In the meantime, I do understand that yesterday Johnny was able to catch up with a number of different folks down in pit lane. Let's see what he got up to with the folks from Cars and Bits.
Hey, I'm here with Dan Harmon. He is the CEO of Cars and Bids. They're doing a hybrid activation here at Velocity. Dan, tell me what you guys are doing here.
So this is the first time we've had 20... Oh, okay, great. This is the first time we've done a hybrid auction. We have 19 incredible cars here representing classics, moderns, modified, exotic. They're all ending today between 10:30 and 1:30 p.m., and it represents the best of what Cars and Bids has. We're still doing full online auctions, but you could scan a QR code, place a bid right here, and all the cars are being bid on by people all over the world.
And so a hybrid auction, just so I'm clear what it means, you're not doing a live auction here. Everything is still through the website, but you can see the cars here. People can see them on the internet through other means than Cars and Bids, and like, oh, I want that, and then bid on it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this collection we put together specifically for the Velocity event. And all of these cars are ending live while we're here, but it's still very much an online bid. So what's unique is you can come, you can check out the cars in person, the doors are open, we've got our staff here to answer any questions people might have, but you're still placing your bids through the app or through the website.
All right, and we very purposely staged up in front of this beautiful Lola. I think we both agree this is the best car here. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Best car? Definitely one of the coolest ones. So this is a 1971 Lola T212. It's got a 4-cylinder motor in it. It's tiny. To me, it looks like the personification of the race car bed we all wanted when we were 5 years old, which I think is why it gets so much attraction. But from a design, from a mechanical standpoint, this thing is absolutely incredible. We've got it right here in the center. It's behind a March F1 car for full effect. And it's really good to sort of connect this collection, not just to what we normally see on Cars and Bids, but some historic motorsports, which is obviously the purpose of the Velocity Invitational.
I just personally like the rear view mirrors. Just make sure you get this, Turner. This is what you want, when you're going racing. Full visibility, because it is a 4-cylinder, you might get past. Let's pick out 2 more cars that you want to feature. Give me 2 more.
Great. Let's go check out, thank you. Why don't we check out this Lancia right here? So this is a heavily customized Lancia Integrale. It's got a wide body kit on it. It's got about 450 horsepower. It is a fresh resto mod build. Comes from a great partner of us out of Berlin called Autocentro. Martini livery on the interior. Really just an outstanding piece. And you got to check out the fog lights on the front, which to me are perhaps one of the coolest parts. Rally car for the street.
Yes, Group B dreams are made of this. This is actually super cool the more I look at it. I kind of saw it from a distance, didn't realize how wide boy this thing is. and the wheels are fantastic. All right, I'm in. What's one of these retail costs? Not at auction, but like if I want to call them up and buy it.
So this is the first of 9 cars that are being built in this style by Autocentro. This is the first one to go to market. It's an auction site, so the market determines the price. This thing is being bid on right now. The price has moved since we've had this conversation, so I can't tell you exactly where it is, but it's going to bring good money.
Amazing. All right, let's find one more car.
So many great options all through here. Johnny, why don't we do the 430 Scuderia?
I mean, may I?
Yeah, you may.
You have good taste, my friend. So out of all the cars here, and I mean at the track today, this might be the one that I like the most. I recently drove one of these. I was so blown away. The thing was 18 years old when I drove it. And it's just one of the... You ever driven a car where after like about 15 feet, you're like, yeah, this is exactly what a car is supposed to be? That's how the Scuderia was. I think these are just like... I know people know what they are, but I don't think people appreciate what they are. These are just this is one of the best driving cars ever. I'm shocked that it took me like that long to get behind the wheel, but it's amazing.
So I agree with you. I think any special car, like truly special car, it is the first 15 feet. You know it. This absolutely gets that done. So this is, in my view, peak V8 Ferrari. It looks right. It sounds right. It drives great. It's got a good F1 gearbox in it. My favorite part of the car, personally, is the door panels.
Oh, yeah. All carbon.
Pure race car, and it's so good. This car is incredibly clean. It's got great, interesting fabric on the bucket seats here. No floor mats, as nice as they get. Interestingly, there hasn't been a 430 Scud run at auction in quite some time. So we're very interested to see where this car goes. The market has exploded on these, so this is definitely going to make an impact, I think.
Okay, last question for Dan. Is Doug going to make an appearance?
Doug is not going to make an appearance here today. You can find Doug online, but we've got about 11 folks from the Cars and Bids crew here today, including Filippo. I'm here. We've got folks all throughout answering questions, telling all these great fans about the cars. Really great to be here. And it's really great to be here.
On some of North America's most legendary racetracks, designed exclusively for Porsche owners. This is your chance to unleash the full potential in a motorsport environment. Drive the same circuits as professional racers. On the same weekend as Porsche Sprint Challenge. Where will your Porsche take you? With limited space, Porsche GT Track Day, exclusive experience. You'll get nearly 3 hours of track starting with reconnaissance, progressing through lead follow, and culminating in exhilarating open laps. Strap in for heart-pounding professional race driver.
I thought I was fast. Resemble anything that I've ever done.
Beyond the track. Immerse yourself in VIP hospitality, premium viewing exclusive paddock access, where you can witness Porsche Sprint Challenge teams. Spots are limited. Scan the QR code now to reserve your place at Porsche GT Track Day.
Second race of the day brings us to the 1972 to 1980 IMSA GT cars. This is Group 6. This race will be one lap more than what we saw if we go the full distance, 10 laps or 20 minutes. Should be an entertaining one based on what we saw yesterday, Joey, because there was some great battles for the lead.
It's going to be fun to watch them out here, and we had mentioned it earlier in the first race. It's a beautiful day here in Northern California. So, I mean, what's better than some picturesque vintage cars going around this beautiful Sonoma Raceway circuit? There you've got the temperature. I think it might not quite be 84 degrees yet, but it's going to get up to low 80s here today. So it is definitely going to be the warmest of the 3 days.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that a little bit earlier this weekend, that maybe that wasn't the most accurate, but 94 sounds like it could be on the track itself.
I'm showing 59.
Yeah, I've got 57, so that sounds a little bit more right. Doubt it's up to 94 on the track then in that case. Still, it could be getting warmer because we've got the sun really pounding on it. But these cars have a lot of strength under them, so you don't want to abuse those tires even in these short races. Lots of Corvettes, lots of Porsches that we're going to see that used to race in one of the most popular North American sports car series.
And yesterday, of course, Patrick Byrne in that red number 40 Corvette was kind of the class of the field, but he had his hands full throughout the entirety of the race. I think one of the fan favorites is definitely going to be that white and pink number 42. That's a Porsche 935 with that slanted nose front end and the huge tail on the back, but look towards the center exit exhaust. That thing has been spitting some huge flames out the back end with the turbochargers.
Yeah, Ranson Webster is going to be navigating that thing, and I'd watch out for him because he was coming on strong late in the race. So he could be a danger starting from third out here as he's been getting more and more used to how this track drives with that turbo Porsche. We're around turn 11. Safety car is going to give way. Patrick Byrne's going to try and do his best to come away with another victory. Let's see if he can hold on to the lead over John Hill. Green flag is out, and that red Corvette is off as the 141 Porsche trying to just hold on to second place. He shuts the door immediately through turn 1.
Yeah, and look at the aggression from the red number 20. That's the fourth car in line there. That's Ken Epsman. He got a terrific jump as well, and if anything, that white and pink Porsche maybe a little bit slow off the line, but now he's got the turbo spooled up, and he's going to race it out. I believe that was Chet Taylor next to him in that 55.
Chet Taylor gave us a ton of entertainment, but unfortunately kind of gave away what could have been a win after he spun yesterday. So he's got some work to do to redeem himself. He's already hassling that white and pink Porsche.
Going down the hill here at Sonoma, the carousel, one of the most iconic corners that we've got throughout this entire 12-turn racetrack, completely downhill, and then it spits you out here at the drag strip where the drivers run all out till you get to this brake zone here at turn number 7.
Looking pretty single file up at the front here on this first lap. I'm sure Patrick's happy about that, and I spoke too soon. Looks like we may have had a change of position as Ken Epsman managed to sneak by John Anderson at the hairpin.
And Ken was one of those cars yesterday that definitely made his way up through the field, and I think he's starting with a little bit better track position here today in that red number 20 car. So he is driving that 1976 Decon Monza, and he has made his way all the way up into third.
It's still very tight behind the three of them on this early lap, so we could see a lot of swapping of positions in the midfield. And coming out through, we're following that battle for Chet Taylor's fight to get by Webster in 6th. He's still working on it, but I think Webster's also trying to get his own overtakes done as we see him fighting with Bill Lyon in the number 41. So he's kind of sandwiched between two other Porsches at this stage. They're going to stay as they were through 3 and 3A. There's very few chances to try and make overtakes through this early part of the lap. Down into the braking of turn 4. He's so close to trying to make an overtake, but he unfortunately cannot quite make it through. And Joey, we sounds like we have a nice guest with us once again.
Yeah, we've got Sue up here. And Sue, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, who you're with, and what you do here.
Thank you. I'm Sue Councilman, and I'm here today with Vintage Underground. We are a full-service vintage restoration shop out of Eugene, Oregon, and we came down today with a 55 AC Asika that we fully restored from the ground up in our shop, and we have a young man with us who's doing metal shaping demonstrations today.
Oh, wow. I have to imagine after this weekend he'll have a few shapes that he's got to recreate after some incidents out on track that we've had. But this event has to make your heart soar, seeing all these beautiful cars out on track.
There are some pretty special cars, yes. We're the boys especially are very into the eye candy. I'm the people person and more of the production and logistics person, so I try not to get distracted.
Well, it's fantastic to have you up here for this race. Have you guys done any work on this era of cars from the 70s to the early 80s?
We mostly concentrate on cars 70s and older, but, vintage is getting newer. So we're definitely starting to look at 80s and 90s cars. We have in the shop right now Cameron Healy's Cooper Porsche, the Pooper car.
Love the name. And those Porsches, of course, very much known for their shape. How much do you guys put into keeping the authenticity? Is there a lot of skill that goes into making sure that you match what they originally were?
That is the hard part, and it's a great question because oftentimes in our metal shop, you'll look at an old Italian car or an old Porsche and realize, especially with the Italian cars, that at some point the artisan just kind of went, nah, that's good enough. And so if you try too hard to mirror one side to the other things won't fit. So you have to sort of plug into not just the symmetry, but you've got to kind of channel the artistry as well.
And we just saw a change for the lead. That was Epsman going by Byrne for the top spot. We said to watch out for Patrick, and it looks like he has definitely got the legs underneath him with 6 to go next time they cross the line. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting hearing about the sort of handmade artistry of these cars. And that's one thing that I do love to see when we get to see these classic cars run is realizing how much love and care was put into them.
Yes, yeah. The young man we have with us today is an intern from McPherson College. Because we have such a large shop that's multi-departmental, we try to bring interns in to kind of continue to pass along the heritage of all the workmanship. And he is super into it. He's having a great time. He's teaching well. People are getting the hammer in their own hands, and people should stop by. We're having a lot of fun.
I was going to ask, do you guys have a display here that you obviously are doing some metal shaping? Where can they find you in the paddock?
We're right across from Yokohama between paddock A and B. And yes, definitely come by because it's not to be missed if you've ever had any kind of curiosity or an interest in how this metalwork is done.
Well, and not only for the people here, but everybody out there watching, where can they find you?
Our shop is in Eugene, Oregon, and we pick up all up and down the West Coast. We've got clients coming from Texas. We had to pick up a car in Virginia, Florida. So because we're sort of a full-service shop, it's easier on our technicians to operate out of a place like Eugene where it's affordable for them to live and buy a home and raise a family. And people ask all the time, why aren't you in the Bay Area? Why aren't you in Seattle? That's why.
I totally get that. As someone from the Midwest myself, so yeah. Looks like we have Ken Epsman making another pass. He got repassed by Byrne, and they've switched around once again. So we are, again, being treated to a great battle up at the front. And I love hearing that you guys are embracing one of the things that I think we haven't talked about this weekend. We always say car culture. Mm-hmm. And part of culture is that it is handed down from generation to generation. That's so neat that you're bringing up younger folks and folks that are newer to this and trying to make sure that the heritage carries on.
Yes, a lot of times with these restoration shops, you have the guy who's been the expert, the alpha guy, the Aston Martin guy. Well, if that guy doesn't plan for succession, then when he closes that shop and retires, that goes away entirely. we're very close with a group that has Lancia automobiles, and there's virtually no one working on Lancia automobiles anymore. So when we go out with these guys, they've got their own tools, they've learned to do their own thing, but knowing that we are there for them in the event that they are in over their heads, I think they're all very grateful for that.
Well, I can't thank you enough for coming and joining us. It's been a pleasure to get to hear about what you guys do, and I'll definitely have to give this a look because this sounds right up my alley.
Yes.
And Sue, do you guys have a website that people can visit yet?
We do, yeah. It's vintageunderground.com. And it's a pretty nice website, if I say so myself. But, yeah, we'd love to have you guys come down. When you're done, you throw those headsets on the floor, come on over and bang on metal and work out some of the angst from the day.
Oof, just at a big moment on screen with the 20. Epsman nearly lost it coming through the hairpin. He's been fighting back and forth with Byrne all race long. Now it is Patrick Byrne back to the front. We were so into the conversation, I think I've lost track of how many lead changes we have had, and we're still 5 to go.
It seems to have been going back and forth quite a bit, and yeah, there was a huge moment down there at turn number 7 for Ken Epsman. I mean, they've been challenging each other into these brake zones, and maybe just a little bit too much rear brake, or maybe just even a little bit too much entry speed, and you see Patrick Byrne leaving the apex completely open and the entry. I love seeing this. These two drivers want to race. They're not just putting on a show. They are racing each other.
And the amazing thing, even with this side-by-side racing, do you see John Hill anywhere? They've left him in the dust.
He just is now going up the hill. You're right. Just incredibly fast lap times. The Corvette and the Monza, they're both in the 146s, low 146s, while Hill is up in the high 46s.
So they've clearly got much better speed at this stage. Last time out, John Hill was, I think, a little bit closer to the front, but it has become a 2-horse race. Now with 4 laps to go, currently it is Patrick Byrne in the number 40 Corvette who leads the Monza of Ken Epsman in the number 20 machine. Both of them bright red cars. You can't miss them coming down the drag strip.
This is where the Monza has kind of had the advantage, but I think that Patrick is just far enough out front that he doesn't have to worry about it into the brake zone here. Now they go sprinting down through the S's. We're going to see if one has maybe a little bit of an advantage in comparison to the other. You certainly see a little bit more aerodynamic ground effects on that Decon Monza, but trust me, they are both from the same era, so just two different styles of trying to go about grabbing the air for the grip.
And you always tell me that good drivers are taking notes. I wonder if that's what we're seeing out of Patrick Byrne, that he has been starting to try and cover off and make sure that he does not leave himself vulnerable. That's why we're seeing him a little bit farther ahead down towards turn 7, but he's not been able to hold on this time because the 20 has overtaken coming out of turn 11. It is once again Epsman in the lead.
Yeah, we really should have started those tally marks on the lead changes, shouldn't we? Because, we're at least at 5 or 6 lead changes, and, oh, man, really pushing the limits of the track width there up at the top of turn 2 for the number 20.
Not always that you want to go all the way out to the exit of 2 unless you feel confident, because that can really bite you if you hit the dirt loaded up over there. He's still got the lead right now. What is Byrne going to try and do to snag this one back? 3 laps left for these drivers down through turn 6. This is where we've seen a lot of changes start coming out of this left-hander. So who's going to get the run as they hit the compression at the bottom? They're hitting lap traffic on top of it, so an extra complication being thrown into the mix.
I think that red number 20 was able to get down and through the carousel, accelerate out a little bit better than the red number 40 giving chase. But there is the point that you were just mentioning. One of the Corvettes just slowing up our leaders just maybe a touch, and that allows them to get that much closer to each other.
Up towards the S's once again. That's turn 9, now into turn 10. Very fast corner, and it looks like the 40 is much quicker this time. Patrick Byrne sizes him up, and he out-accelerates him all the way down to the braking of turn 11. Epsman has no answer unless he can pull the cutback.
They both seem to have the horsepower when they need it most, right? It seems like maybe a little bit of a different gearing choice between the two cars, and that can make all the difference in those little squirts of acceleration, especially what we saw in between 10 and 11.
Yeah, we have to remember that these were the days, especially in sports cars, where aero was very crude. So horsepower was definitely king, and they used to put a ton into these cars with these huge, chunky rear tires.
And, something that I had noticed there on screen, and I think it's maybe from the prior lap, Chet Taylor was stopped on the racetrack, and he was driver's right of turn number 3. I think it's in a completely safe area, but that was definitely one of our cars and drivers to watch out for.
It's a bit of a shame. He was ambitious in turn 3 a number of times yesterday as well. So wonder if he had a bit of an issue through there. We're going to have another problem for Patrick Byrne. He might lead right now. He covers the inside, but will he be ahead by the exit of turn 7? Epsman goes the long way. Can't find the grip on the outside line. He still stays right close to the rear wing, though.
I'm curious. Oh, we got a car right in front of him. Is it going to be holding up Patrick Byrne? Maybe just a touch, but I think both of them get by nice and clean. That number 46 car of David Alvarado out there, that Porsche, beautiful blue Porsche driving around. But this is the part that I'm curious about. Does the Monza have the squirt down the short chute? You see it pretty even, and now he outbrakes them into turn 11.
Look very similar to last time around. He'll be ahead going into the corner. As they start to accelerate off, it is now the Corvette's turn. He's got a better launch, but he doesn't have the inside. They are side by side as they get the 1-to-go signal heading up the hill into 2.
I think that Patrick Byrne is going to be looking at the two ends of the racetrack to close this one out. You see the Monza using up, once again, every piece of width out there, going up into turn number 2 and out of turn number 2. He is hustling that car. One of these 914s now up at the top of turn number 3A. Both of our leaders are going to have to navigate that car.
22 stays off to the side. You could see that did put them off a little bit. Both go wide through turn 4. Down to 5, covering off the inside. The Monza wants to try and dissuade Patrick Byrne from making another attempt. Can he do the same as they head towards turn 7 here? He looks to square it off maybe, or has he gone too wide? He's gone too far to the outside.
Let's see about the run down the horsepower straightaway from both of these cars. If anything, Patrick Byrne challenging up along the outside. Can he get the car stopped? Leaves tons of room for his competitor. Back to the lead, the red Corvette.
Multiple lead changes during the lap at times between these two, but who's going to come out ahead as Patrick Byrne holds the upper hand? Ken Epsman follows behind. We've seen them make passes into turn 11. That's going to be the last opportunity to make the switch between them. They go through turn 10. Whoever can hold the speed through here will get the shot towards the braking zone. It does look like Epsman is closing slightly, but I don't think it's quite enough. Patrick Byrne leaves the door open, shuts it as he turns down to the apex of 11. Now who gets the shot off the corner? The horsepower in favor of the Corvette. Patrick Byrne will win Group 6 for the race today.
Well, it's definitely not a little red Corvette. It is a big horsepower red Corvette, and Patrick Byrne takes that top spot there over Ken Epsman, and now we have to patiently wait for John Hill in that white 141 Porsche to cross the line. He is going to round out our podium.
Nicely done. Ranson Webster, in the meantime, is going to flash past us with a 4th place finish, and John Anderson in the number 15 Chevy Corvette will complete our top 5. That was a wonderful race for Group 6, much like we saw for the qualifying race yesterday. And can't thank them enough, as well as our fans who have showed up here today for our wonderful opening of the final day for Velocity Invitational in 2026. We'll have some more fun here with Johnny Lieberman in just a moment. Sounds like we will have an event coming a little later this afternoon. We will be starting up the 1919 ballot at the Revs Institute booth. So that is going to be down across from the garages at the front stretch. If you want to check that out, that is an old classic car like we saw yesterday with the Ragtime Racers. And the reason that you want to see a car start up, if you haven't seen those old machines start up, I mean, that is an event in itself. They're loud, they're noisy, they're smelly, but it is an experience for the senses.
Watching the rest of these cars stream across the finish line here. Going to be coming up to a little bit of a break in terms of the racing action. I'm going to be going to a lot more content that we've got throughout Velocity Invitational here. It's not just what is happening on the racetrack itself here, folks. We've got Velocity Lane where the cars are all pre-graded up. And then also tons of stars and cars out there.
Yeah, it sounds like Johnny Lieberman has a pre-recorded interview with Chen from yesterday. Let's take a look at what they got up to.
Okay, I'm here with the one, the only Larry Chen, and as I learned last night, this guy is so famous he plays himself in a feature film, which is blowing my mind. But if you don't know Larry, car photographer extraordinaire, has a new book out, been in the game for 20 years now, and it's always great to see you. Tell me what brought you to Velocity Invitational?
This year, we decided to do something really special. I've been to Velocity before, and I really like this event. It brings in so many different aspects of car culture. We have vintage racing, we have that time attack, we have wheel-to-wheel racing. It just brings the community together. You know, it's something that is a lot less stuffy than a lot of these type of events, yes. and that's what I really like. But this year, we decided to host a car meet, like that local feel. That's very inclusive of all types of cars, that brings in cars from all over the Bay Area. But surprisingly, last night I talked to a lot of the people that came. I think about 1,500 people came. Some people even drove from Canada, from all the surrounding states. I could not believe it. What's amazing to me is they came just for the night meet. And then here I am convincing them to stay the rest of the weekend to check out the rest of this action, all of these crazy cars. Yeah, I absolutely love Velocity Invitational. This is for us car nerds.
It's so funny because I did the same kind of interview thing with Leno a little while ago, and that was his observation, was it's just not snobby. And I go with Jade all the snobby stuff too. Super fun. I love dressing up, but it's that NorCal relaxed, somehow even more relaxed than Southern California. It's chill, everyone gets along. It's a great event.
So last night we hosted it with my good friend Sun Kang, and he's here to promote his new movie, the Drifter movie. And my take on this movie is that it's like our generation of car enthusiasts grown up. It's something that we love and care about, that is real, that's featuring a car, Toyota A86, that we love, but it's on the silver screen. It doesn't get any grander than this. It's a full feature film that is not Fast and Furious, right? There's a place for Fast and Furious, and we know the original one and also Tokyo Drift has inspired a generation of car enthusiasts, but that's gone and passed. You know, that is great. That's a thing. But now it's something greater than that, right? It's become an action film. But now we need to bring it home, and we need something that we can relate to more. And I feel like that's what the Drifter movie is.
I'm stoked to see it. Actually, something really funny. I put up pictures from last night on Instagram, and my friend said something like, "Who's playing you in the movie?" And I was like, "Rutledge Wood." So Larry, let me ask you this. What is next for you? You've sort of conquered the car photography world, playing yourself in a movie. You got your book. I think you told me you went through 5 million photographs for the book. We were just talking, maybe you should race Pikes Peak, throw some Yokohamas on a car and go up there. What's next for Larry Chen?
Well, this year was a big year for me because another rite of passage. I'm in Forza Horizon 6 and I play myself, but I take the player along, and the player helps me photograph these cars. And we have a series of missions where it's like, hey, let's take a picture of this car going through Shibuya Crossing, or let's go to the beach to shoot photos of a 911 Dakar, or whatever. So for me, that was so much fun, and being part of something like Forza, it means a lot because I learned a lot about car culture from video games, right? Because how else would you know about the R32, R33, R34 Skyline, or a lot of these vehicles that were not available to us here in the U.S.?
I was weirdly in Forza 3. Don't ask. So, no one knows it, but I. Yeah. But okay. So, but beyond that, though, like, are you your YouTube is going really well. You're everywhere. Like, you're just everywhere. Car thing I've ever been to, you're there. And I go to a lot of car things. But like, what like, are you setting your sights on anything else, or keep going what you got going? Just curious where the future's taking you.
I think for me, it's nice because we're in this position in our career. We've made a name up for ourselves, and we've built up enough credibility to be able to unlock these new stories. These stories that I've always wanted to tell, right? Because I've put it out there that, hey, I'm not here to put down what you're building or what you have or how you got this collection. I'm here to promote the car culture aspect of it. Just from that lens, I guess. That way, it's very positive and it's very inspiring. It's not like, oh, this guy, isn't building it the right way, or this may not be the period correct way to build this, or whatever. It's more about, hey, this is cool, this is inspiring. Maybe it'll inspire the next generation to get into this passion that we love so much.
An excellent answer. Larry, one last quick one, and then I'll let you get out of here. One car here you're going to steal and drive home. You got to pick one, and that's why it's hard. You got to pick one. Which car is it, and why?
I guess the easy answer is the McLaren F1.
Which one? There's three.
I guess there is a GTR here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it the gray one?
The gray one is a wing, and I was afraid if that's high downforce or GTR, but there's an actual white and blue one that's a BMW, looks like a factory Le Mans racer car.
Yeah, I think one of any of the. You know what? I'll just take any of the F1s. I think that's really the pinnacle of analog car. It's everything that you want in a car. It sounds good. It looks amazing. Really, that's the thing for me. There's so many cars that are way faster here now. Oh, yeah. In a straight line and cornering and all of that, braking. I don't even think the F1 has ABS. I don't think so.
96,
but
maybe.
I look at that car and I just think beauty. Nothing against the 250. I think it looks great. But I feel like because it doesn't have the side mirrors, it just doesn't look... It's an odd feeling for me. It's like something that you can't quite put your finger on. But I love the T50. I just think the F1 looks so good.
I mean, there's a reason they're selling for $25 million a pop. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Larry Chen. If you come next year to Velocity Invitational, odds are really high. He'll be there. Bring a toy car. He'll sign it. Bring anything. He'll sign anything. I saw him signing everything yesterday. Anyhow, Larry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you soon. I'm standing here with a guy named Cal Crookshanks, which yes is Hermione's cat, but he works for Pivotal, which is a eVTOL company, electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's these like drones, but they're not drones because you fly them or somebody else flies for you. Anyways, tell us all about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much.
Get it real next to your mouth.
All right, great. Yeah. We have the Pivotal Helix. It is our production model releasing to customers here this October. It is a single-seat electric aircraft that you can buy and fly without a license. It's under FAA Part 103, so as long as you're not flying over people or congested areas, you are legal to fly this just after 4 days of training. So it's extremely simple to fly. If you want to come on up here, you have a single control stick that you can maneuver to accelerate, decelerate, twist for a yaw, has an auto land button, and a 12-inch touchscreen display. So it's a very simple, elegant user interface. And the engineers have just done an amazing job designing this for for safety. There's redundant backup systems everywhere, including a ballistic parachute. You come in and 4 days of training, you're up in the air and you're a pilot. So it's very accessible.
I first saw you guys at the bridge in New York with the older version, right? Yep. Slightly, it was like 4-rotor instead of 8 or something.
No, it was the same thing.
Okay.
We've been flying our pre-production model called the Blackfly for almost a decade now, and it kind of looks similar. It flies similar, but our Helix is a significantly improved version with all new components that are aircraft-grade quality, very reliable. It's going to be a lot better ownership experience. The pre-production model flies great. It's been really good to us, but we want to put out something that's going to be great for owners.
And so I know a little bit about the eVTOL space, but everyone always gets really like, well, what if the battery dies? What if a motor goes out? So could you tell people all the redundancies and how they're all built and they're very safe?
Absolutely. So to start, we have a triple redundant flight computer system. So there's 3 flight computers, 3 pitot-static for air pressure, 3 GPS sensors, 4 radar altimeters. Our elevons are independent servos. We have 2 joysticks, so you can choose which hand to fly, but if you had a stick failure for some reason, then you could activate a backup there. And we also can fly on 6 out of 8 motors. So as long as they're not in the same quadrant, you could lose 2 motors and still land this thing safely. Anything further than that, you do have a ballistic parachute that will lower the whole aircraft to the ground.
Awesome. And yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for these. One, I guess I'm more maybe like, I know you guys are selling a single-seater. I've seen like a lot of the 5-seaters where 4 of the passengers and there's a pilot, and like instead of sitting in traffic to get to the airport, you go from like downtown to the airport in 5 minutes. And yeah, so I'm excited. Let me ask you this: if you can't fly over congested areas, like what's your target audience for this? Who do you want to sell this to?
Yeah, it's a good question. So yeah, there's air taxis that are coming down the road. Ours is readily available now. The target market, it could be anyone. We have folks that have places out in the Hamptons, like you saw us in the bridge, Miami. You have ranchers and farmers in the Midwest. Folks who want it for their lake house. It's just a recreational machine. It's meant to go out and have fun and fly. In the future, we may have certified aircraft that you can fly anywhere. But for now, it's just a great time to get out in nature and experience it from the air.
Wow, Cal, Mr. Crookshanks, thank you so much for your time. And this is the kind of stuff we got going on here at Velocity Invitational. Make sure you come out and check it all out, including the pivotal Helix. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in the paddock here at Velocity Invitational, and we're calling this Billionaires Row, mostly because of a couple of red cars over here. Under this cover, there's another one of these. So that's a Ferrari 250 GTO. It's rare that they sell, but when they do, you get like a $70 million check, something like that. And there's 2 of them next to each other. I believe, and I don't know the official number, but I believe 33 of these left the factory. And that's all funny numbers anyways, but these are absolutely incredible. These are real 250 GTOs and just absolutely exquisite. And yeah, this is as blue chip as an automobile can get. I mean, if you want to spend more money, you'd have to buy that one Uno coupe that somehow escaped the Mercedes Classic collection for $143 million. 143 million euros, so I don't know what that costs. But yeah, these are just like amazing. And then even better looking, not quite as expensive, there's 2 Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbases, which, it's in the conversation for best looking car of all time. I don't care what anyone says, but just a perfect Pininfarina design, absolutely gorgeous. And there's 2 Testarossas over here as well. So these are like from 57. Probably says. I should probably take a look. Yeah, 57. Hi, look at that. I know what I'm talking about. And these are 4 years later in 61. So you can kind of see the evolution of front engine V12 Ferraris going from a Testarossa, then 4 years later getting to the 250 GT. But pretty fascinating. And then of course the GTO came later, and that was the original Ford versus Ferrari, which was the 250 GTO versus the Shelby Daytona Cobra coupes. That's what the Cobra was designed, or the Daytona was designed to beat. But these are also exquisite. These were not peanut free, and I believe Scaglietti did the body work on these, and they're just literally stunning. So, point is, if you come to Velocity Invitational down here to Billionaires Row, you can check out these fabulous red cars. Corner of the paddock here, we've got Hypercar Row. I don't know if everything here is a hypercar, but they're awesome supercars nonetheless, including one that I've driven. This is a Mercedes McLaren SLR Sterling Moss. No windscreen. It's a tribute to the Mille Mia car that him and Dennis Jenkinson set the record in 1955. I was lucky enough to drive one of these on Laguna Seca at the Historics last year. Unbelievably cool car. Wooden brake pedal, that's true. Everything else about it is just fabulous. It's such a fun, fantastic car. And, there's no windshield, but when you're wearing a helmet, it's fine. Next to it, the car they should have built, this is a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. So it's like a radical Huracan body kit. All carbon fiber. Sesto means six, so the sixth element. and it is just, I don't know, it's just such a cool thing. Like, I love you're shooting up at the front there, Turner, but if you come back here to the back, you can see these 10 speed holes. So it's a 10 cylinder, and yeah, they're not actually like feeding velocity stacks or anything like that, but it's just such a cool element. It advertises that it has a V10 better than actually showing the top of the valve covers there. I love the exposed transmission in the back. It shortens it. Yeah, just such a remarkable car. Here's an Enzo. Apparently these are worth $18 million. Ridiculous. Moving on. Here is a Wyra BC. So BC stood for, I forget the guy's last name, but Benny was one of the early investors in Pagani, named a car after him. Yeah, so this was just like the Wyra turned up to 11 because the Wyra was already nuts. But carbon fiber masterpiece or carbo titanium masterpiece from the dudes at Pagani. Dudes and dudettes, actually. A lot of female people build these cars as well. This looks like a Koenigsegg Agera RS. I've actually driven one of these, and they're insane because it's like, 1,300 horsepower, rear wheels, just absolute mental patient cars, and they look great. And it's from Sweden, which is, it's always a good time in Sweden. Couple LaFerraris, 2 blue LaFerraris. What are the odds? It's in the Ferrari Luce launch color, too. That's interesting. You've got this killer Daytona. So my understanding is the SP3 Daytona here is basically a LaFerrari with the hybrid stuff ripped out of it and a much, much deeply sexier body. I think these are just the most killer-looking Ferraris. And purple and gold, why the hell not? Very cool looking cars. Again, blue LaFerrari, what's not to love? An actual Veyron. These cars still blow my mind. Like, it's hard to believe there was a time when, like, this was the first $1 million car. And a lot of people say, oh, it wasn't the McLaren F1. Now, McLaren F1 was, like, supposed to be $1 million, but nobody would pay that much. So they all actually sold for, like, $800,000. These were $1 million. W16, 8-liter, quad turbo, 987 horsepower, even though they advertised it as 1,001. But I talked to Bugatti about it, and they said, well, they actually all made about 1,020 horsepower, so the minimum they'd ever make is 987. All the engines, which are all hand-built, they actually made more power. This was the first car that could break 250 miles an hour stock. Again, a McLaren F1 did do 240, but it had different gears put in it. So this stock could go 253 miles an hour. And it was only like 21 years ago when this came out. And this was the car, I remember reading about this. And this is when I decided I wanted to become an automotive journalist because I knew I could never afford a $1 million car, but maybe I could drive one day. And I've got to drive a bunch of these over my career. So it all worked out. Best laid plans of mice and men. New Valhalla from Aston Martin. Big car, but I have not driven this yet. Everyone I know who's driven it says they're just absolutely fantastic. Big old, well, I shouldn't say big. It's a 4-liter AMG flat plane crank V8 twin turbo. It's actually the one out of the GT Black Series, but tuned up, plus some hybrid motors. About 1,000 horsepower, about $1 million, $1.5 million, something like that. It's funny because Aston's like, oh, no, it's not a hypercar, it's a supercar, but I think it fits the definition of a hypercar. And the looks are growing on me. I always find Astons to be like fist-bitingly beautiful, and this one isn't that, but it's a handsome, I don't know, tough-looking car. We'll go with that. And look, there's another SP3 Daytona. I think I'll take the purple one. All right, catch you on the next one. All right, so Jay, what's your last name?
Yeah.
What do you think of this Velocity Invitational?
It's really great. This is a really nice event. There's enough room. It's pretty. You got about 10,000 people here, and it's very egalitarian. And sometimes some of the events get a little snobby. Where it's just you see little kids running around, and a family atmosphere. And it's fun. It's fun. It doesn't seem so restricted as some of the other events. I don't want not putting down any other events. It's just that although it's an expensive event, it doesn't. It feels like you can walk around for free and have a good time.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, like you, I go all over the place to different events, and there's a Northern California laid backness to this event that is missing.
It's fun. Yeah, it's like I see, like whenever I go to an event, I always let kids sit in my car. And I see that a lot here. Sometimes you go to Pebble or something, you don't quite get that. So this is kind of fun.
Seen any cars that you like?
Oh yeah, I like everything. I mean, I'm a sucker for the early stuff, the Nationals, the Mercer Raceabouts, the early brass. But yeah, no, it's impressive. It's impressive. Is Zinger up here? Have you seen them?
I have not seen Zinger. I don't think they're here, but next year maybe. I don't know, but they're not here. Our buddy, this guy, Bruce Canepa, he's got a couple of his 959 SCs up here.
Yeah, that's a great car too. I mean, that was such a legendary car when it came out. Now I think the base Carrera has more horsepower, doesn't it?
I mean, the current Carrera S has more horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, modern cars are so good. I don't know. I don't think you can almost modify any car to make it better. I mean, the factory produces the absolute 1,200, 1,500 horsepower, and you're not going to put a Borla exhaust system on it and get something better,
I mean, that week, like 2 weeks ago when I saw you, I drove 7 American cars that made over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, I know. It's impressive.
7.
And it's good to see American engineering coming back, That's what I like about Zinger, It's built in Torrance, California, and it's just smart manufacturing. The fact that we can build a Corvette for less than a sales tax on a Ferrari is unbelievable. And it's a faster car. I mean, and it's a well-made car. That's why I love it. When you look at the new ZR1, a lot of carbon fiber, a lot of magnesium, could you think, it's going to have a cast iron bell housing? No, I mean, they're not cutting corners anywhere. And it's the equal of these multi-million-dollar cars.
Yeah, or much better than.
Yeah, and especially the electronics, trying to get your phone to sync up with your East European, whatever it is, it's, not going to work.
Now, we talked about this the other day, but the car that's been blowing my mind recently is the Ford GTD, speaking of great American cars, and you have one. You also bought a Zinger, but the GTD.
Well, what's funny about the Ford GTD, I also have the ZR1 Corvette, and I kind of like the chassis of the GTD better. I mean, it feels like, it's so funny, when it first came out, I saw a picture, and I went, it's another stripe and wheel package, and it's an anniversary. No, and then I saw the chassis, and I thought, I got to buy that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is a Porsche 993. I mean,
a GT3, yeah.
No, but what I mean is,
it's
the equivalent. I drive that, and driving at normal speeds, not going crazy.
Comfort.
Yeah, maybe you're 10 miles over the limit. You just throwing around. It's so planted. It's so it's just an amazing car. It made me pull and I hadn't driven it in like almost a year. My original '65 350 Mustang, car number 120. It's a nice original car. I changed the oil and did all the fluids and took it out. It is so much fun, and it just feels like a different version of the GTD really feels like the great-grandson of that car. I mean, it's fun to be old enough to have the whole history of a car that came out where you were alive, and it's been out for 60 years or whatever it is. Yeah, it's great fun.
Yeah, I actually got to chase a Zinger with the GTD, and it keeps up on the street. It's amazing.
Yeah, but the Zinger is the one that amazes me. The whole thing is built in Torrance, California. We've driven Tesla out of California. We've driven Toyota out of California. You know, it's such a hub for design and engineering. And now Torrance is the place. You got Singer there.
And Zinger.
You got Zinger.
They share a wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the fact that they build their own motor and they passed emissions on day one. I mean, even the Europeans can't do that.
No, it's incredible. I'm just hopeful that, like, you know, not only more success for them, but like more manufacturers can start up here, because
I think. I mean, this is how you're not going to beat the Chinese on labor, because they're going to get it no matter how they have to increase their price, which they will. It's never going to be. I mean, you look at the Zero, built in a union shop. I mean, okay, in America, everybody makes a nice wage. They can afford to buy a house near the factory. You know, it's exactly what American manufacturing. Just because it's so efficient and so smartly done. You know, carbon fiber wheels, which are $20,000 on some exotic, at $3,500 or whatever it might be. You know, I mean, only because efficiency of manufacturing. You just smarter manufacturing. Like with the Zinger, that additive engineering, where rather than take a billet and cut it down, you start with nothing and you build it up. You use less material. You use electricity building it. You get a lighter car. I mean, it's really smart. It's the future of engineering.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see it in action. I've been down to the factory and seen the parts being laser assembled, and it's like you're just looking at a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I know. It's really impressive.
But then you can drive it.
And it's fun to drive. I mean, the windows go down. I'm tired of European windows that only open for one Wendy's single patty. You can't get the double burger through. You can only get the single burger.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. All right, well, cool. Jay, thanks for your time. Always generous. And thanks for coming out to Velocity Invitational.
Yeah. We'll see you again next year.
Okay, so I'm standing here with a guy named Jeff O'Neill, and this is his 2016 Ford GT LM. Jeff, what does the LM stand for?
The LM stands for Le Mans.
And that's because this car raced at the 24 Hour of Le Mans back in 2016.
That is correct. Ford decided they were going to go back 50 years on from 1966 and campaign 4 cars for Le Mans in 2016. And this car was created for that race.
And unbelievably, not this one in particular, but one of them painted like that won the race, right? I mean,
that is correct. Out of the 4 that ran, one is in the museum, the Ford Museum, which won Le Mans. And these both cars over the 2016-2017 came in second at Le Mans.
Unbelievable. How long have you had this thing?
I've had it about 5 years. It's a fantastic car.
And you just raced it a little while ago. How'd that go?
I did. It is a spectacular car that might be a little bit out of my range, but I'm learning how to drive cars with wings on the back and lots of downforce.
Yeah, you just keep master throttle, get around the corner, right?
Exactly. It just takes a little more confidence than I have these days.
Now, Jeff is also noteworthy because not only does he have this car and a lot of other cool cars, but he's the guy behind Velocity Invitational. This whole thing is your event in a way, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I created it back in 2019 because I wanted to bring great cars to every fan. And there was no great event where you could bring kids, your family, your girlfriend, your wife, and have a beautiful place, you know, big lawns, umbrellas, great food, wine, spirits, whatever, and have a great time for the family. That was the whole idea.
You know, we had Jay Leno, we had Larry Chen on camera, and both of them pointed out that they love this because it's not a snobby event. And I like snobby events. I go to a lot of them. But it really is remarkable, just the range of everybody is welcome. It's wonderful.
That's the goal. I mean, we want everybody to come and have a great time. And you can probably cut this out, but I mean, we have the no asshole rule. And if you're a driver that's a pain, you don't get to come. That's why we call it the Velocity Invitational. And and it's just been super fun. You got to come, have a smile on your face, learn about cars if you want, or educate people. It's just been super fun, and people have been totally fired up about it.
It's awesome. This is my first time here. This will not be my last time here. We're going to go watch some racing right now, but remember, it's Velocity Invitational, and it's going to happen again next year. Same place?
It'll happen same place, probably same weekend. We'll try to get the announcement out soon.
Awesome. Okay, we'll catch you at the next one.
The Velocity Invitational carries on, and our third race is going to be Group 8. That is the 94 to 2019 Le Mans and IMSA ALMS prototype GT cars. Last time out, we saw some amazing speeds. These are definitely some of the fastest cars we're going to be seeing all weekend long. And I think the big question mark on both of our minds, Joey, is what's the start going to look like? Because last time, that Riley jumped ahead of the smaller prototype at the start, but then it was obviously an interesting battle to see him try and get back by.
It seemed like Stephen Romack in that number 24 car needed maybe a couple laps to get everything up to temperature, including those tires. And you're right, once he actually had the pace in the car, He was able to re-overtake for that top spot, but that V8 in that Gen 1 Daytona prototype was able to get the whole shot off of that green flag, that launch, and really accelerate up to the top of the hill. So it was pretty cool to be able to see those two prototypes from very different series kind of be on the same piece of racetrack and actually race against each other.
Yeah, that's the 2012 Pescarolo Morgan that you see, the number 20, kind of the GT class fighting amongst themselves, and it was Tom Mueller who was leading the way, actually keeping pace pretty well early on to those prototypes. Watch out for the 88 of Tim Lynn as well. That Camaro, despite it competing not quite against a lot of these other cars, it very much kept a pretty close call on all of those ahead.
And I was also just recognizing that name. He's going to be driving in those historic NASCAR stock cars a little bit later. He's driving that number 24 themed Jeff Gordon car. So this Camaro, a little bit more nimble through the corners, but actually is going to handle pretty similar because it's still a tube frame underneath it.
Definitely likes that American muscle. So Tim going to try and see if he can take the fight to Tom for what would be our lead in the GT cars. Green flag is out, and once again off the line. That Pescarolo does not seem to really have the legs, while the C7 Corvette does a good job slotting in ahead. Watch out for the Ford GTs sizing up that Camaro, but can't quite sneak underneath into turn 2.
And that Camaro doesn't quite have as much horsepower as what those Ford GT cars do. Got to remember that the GT raced in GTE class, while that Camaro was in a Grand Am GT. So just one tiny step below it. Theoretically, those C7R, the Ford GT, should be just a little bit faster, but Tim Lynn doing a fantastic job behind the wheel.
Coming down around the hill, you can already see how much space those prototype cars have put on those behind them in this first lap. Does look like the Ford GT wants to try and sneak by and is going to look down to the inside of the 88, but the 67 of Jeff O'Neill can't quite do it. Actually, excuse me, I think that's a different Ford GT.
Yeah, that is the 77 of Alan Turpin's out there. Jeff O'Neill is in the red 67, just a couple cars back. And yes, they are, quote-unquote, the same car, however, different liveries on those machines.
Exactly. Looking like it's going to be a fight for overall fourth early in this race. It's going to be 10 laps or 20 minutes. Already coming around to complete the first of those 10 laps. And up at the front, it is once again the 15 of Spencer Trenery leading the way. Last time it took about 3 laps for Steven to eventually get past him.
We'll say the big difference, though, is that Steven is closer at the end of lap 1 in comparison to yesterday. So might happen a little bit sooner than what we're used to. Now this is that fight for what's going to be third place overall. The Camaro still hanging on to it. Fourth place overall over the Ford GT.
Turpin still giving chase as the 88 does not go defensive down into turn 4. He feels pretty confident despite that Ford being so close behind him. But I do love the visual difference between these cars. Look at how tall that Camaro looks in comparison to the Ford GT.
And I think that was a big talking point when the Ford GT was in its racing. Look at the grip that it has around the outside of the carousel. And I think that was a good example of just how two different classes can compete on the same racetrack. The GTE, a little bit of a bigger performance window, so it allows them to carry that speed down the hill. And not only that, but you were just talking about how much of a prototype it really looks like. I mean, that was a great example.
Just a little flash of the brake lights as they kind of navigate through the S's here. Not quite flat out for these GT cars, needing to keep the minimum speed up as much as they can, almost slaloming amongst the curbs. But that is going to be fourth place for Alan Turpins. Next on his list, going to be the Chevy of Tom Mueller.
A couple good battles going on this racetrack right now. As looks like Alan's going to try to accelerate away from that Camaro. Going to have to deal with the 77 possibly, like you were just mentioning. Creeping up a little bit as well. And then you got Jeff O'Neill. I was noticing this battle on the front straight here between, I believe, the 11 and the 12. That is Martin Lauber and Joseph Fan. Yes, this pair of Porsches coming up the hill to turn number 2, the first one in this bright gold Hertz livery.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because it's the Cup Grand Am car versus the GT3R. So two different types of 911s trying to show their prowess around the track. Very hard to miss Lauber's super shiny golds out there. That Hertz machine is going to hold the position, at least for now. That is the fight for 7th overall.
And I know that, it says GT3 Cup and then also the GT3R, but these are two different classes of professional race car. The GT3 Cup was before the, air quotes here, homologated GT3 class, right? The GT3 Cup is a name. It's not necessarily racing in that specific class. While that black and red machine, the number 12, a GT3R, is actually homologated to race in the GT3 class.
Joey and I do a lot of calls for Porsche single-make racing, and I can't tell you how glad I am that they have now updated the most recent Cup car to just be the 911 Cup. They've taken the GT3 out of the name because a lot of fans that don't necessarily follow racing as closely definitely get caught out by that nomenclature and what the class is of that Cup car. But as we follow this fight for 7th, it does look like the Hertz machine is still retaining that spot as we now cut it down to 6 laps to go for this pair. The 12A of Joseph Fan definitely keeping him tight to him up to this stage. I'm curious what's going on between Romac and Trenery, though. Last time they crossed the line, I'm seeing that was at 1/10 of a second between them. It seems the Pescarolo has finally come back alive. And I'm trying to see if I can spot them in the distance. And yes, he has retaken the lead on this lap. So it is now once again Romac at the top.
I wonder what lap times he's going to be able to put down here now that he's got some fresh, clean air. And I mean, Joe, you were pretty spot on. What'd you say, about 3-4 laps? And I mean, we're sitting here on lap number 5. So, yeah, that was a great call on your part.
Yep, he's now ahead. His best lap so far, a 32.3. We saw down to the 28s earlier on this weekend. We'll see if he tries to turn up the wick, since this is going to be his last run here at Sonoma for Velocity Invitational. There you see him on screen. And again, the differences between the cars. These are all more modern cars, so they're definitely more tightly sprung than what we've seen most of the weekend. And you'll see them bouncing around, but you'll watch this number 24, and even without touching the curbs, you'll see it just bound and bounce over some of the cracks that have formed in this track.
And if you're wondering what are the fastest cars that we put on this racetrack over the course of the Velocity Invitational weekend, in terms of the competition runs, it is this number 24. I think some of the stock cars get pretty close as well. But in terms of the outright speed, if you are looking to watch the fastest car on the racetrack, it is that black and red 24.
Really pulling away from Trenery at this stage. Tom Mueller a distance behind them as well, already about 13 seconds between P2 and P3. But the good news for the C7 driver is that Tim Lynn in his Camaro has not caught up. It's still at about 6 seconds between those two for what is effectively the lead for our imaginary GT class.
It's pretty amusing seeing how fast some of these prototypes are in comparison to the GT cars. So Stephen Romac is just about to cross the start-finish line right now, right? And we're going on to lap number 7. Our first GT car hasn't even made it to the turn 11 hairpin yet. I mean, significantly far behind. I think I see about 21 seconds. And there was another great example up here at the top of turn number 2. The prototype, the outside of the racetrack, that's no big deal. I can go there. I'll just drive right around these cars.
Not too many marbles at this stage, so he's managed to easily overtake the lapped Porsche, put some more distance between himself and Trenery. Don't want to say it's a foregone conclusion about the win on this one, but it's definitely looking well within the 24's hands at this stage. He just has to keep it clean to get to the end. Now, the 12 just went by what looked like slightly off the pace. That's Joseph Fan, who we were watching battling Lauber earlier. We didn't see it on screens, but in front of us, almost looked like there may have been a bit of an issue don't know if he went into pit lane or not.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, we just definitely see that. You can see on the left side timing and scoring if it's got that blue P with the time next to it. That's how long they are in pit lane. So, yeah, really unfortunate there for the 12 of Joseph Fan. Evidently a little bit of a problem as Stephen Romack is yet going to complete another lap. And just to kind of put it into perspective, the last lap, his fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.0. The next fastest car on the racetrack, at least 3 seconds per lap slower.
He's picking it up now. I'd love to see what he can get out of this car. Jeff O'Neill still within about 2.5 seconds of Alan Turpin, so watch the 77 and the 67. Could have an inter-Ford battle as we had a car slow out of turn 2 there on screen. And we hear that there may have been a spin, but he is carrying on.
Looking at some other fights on the racetrack, just trying to see exactly where all of the action is, because as you can tell, we're about 2.5 laps left here. And Steven is just on cruise control. Actually, a little bit of a slide going through turn number 4. You typically don't see that out of these high downforce machines. I will say, though, turn number 4, one of our slower areas on the racetrack, and it is completely downhill on entry, apex, and exit. The car, especially the back end of the car, can get very light, and that's some fast hands from Steven to catch that slide.
Into the braking of turn 7, just up against that curb, not quite touching it, leaving a little bit of space. He's going to have some traffic in front of him. Not sure if this is going to be a quicker one, depending on where he catches that Porsche. Like you heard Joey mention, his quickest so far, a 1:30.0. Last lap was 1:32.1, and yeah, he catches him coming through turn 10, one of the fastest on the track, so that's not going to give him a quick Sector 3.
No, and, I'm just looking Sector 1, Sector 2, he was already about 1.2 seconds off of his fastest lap, and you just pointed out the woes there in terms of the lap time, right? Not a big issue in terms of the race, but if you're looking to try to really maximize or minimize that lap time, you don't want any traffic.
Now we're getting the 1 to go signal down there. It's showing 2 laps to go for us on our timing, but it looks like they're going to cut it 1 short here. So we should be getting that checkered flag next time by for this run group of 1994 to 2019 Le Mans, IMSA, and ALMS prototype and GT cars.
Watching our leader, I think he's about to go through what is sector number 1, this timing loop here. I believe it's between, right there, in between turn 5 and turn 6. And looks like Steven is going to cruise to victory here on this final lap, taking it nice and easy.
He was about a second slower, in just the first sector alone. So doesn't want to ruin this beautiful machinery, understandably. Flashes the headlights, the universal language for I'm coming along and I intend to pass for the slower cars.
Just got to navigate one of these Porsche Cup cars out here. And, I want to give some shout-outs to some drivers right now because even though it's their final laps, they're setting their fastest laps of the race. Tim Lim, Jeff O'Neill out there. Lauber is finally back out there on the track, and also Johnson in that number 69 car.
For a second, almost thought that he was just going to allow this Porsche to run one more lap around, but no, he's going to circulate past him, out through turn 11, and waiting to see if they start to pull out that checkered flag. Indeed, they do. Victory will go to Stephen Romack in Sunday's race for the Velocity Invitational. Hands second place to Spencer Trenery behind him. The gap about 6 seconds in the end. We have to wait a little bit for Tom Mueller to come by. He'll be the first of our GT cars in that Corvette C7R to take his class win here in the last race.
I think this is the first time that I mentioned the sound of that C7R here today, and I'm sure everybody that's on the property has heard it the last 20 minutes.
Sadly, the last we're going to hear it for this weekend. So he'll bring it down to pit lane. Does look like behind him, Tim Lynn managed to bring home that 88 in 4th overall, and Jeff O'Neill in 5th. So as we wrap this up, I believe we've got another interview with Johnny Lieberman. Sounds like he has been talking to our fancy flying friends of the Pivotal Helix Group.
I'm standing here with a guy named Cal Crookshanks, which yes is Hermione's cat, but he works for Pivotal, which is a eVTOL company, electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's these like drones. They're not drones because you fly them or somebody else flies for you. Anyways, tell us all about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much.
Get it real next to your mouth.
All right, great. Yeah. We have the Pivotal Helix. It is our production model releasing to customers here this October. It is a single-seat electric aircraft that you can buy and fly without a license. It's under FAA Part 103, so as long as you're not flying over people or congested areas, you are legal to fly this just after 4 days of training. So it's extremely simple to fly. If you want to come on up here, you have a single control stick that you can maneuver to accelerate, decelerate, twist for a yaw, has an auto land button, and a 12-inch touchscreen display. So it's a very simple, elegant user interface. And the engineers have just done an amazing job designing this for safety. There's redundant backup systems everywhere, including a ballistic parachute. You come in and 4 days of training, you're up in the air and you're a pilot. So it's very accessible.
I first saw you guys at the bridge in New York with the older version, right? Yep. Slightly, it was like 4-rotor instead of 8 or something.
No, it was the same thing.
Okay.
We've been flying our pre-production model called the Blackfly for almost a decade now, and it kind of looks similar. It flies similar, but our Helix is a significantly improved version with all new components that are aircraft-grade quality, very reliable. It's going to be a lot better ownership experience. The pre-production model flies great. It's been really good to us, but we want to put out something that's going to be great for owners.
And so I know a little bit about the eVTOL space, but everyone always gets really like, well, what if the battery dies? What if a motor goes out? So could you tell people all the redundancies and how they're all built and they're very safe?
Absolutely. So to start, we have a triple redundant flight computer system. So there's 3 flight computers, 3 pitot-static for air pressure, 3 GPS sensors, 4 radar altimeters. Our elevons are independent servos. We have 2 joysticks, so you can choose which hand to fly, but if you had a stick failure for some reason, then you could activate a backup there. And we also can fly on 6 out of 8 motors. So as long as they're not in the same quadrant, you could lose 2 motors and still land this thing safely. Anything further than that, you do have a ballistic parachute that will lower the whole aircraft to the ground.
Awesome. And yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for these. One, I guess I'm more maybe like, I know you guys are selling a single seater. I've seen like a lot of the 5-seaters where 4 of the passengers and there's a pilot, and like instead of sitting in traffic to get to the airport, you go from like downtown to the airport in 5 minutes. And yeah, so I'm excited. Let me ask you this: if you can't fly over congested areas, like what's your target audience for this? Who do you want to sell this to?
Yeah, it's a good question. So yeah, there's air taxis that are coming down the road. Ours is readily available now. You know, the target market, it could be anyone. We have folks that have places out in the Hamptons, like you saw us in the bridge, Miami. You know, you have ranchers and farmers in the Midwest. Folks who want it for their lake house. It's just a recreational machine. It's meant to go out and have fun and fly. In the future, we may have certified aircraft that you can fly anywhere, but for now, it's just a great time to get out and sit from the air.
Wow, Cal, Mr. Crookshanks, thank you so much for your time. And this is the kind of stuff we got going on here at Velocity Invitational. Make sure you come out and check it all out, including the Pivotal Helix. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, I'm standing here with Sue Councilman, and I'm going to pass her the mic in a second because she's going to tell us what Vintage Underground does. But before that, I met Sue, we shared a bread pudding, as you pointed out, on something called the Velocity Tour. So this is the Velocity Invitational. We went on, excuse me, the first Velocity Tour, which was like Paso Robles up to here, right? Like we ended up in Sonoma, right at the Ram's Head Winery, and it was awesome. We had 25 amazing cars, everything from a California Spider. I was driving a Zinger 21C VMAX. It was crazy. But so I'm going to pass the mic to Sue. She's going to tell us about Vintage Underground.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. It's good to see you again. I knew I recognized that face from the sugar that we shared together. So Vintage Underground is a full-service vintage restoration shop in Eugene, Oregon. So we do multi-departmental restorations. We've got mechanical, paint and body. We also do upholstery, metal shaping. We do specialty fabrication, powertrain, and we have an engine shop where we can build and rebuild. And today we brought an AC Asica with us that is a full ground up restoration. It came to us in not the best of condition, so our team took it apart, put it all back together. We did everything, including the interior, all the upholstery. The other thing we're doing today is we brought an intern with us from McPherson College who is here to do metal shaping demonstrations. Lucas, you want to just stand in your little area there? So every year we try to bring in at least one or two interns from McPherson to give them exposure to what it's like to work in a real shop.
That's awesome. McPherson's amazing. Like one of my good friends of mine, a guy named Nate Lander, he's the chief mechanic at Mercedes Classic Center. And yeah, like now travels the world driving priceless Mercedes. Like it's an amazing college. So that's super cool. Good for your intern there. You guys were involved with on the Velocity tour. You were sponsoring it, but you were there to provide a service, right?
Yes. So the founder of our business came along to offer mechanical support in the event of any breakdowns on the tour, and I'm a long-term automotive event specialist, mostly in rallies and tours, and so I came in at the last minute to sort of look it over and offer any sort of consulting support.
And I feel like there was at least one breakdown I remember. Was that maybe more?
It wasn't a breakdown. Our good friend Jeff O'Neill couldn't open his trunk latch, and so with the help of literally a tube of CarMax lip balm, we did get the trunk latch open.
Okay, good. You handled that very deftly. So anyway, Sue, thank you very much. And again, this is all taking place right here at Velocity Invitational.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational event here at Sonoma Raceway. We are here for group number 3, the 1963 through 1969 production GT cars and the 1963 and 72 FIA Manufacturers Championship. This is going to be a 9-lap race or 20 minutes. I am Joey Adbury, going to be bringing you all of the action with Johnny Lieberman here for this race. Happy to have you up in the booth with us.
Good to be back. I love it.
best view in the world of racing, maybe.
Yeah. You know, there's
So
a couple commentary booths that you get pretty spoiled in. I'll name another one. Road Atlanta is awesome right now because of the new building, but this one is amazing. Yeah.
I'm just talking about, you can see the wineries in the background. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about the weather here this weekend. It was a little bit overcast earlier in the mornings on Friday and Saturday, but it's about as beautiful as you can get here in Northern California today.
It's crazy because, the forecast was like, it's too hot. It's not. It's like 75 and just perfect. It's just, great California day.
Well, we've got our cars on their pace lap right now. I mentioned that these cars are mainly in the 60s, a couple of 1970s, early 1970s machines, including that number 5, driven by Chris McAllister out front. That's a 1972 Gulf Mirage, and then on the front row with him is going to be a 1972 Chevron B21, driven by Tony Delane. Now, these are some of the more fun cars to watch. It's kind of the beginning of the prototype era.
That's right. Yeah, led right up into the, Daytona prototypes, for lack of a better word. But this is cool. You got big Corvettes. You got the funny Porsches, the 908s and the 910s. And I say funny because they just led to nothing, but they're killer looking. It's, fiberglass and,
There's nothing underneath those cars. There's an engine and some little tubes underneath those.
And they're very hot. Everyone I know who's ever raced one just has a lot of glass area.
Well, so we're coming up to turn number 11 right now. This is the close-end hairpin that we've got. You see the turn 11 Hospitality Center. Got a bunch of people. Trackside here at Sonoma Raceway. You see the pace car.
There it goes.
It's going to pull off driver's right, and now it is between that front row. Patiently wait for the green flag. The number 5 is on the inside in those famous Gulf colors, but it is the outside lane of Tony Delane that gets a huge hole shot. If anything, the number 5 car loses 2 positions. He's in threat of losing 3 positions as we go up the hill into turn number 2 for the first time. And sure enough, Chris McAllister, who started on pole, slips back to 5th. But, I mean, look at the plethora of cars side by side.
Oh, so cool.
That's pretty close between those two.
Yeah. Love seeing that split window Corvette in there, too. Just beautiful.
I was going to say, which are you probably maybe a little bit more of a fan of? Are you a little bit more of a fan of the larger American cars coming through, and using that horsepower, or a little bit more of a fan of the smaller European cars taking that lightness and really taking it around the track?
Man, I can go either way given the day. You know what I mean? It's just, each one you look at is fascinating. Like, that's like it could be a Grand Sport, but it looks like some kind of Grand Sporty clone. The Porsche Platypus is out there, which is a totally weird, bizarre car, which is why they call it the Platypus. And I don't know. It just, all these cars to me are just fascinating. That's a problem when you love cars. It just, everything can interest you. Yeah, very cool. And then seeing a Golf out there, seeing Chevrons out there. The Lotus is running around with these big V8s, the Lotus Elan, it's a cool mix. And I mean, not to toot our own horn, but that's what's great about the Velocity Invitational is you get this mix, like everything's here, so it's just fascinating.
I love having you up here in the booth because I'm always on such race mode up here, calling the race, always talking about the racing. That's how my brain works. I come from a competition background and whatnot, but it's so cool to have car culture here. After all, how I got into racing. I'm a little bit on the younger side, so I don't know necessarily all of these vintage machines, but car culture is what Velocity Invitational is.
Absolutely. And, I'm sorry, I'm just mesmerized by this. But again, there's the Ford GT with a Lotus Elan following it, which is ridiculous. Ridiculously cool. But yeah, I mean, there's just people that love all these cars, and there are people that love all of these cars, if that makes any sense. So the fans of the makes and the models are here, but it's just such a cool, I don't know, collection to see running around. And and then some good racing going on right now too.
I believe that was the number 75, trying to poke it up around the outside. I'm sorry, the number 70, it looks like. Going down through the order here, just trying to find the numbers. I see a few of the names that are very, very familiar towards the front of the field. Thomas Salazar in that number 4 has always been up inside the top 5. Also, I see Patrick Byrne. Remember, he was racing that red number 40 Corvette a little bit earlier in the day, claiming the win in that run group. But it is very, very busy down here at turn number 7. Now, you talked about how cool all the different cars are. Where else do you think you can see this wide variety of cars all in one place? Because last time I checked, you don't just see a 1972 Chevron B21 down the street.
Yeah, I mean, look, the historics down at Laguna Seca, they got a pretty cool mix. Maybe excuse me, not as much variety as this all the time. Goodwood. But the Goodwood, if you want to see all this, you got to go to both the Festival of Speed and Revival. That's not fair. To be fair, the Festival of Speed, they have like the Leviathan class, which is like our ragtime old timers here. But yeah, you got to go to those marquee events, and this is just such a more accessible event. You know what I mean? Like you can get a hotel room.
Yeah, I mean we're only call it an hour outside of San Francisco up here in wine country at Sonoma.
Yeah,
and very easy to get to SFO, albeit some runways being closed down right now.
Oh well, that sucks. But no, this is just cool cars. I mean that the Porsche 908 and the Porsche 910 are running 4th and 5th. Like again, just such rare, cool things to see running. And then leading the race is a Chevron B21 and a Golf. Like the odds are low you'll ever see this. And then followed by 2 Corvettes. So.
I'm going to draw our eyes to this 4GT. You mentioned it. It is the number 9 car on the side.
Yeah,
I believe
GT40,
it's the Yeah, I believe it's the 9A on timing and scoring. So if you look at the left side ticker, it is right now in 9th place, which makes it convenient, right?
Yeah, right,
being the number 9 car. But he has had a cell onto the drag strip, and he's not going to pass one car, but he's going to pass 2 cars, that 4GT displaying some muscle.
Yeah, I passed the 910 and the weird platypus, which I wish I had the specifics on me. There's a weird reason they call it the platypus. It's a mix of this and a mix of that. But yeah, hey man, 4GTs should, they're race winners, so he's got to get up there. He's got a bunch of cars left to pass. Race is still young.
And if you are watching out there on the stream or on Flow and you are curious on what cars are actually racing, on the bottom part of the screen, we've got the scrolling ticker that also shows every single model and the position that they are in. So as you can tell, bunch of Porsche prototypes, the 908, the 910 out there. We had mentioned that Chevrolet Corvette, the Ford GT40 as well. So lots and lots of muscle here in this group, and also lots and lots of, call it the early European prototypes.
And some really brilliant stuff. Like there's it's running in looks like 14th right now, but it's called a Costin Nathan. You've never heard of this car, but Costin Nathan. There was like a racer named Costin and an engineer named Nathan, or vice versa, but they were British and they were friends, and they built this thing. It's a beautiful car, and it's just small, but like you can tell, like they knew something about aerodynamics, and they were in their shed, and they beat the metal together, and I think the car on its debut it won like 5 of 6 races that day, and just Costin Nathan. Who knew? But Costin Nathan GT is out there racing, and.
I'm actually curious about that one because I don't know what it looks like, and he actually looks like he's in a fantastic battle with Nakamura out there looking for the number 43 and the number 35 car as we watched this Ford GT get up through the field. So I'll try to find them, try to see if I can spot those cars, because I'm not even sure what that car actually looks like, and now I'm curious.
I'll point it out when it goes by, but I think it's red. But what's kooky is that it's in between 2 Lotuses, and they're probably using the same engine. They're just using little Ford 4-cylinders or something like that. But, British cars back in the 60s, they didn't have a lot of power to work with, so they had to be light, and to be small, and they had to, cheat the air.
Well, they had parts falling out to get them lighter as well as they went on as well. Isn't that the classic joke about the British cars?
Sadly, it's not. It's more of a truth than a joke. But I don't even know how many Costin Nathans were built, but not many. So anyways, the number, if you're wondering, on the Costin is the number 35 car, which I think it's...
he actually just made a pass on Nakamura out there.
Take that.
So I think they just went through a timing loop, so it just updated. But we have a fantastic, call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car train here on the front straightaway, led by one of these Corvettes. And is this one of those rear split-window Corvettes that you were mentioning?
63,
oh,
yeah.
Slide it through there.
Drifty, baby. I mean, it's about as solid as a rear axle can get. So, yeah, it's going to do that. So, the C2 Corvette was split window and 63 only. And they didn't get the mega engines until later in the run. Like, so I think 60, someone's going to tell me I'm an idiot, but it was like 65, 66, 67. They got the big blocks. So it was a smaller engine, but hey, smaller is better for racing sometimes. A little lightness up front makes them handle. And, before the the Shelby Cobra showed up, I mean, the Corvettes were dominant. So they've always been pretty solid race cars if you took the time to set them up.
I think it's pretty cool because we see the coupe version, right? The hardtop with the split window in the back, and then just a few cars back, we've essentially got a chopped top, right? And they're very, very similar in terms of the year made. So that 63 is the split window, the silver one out front, and then the next one coming up is a 65, so just a couple years later. But a few more modifications done to really try to take some weight out of that car. And right now, on a beautiful sunny day, I'm sure the driver is loving the fresh air.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at that Porsche behind him, that 910, and that guy is just cooking in that glass rotisserie there.
Well, and I want to mention him because you brought him up, the number 88 of Bill Lyon. He had a little bit of a mechanical issue yesterday, so it's great to see the car actually 3 wide here in turn number 11. I'm not sure which car that was that got up into the middle, but he overtook both of them. How about that move?
Nice.
That was the number 32 car out there. That is Michael Reichel out there, and he is making some moves.
Oh, in the Chevron. Yeah, well, that's a pure race car right there. That was never really a... I mean, again, that we were talking about the beginning of the prototypes. Chevrons were right in there. So good for him.
Pretty cool that you can see all of the different, call it greenhouse sizes in this, too. I mean, that Corvette looks huge in comparison to some of these Lotuses and Chevrons out there.
and Corvettes weren't that big, so it just shows how teeny some of these British things are. Oh, look at that. Nice move there.
Beautiful pass down the inside of what was turn number 5. I think that was the number 7 of Amy Gold going around Patrick Byrne.
Go, Amy.
In that 17. Now, do you know Amy?
No, I like when female drivers put a whooping on. It's fun,
absolutely
fun for everybody.
And it's great to see more and more of these females getting into motorsports, not just professional motorsports, but also the vintage community as well. Now, we have got a race on our hands. We've got 2 laps to go, and our 2 leaders are full-on duking it out right now. This is turn number 4. Chris McAllister, after he had a little bit of a slip-up on the start, has made a charge back through the field. Nice. He's got the 81 of Tony Delane as well. So these are the 2 cars coming down through the carousel that are our overall leaders, a 1972 Gulf Mirage versus a 1972 Chevron V21.
And Tony's hanging with them. I mean, at times he's getting like a car length off him. Looks like he can. Yeah, he's hanging in the corners and kind of losing on the straights a little bit.
And I think what has happened is that this previous lap, Chris has finally gotten around, because I'm looking at my data over here. The last lap from that Gulf number 5, a 138.4 in comparison to a 40.7 out of Tony Delane.
Yeah. So that 138's a hell of a lap. So that's good.
And it's not even his fastest lap. A 137.8 is actually how fast Chris has gone this race.
That's good.
And he's going to be coming up to, I believe, 1 lap to go. I've got my eye on our start-finish. And yes, we have one finger in the air. Yes, go ahead.
Shout out. There's a Lotus 7, which debuted in 1957, and this is a 1965 Lotus 7. Nothing changed. It's the most primitive of all the things out there right now, and it's as close to like a lowrider motorcycle as you'll ever drive. Yeah, right. If you're sitting there, you can put your palm on the ground. They're that low, and it's just they're a hoot.
Well, in the Lotus 7, it's such an infamous style that it's almost call it recreations are still being made today with Caterham.
Still in production. Oh, not just Caterham, Burkham. I mean, there's a ton of them. So yeah, they're great to drive.
Really cool little car out
what
there.
What a crazy class this is.
I know, right? We got Corvettes out there mixing up with the Lotus 7 that you just mentioned, the Chevrons
and
out
then
here.
Gulf Mirage, I mean, it just looks like a Le Mans car almost.
And to kind of put it into perspective, we just had those faster, newer cars out there. We had that ALMS prototype. His fastest lap was right about a 130.
Yeah, this guy's just, I mean, not just off, but like
a handful of seconds.
Conversation.
Right, and 40 years older in terms of the age. So,
by the way, the Gulf Mirage just passed a Sunbeam Tiger to show you the variety of metal on track.
I didn't even notice there was a Tiger out there.
He's running a 222, so he's having fun.
A little bit of a different pace out there. Well, Chris only has one more brake zone down here at turn number 11. Going to see if he gets to the inside. He's going to opt not to pass that lapped car. I don't blame him. We'll see if he puts his foot down and now use a little bit of that horsepower coming out of turn number 11. The winner is going to be that number 5 car of Chris McAllister. And that is for the Group 3 1963 through 69 production GT cars. Tony Delane finish in second in that Chevron B21. And now we're just waiting, really, for John Goodman to come across in that 1971 Sparling.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the Sparling. That's awesome.
Yeah, John has been up inside the top 3, if not the top 5, all weekend long. I think we're patiently waiting for him. There he goes across the finish line in that red number 11 car. Thomas Salazar, there's that Lotus 7 that you were just mentioning.
Yeah.
Chasing him is Thomas Salazar, and then, of course, Alex McAllister is going to be rounding out our top 5. And, folks, please don't go anywhere. We have tons more exhibition groups. The Ragtime Racers are coming up at 11:30. We got the NASCAR stock cars coming up just before lunch as well. We have a ton more at the Velocity Invitational, so please stick around.
All right, so Jay, what's your last name?
Yeah.
What do you think of this Velocity Invitational?
It's really great. This is a really nice event. There's enough room. It's pretty. You got about 10,000 people here, and it's very egalitarian. And sometimes some of the events get a little snobby. Whereas this, you see little kids running around, and a family atmosphere. And it's fun. It's fun. It doesn't seem so restricted as some of the other events. I don't want not putting down any other events. It's just that although it's an expensive event, it doesn't. It feels like you can walk around for free and have a good time.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, like you, I go all over the place to different events, and there's a Northern California laid backness to this event that is missing.
It's fun, yeah. It's like I see, like whenever I go to an event, I always let kids sit in my car, and I see that a lot here. Sometimes you go to Pebble or something, you don't quite get that, So this is kind of fun.
Seen any cars that you like?
Oh yeah, I like everything. I mean, I'm a sucker for the early stuff, the Nationals, the Mercer Raceabouts, the early brass. But yeah, no, it's impressive. It's impressive. Is Zinger up here? Have you seen them?
I have not seen Zinger. I don't think they're here, but next year maybe. I don't know, but they're not here. Our buddy, this guy, Bruce Canepa, he's got a couple of his 959 SCs up here.
Yeah, that's a great car too. I mean, that was such a legendary car when it came out. Now I think the base Carrera has more horsepower, doesn't it?
I mean, the current Carrera S has more horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, modern cars are so good. I don't know. I don't think you can almost modify any car to make it better. I mean, the factory produces the absolute 1,200, 1,500 horsepower, and you're not going to put a Borla exhaust system on it and get something better,
I mean, that week, like 2 weeks ago when I saw you, I drove 7 American cars that made over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, I know, it's impressive.
7.
And it's good to see American engineering coming back, That's what I like about Zinger, It's built in Torrance, California, and it's just smart manufacturing. The fact that we can build a Corvette for less than the sales tax on a Ferrari is unbelievable. And it's a faster car. I mean, and it's a well-made car. You know, that's why I love it. When you look at the new ZR1, a lot of carbon fiber, a lot of magnesium, could you think, oh, it's kind of a cast iron bell housing, it's going to, no, I mean, they're not cutting corners anywhere, and it's the equal of these multi-million dollar cars.
Yeah, or much better than.
Yeah, and a lot of, especially the electronics, you know, trying to get your phone to sync up with your East European, whatever it is, it's, you know, yeah, not going to work.
Now, we talked about this the other day, but the car that's been blowing my mind recently is the Ford GTD, speaking of great American cars. And you have one. You also bought a Zinger, but the GTD.
Well, you know what's funny about the Ford GTD? I also have the ZR1 Corvette. And I kind of like the chassis of the GTD better. I mean, it feels like, you know, it's so funny. When it first came out, I saw a picture and I went, oh, it's another stripe and wheel package, and oh, it's an anniversary. No, and then I saw the chassis, and I thought, oh, I got to buy that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is a Porsche 993. I mean,
a GT3, yeah.
No, but what I mean is,
it's
the equivalent. I drive that, and you know, driving at normal speeds, not going crazy.
Comfort.
Yeah, maybe you're 10 miles over the limit. You know, you just throwing around. It's so planned. It's so, you know, it's just an amazing car. You know, it made me pull and I hadn't driven it in like almost a year, my original 65 350 Mustang, car number 120. It's a nice original car. I changed the oil and did all the fluids and took it out. It is so much fun, and it just feels like a different version of the GTD really feels like a great-grandson of that car. You know, I mean, it's fun to be old enough to have the whole history of a car that came out where you were alive, and it's been out for 60 years or whatever it is. Yeah, it's great fun.
Yeah, I actually got to chase a Zinger with the GTD, and it keeps up on the street. It's amazing.
Yeah, but the Zinger is the one that amazes me. The whole thing is built in Torrance, California. You know, we've driven Tesla out of California. We've driven Toyota out of California. You know, it's such a hub for design and engineering. And now Torrance is the place. You got Singer there.
And Zinger.
You got Zinger.
They share a wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the fact that they build their own motor and they passed emissions on day one. I mean, even the Europeans can't do that.
No, it's incredible. I'm just hopeful that, like, you know, not only more success for them, but that more manufacturers can start up here.
I think, this is how you're not going to beat the Chinese on labor, because they're going to get it no matter how they have to increase their price, which they will. It's never going to be. You look at the ZR1 built in a union shop. Okay, in America. Everybody makes a nice wage. They can afford to buy a house near the factory. You know, it's exactly what American manufacturing, just because it's so efficient and so smartly done. You know, carbon fiber wheels, which are $20,000 on some exotic, at $3,500 or whatever it might be. You know, only because efficiency of manufacturing. You're just smarter manufacturing. Like with the Zinger, that additive engineering, where rather than take a billet and cut it down, you start with nothing and you build it up. You use less material, you use electricity building it, you get a lighter car. It's really smart. It's the future of engineering.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see it in action. I've been down to the factory and seen the parts being laser assembled, and it's like you're just looking at a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I know. It's really impressive.
But then you can drive it.
And it's fun to drive. Windows go down. I'm tired of European windows that only open for one Wendy single patty. You can't get the double burger through. You can only get the single burger.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. All right, well, cool. Jay, thanks for your time. Always generous. And thanks for coming out to Velocity Invitational.
Yeah. We'll see you again next year.
Invitational. The racing, the people, the cute sheep up on the hillside. I think the real reason you come is for the quality of the cars, and we have one. Cars don't get much more blue chippy than this. Well, they do, like a Ferrari 250 GTO. We got two of those too, but I mean, come on, look at these. And again, it's not just three F1s. We have a McLaren F1. We have the McLaren F1 GTR here. This, not the specific one, but the GTR is the last production-based vehicle to ever win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It did so in 95, 31 years ago. And then, of course, the big wing, or the, well, small compared to this, but the big wing for an F1, McLaren F1 LM. And, you know, if you got $25 million in your pocket, maybe you could drive out of here with this. It might have gone up since I checked. And it's not just three McLaren F1s, but look at this garage. This is the McLaren Hypercar garage. There are two McLaren P1s, VIN number 7 over there, full carbon fiber, exposed carbon. And then, of course, this one by Lazante. This is the HDK car. It's a street-legal McLaren P1 GTR, which is insane. And then there's a Senna over there. Don't know much about that one. It's called the Senna VX. Doesn't necessarily look street-legal. Looks fast, though. And all these cars are fast. And if you're not familiar with the F1, you know, it gained a lot of hype for several reasons. One is it was a 3-seater, so the driver sat in the middle. And then famously, wife over here, mistress over here was the joke. It still had luggage. These panels kind of came up here, or came down, I should say. And you could put luggage and stuff in there. It's very loud because it had no sound deadening, so you had to wear headphones to talk to your passengers, which is kind of ridiculous. But it had a big BMW V12, 617 horsepower, and with a new set of gears, somebody was able to go 241 miles per hour in one of these in like 1998, which was crazy because the Bugatti Veyron wasn't even like thought up by Chairman Piech yet. So that was an insane number for any production car to hit. If you can imagine this thing going 241 miles an hour, it's just so teeny tiny. It did it. And yeah, this is kind of the supercar king. Amusingly, when these came out, I think in the U.S. they weren't quite $1 million. They were like $800,000, and they couldn't sell them. And they actually were calling people and begging them to buy one. And I know Jay Leno has one. And yeah, he was telling me that like he just wasn't interested. And finally, I don't know if they lowered the price or whatever, but yeah, he got one. And he's like, best thing I ever bought because it appreciated over 25 times. So, pretty special cars. And yeah, you just come in here and stand and look at them all day if you want. That's one of the many cool aspects of the Velocity Invitational. Okay, I'm here with the one, the only Larry Chen, and as I learned last night, this guy is so famous he plays himself in a feature film, which is blowing my mind. But if you don't know Larry, car photographer extraordinaire, has a new book out, been in the game for 20 years now, and it's always great to see you. Tell me what brought you to Velocity Invitational?
This year, we decided to do something really special. I've been to Velocity before, and I really like this event. It brings in so many different aspects of car culture. We have vintage racing, we have that time attack, we have wheel-to-wheel racing. It just brings the community together. You know, it's something that is a lot less stuffy than a lot of these type of events, yes. and that's what I really like. But this year, we decided to host a car meet, like that local feel, that's very inclusive of all types of cars, that brings in cars from all over the Bay Area. But surprisingly, last night I talked to a lot of the people that came. I think about 1,500 people came. Some people even drove from Canada, from all the surrounding states. I could not believe it. what's amazing to me is they came just for the night meet. And then here I am convincing them to stay the rest of the weekend to check out the rest of this action, all of these crazy cars. Yeah, I absolutely love Velocity Invitational. This is for us car nerds.
It's so funny because I did the same kind of interview thing with Leno a little while ago, and that was his observation. Was it's just not snobby, and like and I go with Jade all the snobby stuff too. Super fun. I love dressing up, but like it's that NorCal relaxed, somehow even more relaxed than Southern California. It's chill. Everyone gets along. It's a great event.
So last night we hosted it with my good friend Sun Kang. And he's here to promote his new movie, the Drifter movie. And my take on this movie is that it's like our generation of car enthusiasts grown up. It's something that we love and care about, that is real, that's featuring a car, Toyota A86, that we love, but it's on the silver screen. It doesn't get any grander than this. It's a full feature film that is not Fast and Furious. Right? There's a place for Fast and Furious, and we know the original one and also Tokyo Drift has inspired a generation of car enthusiasts, but that's gone and passed. You know, that is great, that's a thing, but now it's something greater than that, right? It's become an action film, but now we need to bring it home, and we need something that we can relate to more, and I feel like that's what the Drifter movie is.
I'm stoked to see actually something really funny. I put up pictures from last night on Instagram, and my friend said something like, "Who's playing you in the movie?" And I was like, "Rutledge Wood." So Larry, let me ask you this: what is next for you? You've sort of conquered the car photography world, playing yourself in a movie. You got your book. I think you told me you went through 5 million photographs for the book. We were just talking. Maybe you should raise Pikes Peak, throw some Yokohamas on a car, go up there. What's next for Larry Chen?
Well, this year was a big year for me because another rite of passage. I'm in Forza Horizon 6 and I play myself, but I take the player along, and the player helps me photograph these cars, and we have a series of missions where it's like, hey, let's take a picture of this car going through Shibuya Crossing, or let's go to the beach to shoot photos of a 911 Dakar, or whatever. So for me, that was so much fun, and being part of something like Forza, it means a lot because I learned a lot about car culture from video games, right? Because how else would you know about the R32, R33, R34 Skyline, or a lot of these vehicles that were not available to us here in the U.S.?
I was weirdly in Forza 3. Don't ask. So no one knows it, but yeah. But okay. So but beyond that though, like, are you your YouTube is going really well. You're everywhere. Like, you're just everywhere. Car thing I've ever been to, you're there. And I go to a lot of car things. But like, what like, are you setting your sights on anything else, or keep going what you got going? Just curious where the future's taking you.
I think for me, it's nice because we're in this position in our career. We've made a name up for ourselves, and we've built up enough credibility to be able to unlock these new stories. These stories that I've always wanted to tell, right? Because I've put it out there that, hey, I'm not here to put down what you're building or what you have or how you got this collection. I'm here to promote the car culture aspect of it. It's very positive and it's very inspiring. It's not like, oh, this guy, isn't building it the right way, or this may not be the period correct way to build this, or whatever. It's more about, hey, this is cool, this is inspiring. Maybe it'll inspire the next generation to get into this passion that we love so much.
An excellent answer. Larry, one last quick one, and then I'll let you get out of here. One car here you're going to steal and drive home. You got to pick one, and that's why it's hard. You got to pick one. Which car is it, and why?
I guess the easy answer is the McLaren F1
Which one? There's 3.
I guess there is a GTR here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it the gray one?
The gray one is a wing. I was afraid if that's high downforce or GTR, but there's an actual white and blue one that's a BMW. Looks like a factory Le Mans racer car.
Yeah, I think one of any of the. You know what? I'll just take any of the F1s. I think that's really the pinnacle of analog car. It's everything that you want in a car. It sounds good. It looks amazing. Really, that's the thing for me. You know, there's so many cars that are way faster here now. Oh, yeah. In a straight line and cornering and all of that braking. I don't even think the F1 has ABS. I don't think so. 96, but maybe. I look at that car and I just think beauty. You know, nothing against the 250. I think it looks great. But I feel like because it doesn't have the side mirrors, it just doesn't look... It's an odd feeling for me. You know, it's like something that you can't quite put your finger on. But I love the...
Selling for $25 million a pop. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Larry Chen. If you come next year to Velocity Invitational, odds are really high. He'll be there. Bring a toy car, he'll sign it. Bring anything, he'll sign anything. I saw him signing everything yesterday. Anyhow, Larry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you soon. I'm here with a gentleman named Humberto Martinez from Kindred Motorworks. These guys take old stuff like this beautiful Volkswagen bus we're sitting in, and they rip out the engines and electrify them. So could you tell us about Kindred and everything you're up to?
Absolutely, yeah. We modernize vintage cars. We pretty much redefined classic car ownership. We started off with the gas Bronco, which was our first model. Then we did the EV Bronco, now the EV bus, and soon we'll be doing an EV 911. But pretty much we just think that these cars are meant to be driven. They're not meant to be tucked away in a garage, and that's pretty much what we're doing.
So I spent a lot of time in high school pulling the engine in and out of a Volkswagen Type 2. And when they were working, you had, 40 horsepower, at least the 63 my friend owned. So electrification in this case is going to make a ton of sense because you'll get, I have no idea how much power it makes, but it's got to be a lot more than stock. What kind of power can a customer get?
Yeah, so we bumped that 40 horsepower to the 200s. So we'll get you over a hill, and you can actually drive this thing. So it's a fun time. It's a fun time.
That's cool. And what's like the lead time? Like if I say, you know what, I want a bus. Then I come to you, how long until I get my vehicle?
Yeah, we just went into production, so our first customers just started taking delivery of the bus. But we have build slots starting in the fall that aren't spoken for yet, so later in the year.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. I mean, look, if you want to get a cool old Bronco, old bus, or apparently a 911 and get it electrified, Kindred Motorworks is the place to go. And if you're coming to Velocity Invitational, please come by and check them out. Okay, we're in the paddock here at Velocity Invitational, and we're calling this Billionaires Row, mostly because of a couple of red cars over here. Under this cover, there's another one of these. So that's a Ferrari 250 GTO. It's rare that they sell, but when they do, you get like a $70 million check, something like that. And there's two of them next to each other. I believe, and I don't know the official number, but I believe 33 of these left the factory. And that's all funny numbers anyways, but these are absolutely incredible. These are real 250 GTOs and just absolutely exquisite. And yeah, this is as blue chip as an automobile can get. I mean, if you want to spend more money, you'd have to buy that one bucks. 143 million euros, so I don't know what that costs. But yeah, these are just like amazing. And then even better looking, not quite as expensive, there's two Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbases, which, it's in the conversation for best looking car of all time. I don't care what anyone says, but just a perfect Pininfarina design, absolutely gorgeous. And there's two Testarossas over here as well. So these are like from 57. Probably says. I should probably take a look. Yeah, 57. Hi, look at that. I know what I'm talking about. And these are 4 years later in 61. So you can kind of see the evolution of front engine V12 Ferraris going from a Testarossa, then 4 years later getting to the 250 GT. But pretty fascinating. And then of course the GTO came later, and that was the original Ford versus Ferrari, which was the 250 GTO versus the Shelby Daytona Cobra coupes. That's what the Cobra was designed, or the Daytona was designed to beat. But these are also exquisite. These were not Pininfarina, I believe. Scaglietti did the body work on these, and they're just literally stunning. So, point is, if you come to Velocity Invitational down here to Billionaires Row, you can check out these fabulous red cars.
We're back again with the Ragtime Racers here at the Velocity Invitational. This is going to be a special exhibition. This group rebuilds and runs cars that are built in 1920 and earlier. So race cars from an era long gone by, literally more than 100 years old at this stage. So these are special in the sense that not many of them, of us, get to see them actually run in person like this. So this is a treat.
It's not very often that you get to say that you see a car that is 100 years old, right? Or
and
more.
Working.
Yes, and working. And not only that, but it's going to go out there out on the racetrack. And what I really enjoyed yesterday is that this group, they kept them close together, right? They didn't spread out on the racetrack. They were doing passing left and right. They were using up the whole racetrack. So it is quite an amusing show.
Yeah, their goal is to wear period clothes out there. They even have a riding mechanic like they did back in this era and drive them at their racing speeds. The only limit that they give themselves is to make sure they don't take any unsafe risks because these cars are a little dangerous, but thankfully, the speeds don't reach too high compared to what we're used to. Still, you can see they kind of get along. You will get whopping speeds of upwards of 40 and 50 miles an hour, Joey.
You know, you say that, and I'm looking at a couple of these cars catching the tail end of the pack, and they were moving through the S's a little bit more than what I was thinking they were going to be doing through that section.
Yeah, they start to get them up and going. I mean, you look at this era and you would see average speeds for the races somewhere in the realm of 60, sometimes 70 miles an hour. So they actually do get up there, but they're not quite what we're used to because this was in the Wild West era of racing where the rules were pretty wide open and it was all about experimentation. They were mad scientists trying to discover what was the quickest way to build not even just sometimes combustion engines, but you had all different methods of propelling different cars. Now, I believe these are all still combustion engines that they are running in this group, but they even had electric cars back in this era. There were steam-powered cars, believe it or not, that ran during this time period. So you could, if it could power a car, they would toss it on there.
I was noticing here on the front straightaway, Joe, a couple of the cars out accelerating, a few others. Now, we had mentioned yesterday, the number 9 car, and I believe it was that silver number 9, all aluminum polished, and he had his foot to the floor, passing a few of these other competitors.
That's one of the had a 4-cylinder 9900cc overhead cam underneath the hood, a 3-speed non-synchro propelling that one. That's the Hall Scott Racer that you're talking about, the sort of chrome-looking number 9. It was built in 1917.
Looking at the number 20 here on the screen, and what I really enjoyed about them, the mechanic waving to the crowd as they were going by.
Now, this one is definitely up my alley. This is the National Indy Racer. So this is what would have been running around the time that Indianapolis was born because it was built in 1911. You can see it does look pretty darn basic, but it's another 4-cylinder. It's referred to as a T-head. This one only has 460 cubic inches. And the estimated horsepower, get this though, this is really putting some oomph under it, 100 horsepower.
Oh, yeah. No, that is actually quite a bit in comparison to some of the other engines they're put in these cars. I think we were looking at a few of them yesterday and about 35, 45 horsepower on a couple. So, yeah, packing 100 ponies underneath the hood is certainly something else. I also see the red 18 giving chase to that blue number 20 out there. And those are the two cars. They're kind of leading this group. If you're watching on the stream, there is that aluminum number 9 as they come around and do another lap here at Sonoma.
a 4,719 cc 6-cylinder L-head. That's another type of engine I have not heard of, an L-head with a balanced crankshaft underneath the hood.
The only L motors I really know of are those old L28s in the Datsun cars.
Yeah,
So straight sixes. And those were made about, about 70 years later, so not in any sort of relation.
Yeah, this was a manufacturer that entered into racing just before World War I, based out of Detroit, Michigan, that Hudson came into. But it sounds like the original Super 6 Hudson race car no longer exists, but this is one that has been restored to as close as they can to the original car.
Seeing some more of these cars roll through. I'm going to grab the number. It might take another minute or so for this car to come through, but I had mentioned it a little bit earlier, and it really does look like it's a big old barrel on the front end, and then nothing where that, or I should say rearward of where the driver and mechanic are sitting. I just want to grab the number off of this thing. Here it is right here.
It's a
number 59 car.
Yeah, and that is the Fiat that I had mentioned yesterday, the 1914 Tipo 55 Raceabout, and has a 4-cylinder, another 9,000 cc displacement, 42 horsepower engine, 4-speed manual, so not even a 3-speed that we had been mentioning earlier. Does have rear mechanical brakes underneath it, but Fiat, obviously a very, very famous name, has been around for a long, long time.
And we've got that car on our camera shot right now, and it's what I notice out of it. So all of the steering wheels are larger in this time period, but this one is especially large, and here he is using the hands once again, probably using some of that hand brake. He's got 2 levers on his right side that you can clearly see on this red number 59 and helping maneuver and operate that car.
And you see that giant steering wheel. You have to remember, this was long before power steering. So there's a reason that they had those huge steering wheels out there. This was a case where the pilots had to be quite bulky to maneuver these things. Wish we had more information on this little yellow number 2. Unfortunately, I don't have anything in my list about it, but very cool looking kind of roadster out there. Just went by us at the front straightaway.
So what I'm really curious about on this shot, if you're down at the turn 7 hairpin, you'll be able to watch our drivers decelerate these cars, and look, that driver of the red 59 already has his hands on that right lever, one of those levers, I assume helping slow down the car with one of those hand-activated brakes.
Now, Fiat is important because they made their racing debut at the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris race in 1900. That obviously is one of the first big races that was had. And as I had mentioned yesterday, many of these races that these cars ran actually weren't circuit races. They were on point-to-point races. And worth noting as well, the American ones would have had a very different experience in terms of circuit racing if they did do it, because up until about the 50s and 60s, a lot of American racing for these style of cars were on oval tracks and dirt tracks, many of them horse racing circuits, whereas obviously, as many know, road racing much more popular over in Europe until it started to spread over to North America.
I'm pretty impressed with how long these cars are running out here, right? Yesterday, it seemed only like a few laps that they were out there on the racetrack, and evidently they allowed them a few more gallons of petrol today.
Yeah, and they're enjoying it out there. Just watch the 22 Hudson mile-a-minute Roadster from Milton 1911 go by us on the front straightaway. Another 3-speed non-synchro, and 114-inch wheelbase on that car. The mile-a-minute bodywork that it has is considered kind of stripped down compared to what is typically. This one, a little bit more of an economy car, $1,600 in 1911.
Oh, okay. I wonder what that would adjust to in today's standards, because I have a feeling that would be an extremely expensive automobile as we get some more shots of this blue 21. I see you call it the cream-colored 31 crossing the start-finish line, and we do have our checkered flag in the air right now for our Ragtime Racers group. So we're going to be allowing these cars to complete their final lap here at Sonoma Raceway, take that checkered flag, and bring it back into the paddock here eventually, so that way everybody, if you are interested in seeing these cars up close, definitely go and check them out once they have kind of gone back to their parking spot. The drivers and mechanics, I'm sure, will take the time and definitely let you listen about all the stories about the cars, too.
So, unfortunately, my calculator only goes back to 1913 on inflation. So we're going to cheat it by 2 years. $1,600 would be $54,370.61.
Okay, all right.
Got to include those cents in there. They still had pennies back then. Checkered flag is out, as Joey mentioned, so we are going to close out this one. We do have one more race before we will pause for a bit up here in the booth. The historic NASCAR stock cars from 1981 to 2013 are going to be out for Group 7 for their Sunday race in just a moment, so stick around.
Okay, we're in the paddock here at Velocity Invitational. Corner of the paddock here, we've got Hypercar Row. I don't know if everything here is a hypercar, but they're awesome supercars nonetheless, including one that I've driven. This is a Mercedes McLaren SLR Sterling Moss. No windscreen. It's a tribute to the Mille Mia car that him and Dennis Jenkinson set the record in 1955. I was lucky enough to drive one of these on Laguna Seca at the Historics last year. Unbelievably cool car. Wooden brake pedal, that's true. Everything else about it is just fabulous. It's such a fun, fantastic car. And, there's no windshield, but when you're wearing a helmet, it's fine. Next to it, the car they should have built, this is a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. So it's like a radical Huracan body kit. All carbon fiber. Sesto means six, so the sixth element. And it is just, I don't know, it's just such a cool thing. Like, I love, you're shooting up at the front there, Turner, but if you come back here to the back, you can see these 10 speed holes. So it's a 10-cylinder. And, yeah, they're not actually, like, feeding velocity stacks or anything like that, but it's just such a cool element. It advertises that it has a V10 better than actually showing the top of the valve covers there. I love the exposed transmission in the back. It shortens it. Just such a remarkable car. Here's an Enzo. Apparently these are worth $18 million. Ridiculous. Moving on. Here is a Wyra BC. So BC stood for, I forget the guy's last name, but Benny was one of the early investors in Pagani. Named a car after him. So this was just like the Wyra turned up to 11 because the Wyra was already nuts. But carbon fiber masterpiece or carbo titanium masterpiece from the dudes at Pagani. Dudes and dudettes, actually. A lot of female people build these cars as well. This looks like a Koenigsegg Agera RS. I've actually driven one of these, and they're insane because it's like, 1,300 horsepower, rear wheels, just absolute mental patient cars, and they look great. And it's from Sweden, which is, it's always a good time in Sweden. A couple LaFerraris, 2 blue LaFerraris. What are the odds? It's in the Ferrari Luce launch color, too. That's interesting. You've got this killer Daytona. So my understanding is the SP3 Daytona here is basically a LaFerrari with the hybrid stuff ripped out of it and a much, much deeply sexier body. I think these are just the most killer-looking Ferraris. And purple and gold, why the hell not? Very cool-looking cars. Again, blue LaFerrari, what's not to love? An actual Veyron. These cars still blow my mind. Like, it's hard to believe there was a time when, like, this was the first $1 million car. And a lot of people say, oh, wasn't the McLaren F1? No, McLaren F1 was, like, supposed to be $1 million, but nobody would pay that much. So they all actually sold for, like, $800,000. These were $1 million. W16, 8-liter, quad turbo. 987 horsepower, even though they advertised it as 1,001. But I talked to Bugatti about it, and they said, well, they actually all made about 1,020 horsepower, so the minimum they'd ever make is 987. But all the engines, which are all hand-built, they actually made more power. This was the first car that could break 250 miles an hour stock. Again, a McLaren F1 did do 240, but it had different gears put in it. So this stock could go 253 miles an hour. And it was only like 21 years ago when this came out. And this was the car, I remember reading about this, and this is when I decided I wanted to become an automotive journalist, because I knew I could never afford a $1 million car, but maybe I could drive one day. And I've got to drive a bunch of these over my career. So it all worked out. Best laid plans of mice and men. New Valhalla from Aston Martin. Big car, but I have not driven this yet. Everyone I know who's driven it says they're just absolutely fantastic. Big old, well, I shouldn't say big. It's a 4-liter AMG flat plane crank V8 twin turbo. It's actually the one out of the GT Black Series, but tuned up, plus some hybrid motors. About 1,000 horsepower, about $1 million, $1.5 million, something like that. It's funny because Aston's like, oh no, it's not a hypercar, it's a supercar, but I think it fits the definition of a hypercar. And the looks are growing on me. I always find Astons to be like fist-bitingly beautiful, and this one isn't that, but it's a handsome, I don't know, tough-looking car. We'll go with that. And look, there's another SP3 Daytona. I think I'll take the purple one. All right, catch you on the next one.
Well, some very cool cars down there in the supercar area, but it sounds like we do have Johnny Lieberman with us live.
While Velocity Invitational is filthy with hypercars from the modern era, we got some stuff from the brass era. We're calling them ragtime racers, and I love these cars. Look at these. From the dawn of the automobile, this one here is, car design really hasn't been figured out yet, but this is a Fiat. And you can just see it's just a gorgeous, gorgeous racing machine. All these are so cool. It's always like, you know, either they have total loss oil and watering systems, or they'll have like a 10-liter 4-cylinder. Everything's exposed. The gearbox, the H pattern is on the outside of the body. Like, check this out. Come in here, zoom on this. You know, so you're shifting outside the car, leaf springs, solid axles, no front brakes, like real racing. You know, you hear disc brakes are for cowards. How about front brakes are for cowards? They all just came off the track where they were racing. They're wearing period correct leather helmets because, you know, safety first. They're loud, they smell good, they're fun, they're cool to look at. And one of them around here, I don't know where it is, it's coming in. It was the first car to win Pikes Peak, which is insane. And yeah, it's just such a treat to have these cars here. People are pumping their fists. People are running around. It's bedlam. I can't hear myself talk, but we're having a good time. Check out this engine. Just came off the track. I don't know what that is. Something's coming out of it. Steam, who knows? Could be a fire. Who cares? They've survived this long. I mean, all these cars are well over 100 years old, and they're still out racing, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And that's what they should be doing. So we can just, they're backing them in here. Check this out. And you also, of course, want to have a riding mechanic because there's lots to do. You know, pressurize the fuel tank. Anyways, we're going to go enjoy these, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Well, some very cool machinery, but we're going to go a little bit more modern as we've got stock cars from the 81 era to 2013 here on track for our latest exhibition race. This is going to be group number 7, another 10-lap event for these cars. And as they start to work their way around on the pace lap, we saw some very fun racing with them yesterday in the qualifying race. But now we get the last one on the weekend here Sunday, Joey, as they go at it at a track that has seen NASCAR race many times.
Yeah, we're going to be running that full circuit, though, here at Sonoma Raceway. We're not taking that shortcut in between turn number 4 and turn number 7. So these stock cars, I should say, big time shout out to Emma out there. They are going down the carousel right now on, call it their first pace lap. We're going to be getting the green flag here this time by, but if you like the sounds of V8s, you definitely want to go trackside right about now.
They're so fun to watch. They're so amazing to listen to, and I'm glad you brought up those V8s, because I had the pleasure of actually getting to go out to Le Mans the year that they had to the NASCAR Le Mans car for Garage 56. And I can tell you, even over there, the thing that everybody talked to us about was the sound of the car. I think a lot of people don't realize that the sound of NASCAR is such an amazing part of the experience.
And how fast they go when they put their right foot down. So it's not only the sound that comes out of those V8 motors, but, these newer cars, capable of well over 800 horsepower, depending on, the engine package and whatnot that they are running. So serious horsepower. When they really open up the throttle on this thing, they get moving down this racetrack.
You mentioned it. We have that prototype as one of our fastest cars, and that these kind of get close to it. The lap times are shockingly quick for what you'd expect out of an oval car on a road course, but they're already getting lined up 2 by 2. And we might be joined a little bit later by one of the drivers from earlier. I think Mike Thompson might be joining us in a little bit to tell us a little about these cars once we get going and help fill us in, because obviously I grew up watching many of these cars, but Mike has a little bit more inside knowledge as to the ins and outs of them. Let's see how they race against one another here today, as they will come around turn 11, and it is going to be Moore who starts them off. Chris McAllister as well up in the 5, going to begin this race. As now we wait for the green flag coming down along the drag strip. There it is. Green flag is out as the 12 of Moore and his Dodge Challenger takes his way up the hill, immediately going single file. Many of the drivers having agreed they're going to just get this race started and then they'll race.
And yesterday what we saw out of this group was that number 12 car of Cole Moore really running away with it. I was expecting to see Tim Lynn hustle that number 24 right up to the back bumper, but the pace out of that number 12 was something else. This is the top of the circuit right up here, turn number 3A, and now we get to listen to these cars go all the way down the hill.
This is where they'll start to pick it up now that they've kind of gone out of the gentleman's agreement zone. And we do see a little bit of a battle. That Texaco car going to stick his nose into turn 6, but then decide against it. The number 48 of Clower going to hold ahead of him, at least for the time being.
And of course, those are cars that are pretty similar in terms of that era. Right there, the 2004 Chevy as well as the 2002 Dodge. But you can see out front, I think that Tim Lynn is holding this battle a little bit closer than what we had yesterday, as well as that Texaco Haviland machine putting the pressure on that Jimmy Johnson schemed Lowe's 48.
Starting to pick up the pace now, and you're right. Looks like Lynn and Moore only 3 or 4 car lengths apart from one another. The 42 and the 48 being led by Clower and the 04 Chevy Monte Carlo. You're going to see Forsini try to duck to the inside, coming down into the braking of turn 11. Just can't quite get his nose in there in time. First lap going to be led by Chris Moore.
And followed up with Tim Lynn, and actually that 42 getting a little bit closer as well. Going to really have to balance these cars. Got to remember, because they have those big V8 engines, lots of weight over that front axle, and it's the old saying that sometimes driving slower actually makes the car go faster, as the 42 gets around Tom Clower there in the 48 up at the top of the hill.
So that's going to bump him up into 4th position. Clower dropping back to 5th. I'd love to get some thoughts from Mike here. Mike, you've said that you guys are looking to get more and more people involved. I'm already impressed with the amount of classic cars you guys
Thank
have.
you. We started the year off. We had 20, but we fell back to 16 due to family issues, and a couple of the guys took their cars over to Le Mans. So this is what we wound up with, but we're trying to grow this group. The cars now are at a price that most people can get into one, and they're not horribly expensive to run. But they're an awesome car. My personal car is the Quaker State car that's out there. I brought in one of my friends that drives a big drum brake Talladega Dodge Daytona back on the East Coast and in Texas to run my car for me this weekend.
That was McGarry in the 25. We saw have a huge slide being overtaken by the 9. So that's going to be another change of position. That's, I believe, the old Bill Elliott car.
Yeah, the old Coors themed car there in that red number 9. And Mike, I want to ask you, because not everybody has had the experience of driving a race car, let alone an actual stock car. What is that like with that big motor?
It's just fun. Their cars are so fun. They've got a lot of power. They're lacking brake and tire, and that's why the newer cars are so much faster. But it's an awesome feeling. It takes you back to the muscle car.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like we've got a driveline problem potentially with the number 12 car of Cole Moore. He was our overall leader, and he has put out a big plume of smoke up there at the turn 4 area, and he's coasted it down the hill. As you can see, the residual smoke still lingering in the air.
Crossing fingers there wasn't any fluids dropped, so that may bring us to a crawl here, because I'm not sure that he's quite out of the firing line where he's pulled it to a halt. And remember, this is another 10-lap race that they're running in these cars, so we won't have too much time. It does look like there was some fluid dropped, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes, it does.
Yeah, and talking about, reliability with these cars, these ones are usually very, very reliable, and maybe you can speak to that, because there's not a whole lot of parts in these cars. They're pretty simple.
No, they're very simple cars. They're much like the 60s muscle car era of cars. They're basic motors, basic transmissions, basic a lot of things. So they're easy to work on, but we're running older parts on these things, and sometimes they fail just because.
It's inevitable to happen. That does bring out the full course yellow. Obviously, Tim Lynn inherits the lead. Versini currently up to second. Jim Haig in the number 27 Pontiac is going to move into third now. Let's hope that we can get this cleared out and that we don't get more than just a couple laps of racing under our belt, because we are time limited on this, 20 minutes at max, and I'm showing about 11 minutes left before they're going to have to call it.
Well, and Mike, another couple questions here for you while we still have you in the booth. If somebody was interested in trying to obtain one of these vintage stock cars, and come out and race one of these things, where's the best place to start? Is it contacting you? Where's the best place to start looking to join this group?
If you already have a car, contact me. I own a prep shop here at Sonoma McGee Motorsports. I've got a Facebook presence, so if you need numbers, go there. Any big race shop. And then most of the race shops, we know what's available out there that are decent cars to start getting people into.
Now, is there a specific range? Because we have the 81 2013 on our list is kind of what we're looking for in this group. Is
Right.
there a specific era, a time period that you guys stick to?
We're pretty much open to that time period, because in my shop, we've got cars from the early 80s all the way into the 13s.
Now, do you have a particular favorite from there that you've either gotten to drive or work on?
My personal car is one of my favorite. It's a Kenny Bernstein owned car back in the day, driven by the King World Outlaws King, Steve Kinzer.
Oh, okay.
But also, one of my customers owns the Coors car and the Kodiak car, which are both championship cars. The Coors car was from when Bill Elliott won the championship then. We just had Bill Elliott was out here SVRA race, and he was questioning the car, and what made it prove that it was their car is they only had one Laughlin chassis back then, and it was the only 3-link chassis they had was a Laughlin. All the rest of them were Banjo chassis. So that sort of put a kibosh. Now that's the real car. The other car is the Kodiak car, number 27, which is from Rusty Wallace's championship year. That car was named after his daughter, Katie, and it was the road race car. And the key things about that car is there's a fan, like you'd see in an old school bus for the driver, on the tunnel pointing down at your feet to keep his feet cool during the road race here. And then there's a single warning light on the dash that is had a sensor that when it picked up a bubble from the gas tank, it was time to come in, because you had what was left in the line and what was in the float bowls of the carburetor to get you back to pit lane.
That's clever. It is interesting that, like you said, for simple cars, simple solutions on how to keep them running. So as they line up behind that safety car, unfortunately, I do not see the crews out to collect the 12 yet.
I did see them at least cross start finish. Yeah, so they're just arriving to the scene right now. Obviously, it seems like the driver is just fine and was aware of the issue that happened. And quite honestly, great job from Cole Moore to realize there was an issue and not continue, right? He pulled it off of the racetrack. And yeah, there's probably going to be a little bit of a cleanup, but it is not a major section of fluid throughout the entirety of the racetrack.
Yeah, Cole's normal race car, he runs with Trans Am. He runs a TA2 car. Also, Tim Lynn runs a TA2 car, and they've been racing together real hard for a number of years. In fact, I was talking to Cole earlier today, and he says this thing handles through the carousel better than my TA2 car. He says, I just want to figure out what the difference is so I can make my TA2 car faster.
Can learn something from the old days, I suppose, a little bit as we get the field making their way past the crew. Does look like they got the flatbed out there pretty quickly, and hopefully should make it a nice simple run of bringing it up there. Don't seem to be attempting to put anything over the fluid currently.
It's out of the race line, so they may not, just on account of time. Our safety crew out here at Sonoma is a great bunch of guys. They're very professional. They get things done really quick. And it's one of the few tracks besides NASA that I know the fire crews, and I'm very comfortable with these guys. If something happened to me on the track, I know I'll be in very good hands.
Yeah, for our fans out there, definitely if you see one of the safety workers, give them a big thank you and a round of applause, because it's without them we would not be going racing today. It's a lot of thankless work out there, as everybody always focuses on the drivers. We're showing is 4 to go, and haven't heard any updates quite yet. That means we technically could still have time to return back to racing, but we'll hold tight. Wait to see if we get anything.
There's the kitty litter, the oil dry cleanup that they're going to go and lay down. I do have another question for you in terms of growing the competitors out there and the numbers. How often do you guys get to race these cars, or how often could you race these cars?
This year, I put up most of the guys that ran here with us 2 years ago. That there was 2 SVR races on the West Coast that we could run. And then back-to-back on those was a local historic group, CSRG, so we could run with CSRG. So we actually, this year, can have the possibility of running 5 races. And then I'd like to grow it a little more, but, we're just trying to get the numbers back up. This group used to be 30-plus cars deep, and a lot of guys have gotten older, retired out of this. Sold the cars off. Some of them are sitting in museums, but there's a lot of cars out there in a $25,000 to $30,000 range. They're good cars to start with. The maintenance.
Hear that, Joe? You can get into this too. We need to get you into a V8 stock car.
I'm down. You paying for me?
Well, I think Molly is being retired here somewhat soon, so
Yes,
maybe the stock cars in the future.
Okay, we'll see what we can do about that. Hopefully, we get to see these cars running shortly. And as you mentioned, we do have the oil dry being put down. And I did see the tractor that has a sweeper on the front go by us a little earlier. In fact, yep, they're coming into our shot currently. And should be able to clear all of this up relatively quickly. Again, a fantastic job by the entire crew to get all this stuff in action so fast that hopefully we can go back racing for at least for a little while, because this is essentially it before we have an exhibition group heading out on track, and then we're going to have a little bit of a lunch break here at Sonoma Raceway on our final day of the Velocity Invitational.
I got to say, Joe, you've been a regular Miss Cleo here. You were predicting the safety trucks, and then you predicted the track sweeper coming around. We hadn't even seen them. You called it, and then all of a sudden they entered the shot.
I mean, we have a window to look out of. We've since
yeah,
learned.
but it's way up there.
We've since learned to trust our eyes at least a little bit here. But yeah, already all of them leaving the scene. This is a great sign. That means that potentially we could get going with 2 to go. It depends on if they've got an outlet on the track for these 3 vehicles.
Yeah, generally they'll pull into the drag strip and get it out of there just to get the final laps of the race in.
Yeah, and that'll be coming up here on the exit of the carousel as we watch that 12 get toted away.
There he goes, hooking that right. And I actually see some of the other safety trucks already on the drag strip right here in front of us on start-finish. So we should be going back racing here. I think we'll see the pace car lights go out probably around the S's and get that green flag at start-finish soon enough.
We all want to see some V8s rumbling around this place and showing us what they can do, what it used to be like back in the 80s and 90s, even into the early 2000s, getting to watch these old stock cars race around this fantastic Sonoma Raceway. And for many of them, even in the layout that they did race back then, with the carousel taking them down the hill onto that drag strip.
I also see outside of our commentary booth, they're wheeling out that pivotal helix again. So I bet you probably a little bit later this afternoon we're going to get some more flights. Sorry to interrupt you there, Mike.
Oh, no problem. I was just going to say, looking at all what Jim Haig's up in third, that car is a 1989, and it's still running 23-degree heads at about 600 horsepower, and he's wheeling it up with the fast guys. He's quite a driver.
Yeah, the 3 cars around him is a 2013 Monte Carlo, a 2002 Dodge Charger, and a 2004 Monte Carlo. So yeah, a lot more modern machinery, and he's managed to keep up with them. And until the 12 was out, that was another car that was from 06.
Yep.
Now we're getting word that this might be the last lap currently.
I do see the checkered in the starter's hand.
Oh, well. So that is going to wrap things up. It was a brief race, but that means that Tim Lynn takes our victory. Mark Versini is your second place. Jim Haig does get a podium in that old machinery. Tom Clower was 4th, and then it was Epsman coming home in 5th in his 88 Ford Thunderbird. Mike, thank you so much for coming up
for
with
having
us.
me up here.
Yeah, it was enlightening to get all the background on these cars, and I do hope that people get involved. Is there a website that they can go to for your group?
We don't have a group website yet, but like I said, look my McGee Motorsports up on Facebook, and I usually have a lot of stuff up on there. I'm an old guy, so my my internet and stuff like that is not as good as it could be, but I usually have stuff up there. My phone number for the shop's there. Give me a call. We can talk. So
you heard him, fans. If you want to get involved with that, there's your chance to go drive a stock car. So we're going to wrap it up. As we said, we have an exhibition group coming up in just a moment. Then it'll be a little lunch break, and the Porsche Sprint Challenge will return this afternoon at 1.
right? He's cat. But he works for Pivotal, which is a eVTOL company, electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's these like drones. They're not drones because you fly them or somebody else flies for you. Anyways, tell us all about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much.
You can get it real next to your mouth.
All right, great. We have the Pivotal Helix. It is our production model releasing to customers here this October. It is a single-seat electric aircraft that you can buy and fly without a license. It's under FAA Part 103, so as long as you're not flying over people or congested areas, you are legal to fly this just after 4 days of training. So it's extremely simple to fly. If you want to come on up here, you have a single control stick that you can maneuver to accelerate, decelerate, twist for a yaw, has an auto land button, and a 12-inch touchscreen display. So it's a very simple, elegant user interface. And the engineers have just done an amazing job designing this for safety. There's redundant backup systems everywhere, including a ballistic parachute. You come in and 4 days of training, you're up in the air and you're a pilot. So it's very accessible.
I first saw you guys at the bridge in New York with the older version, right? Yep. Slightly, it was like 4-rotor instead of 8 or something.
No, it was the same thing.
Okay.
We've been flying our pre-production model called the Blackfly for almost a decade now, and it kind of looks similar. It flies similar, but our Helix is a significantly improved version with all new components that are aircraft-grade quality, very reliable. It's going to be a lot better ownership experience. The pre-production model flies great. It's been really good to us, but we want to put out something that's going to be great for owners.
And so I know a little bit about the eVTOL space, but everyone always gets really like, well, what if the battery dies? What if a motor goes out? So could you tell people all the redundancies and how they're all built and they're very safe?
Absolutely. So to start, we have a triple redundant flight computer system. So there's 3 flight computers, 3 pitot-static for air pressure, 3 GPS sensors, 4 radar altimeters. Our elevons are independent servos. We have 2 joysticks, so you can choose which hand to fly, but if you had a stick failure for some reason, then you could activate a backup there. And we also can fly on 6 out of 8 motors. So as long as they're not in the same quadrant, you could lose 2 motors and still land this thing safely. Anything further than that, you do have a ballistic parachute that will lower the whole aircraft to the ground.
Awesome. And yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for these. One, I guess I'm more maybe like, I know you guys are selling a single seater. I've seen like a lot of the 5-seaters where 4 of the passengers and there's a pilot, and like instead of sitting in traffic to get to the airport, you go from like downtown to the airport in 5 minutes. And yeah, so I'm excited. Let me ask you this: if you can't fly over congested areas, like what's your target audience for this? Who do you want to sell this to?
Yeah, it's a good question. So yeah, there's air taxis that are coming down the road. Ours is readily available now. The target market, it could be anyone. We have folks that have places out in the Hamptons, like you saw us in the bridge, Miami. You have ranchers and farmers in the Midwest. Folks who want it for their lake house. It's just a recreational machine. It's meant to go out and have fun and fly. In the future, we may have certified aircraft that you can fly anywhere, but for now, it's just a great time to get out in nature and experience it from the air.
Wow, Cal, Mr. Crookshanks, thank you so much for your time. And this is the kind of stuff we got going on here at Velocity Invitational. Make sure you come out and check it all out, including the Pivotal Helix. Yeah, so thank you.
Experience the ultimate thrill, Porsche GT Track Day, where passion meets performance on some of North America's most legendary racetracks. Designed exclusively for Porsche owners, this is your chance to unleash the full potential of your vehicle in a motorsport environment. Drive the same circuits as professional racers, on the same weekend as Porsche Sprint Challenge events. Where will your Porsche take you? With limited space, every Porsche GT Track Day ensures a premium, exclusive experience. You'll get nearly 3 hours of track time, starting with reconnaissance laps, progressing through lead-follow sessions, and culminating in exhilarating open laps. Plus, strap in for heart-pounding hot laps with a professional race driver.
I thought I was fast. Didn't resemble anything that I've ever done.
Beyond the track, immerse yourself in VIP hospitality, premium viewing areas, and exclusive paddock access where you can witness Porsche Sprint Challenge teams in action. Spots are limited. Scan the QR code now to reserve your place at Porsche GT Track Day.
When we began racing, we started with a question. Can a dream become a legacy? Across endless nights, relentless rain, competition that never slows. Through every failure, every win, every single race, we've asked ourselves, can a dream become a legacy? And 75 years later, the answer is clear. Because we weren't built for racing, we were born for it.
After today's race, only 2 more weekends remain in the season. This could be a pivotal one to set yourself up for the home stretch as we get ready for the Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West Series. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury. Joey, it's been an absolutely gorgeous day today.
It's a fully sunny Sunday afternoon here in Northern California, and we have our beautiful Porsche grids out there on their pace lap ready to get going racing.
And on the pole, it is going to be Matt Dusek, has managed to take it away from Brandon Hankins, who starts on the outside of the front row. Laura Eli then starts from P3. She's going to be flanked by her teammate Josh Conley to the outside. Dan Drowan will be in 5th position today. Starting in 6th, it's Manny Gilles Del Real. And then Mark Krigler rounds out our 7 cars in the GT3 Cups.
Yeah, and then we have our Cayman field. Starting on pole position, 8th overall is Anna Checki. On the next row is going to be Greg Checki and Zach Bradford lined up 9th and 10th overall. And then our final row is going to contain Justin Lewis in 11th and Greg Herback starting from 12th.
We are ready to go racing. It's the last one of the weekend here at Sonoma. We were here just a few weeks ago. We took a little bit of a dip over to Texas and have returned to California to try and see who can best this track as they come out of the final turn towards the start-finish line, with Matt Dusek having control of the field. Can he finally beat Brandon Hankins as they come up towards the flag stand? There is the green flag, and we go racing at Sonoma Raceway up the hill through turn 1. It is now trying to get single file for turn 2, but it looks like Laura Eli is actually going to get ahead of Conley.
Yeah, a little bit of door-to-door action there in turn number 1, and the Caymans get out of the green hole shot nice and clean as well. I believe that Anna Checki maintains her lead right now, but it is Matt Dusek in that bright orange machine leading overall.
Back down the hill. Nice, good, clean start from everybody. That's the good news. Now we got to try and make 35 minutes plus a lap to get to the end. We're going to ride on board with Brandon Hankins, still running in P2. He's won every race so far this season. However, Dusek is not in the same class.
You're right. It is a Masters class out front with Brandon Hankins in that Pro-Am. Oh, and Dusek very, very wide there at the far hairpin, turn number 7. He's still trying to wrestle the car back on the racing line. That's going to hand the overall lead back to Brandon Hankins.
Up to the point now. Dusek needs to worry about Laura Eli, though, because that is within class, as we get a little bit of an onboard on our tower, watching from Matt's perspective in P2. So that puts Laura Eli up into 3rd overall, as Josh Conley still rides behind in 4th. He is the next one down in the Pro-Ams. Leader in the Caymans is currently Greg Checki, ahead of Anna Checki.
Ah, you're right. So it looks like the 72 got around Anna at least at some point here on this opening lap. And ever since that white, red, and black 295 took the overall lead, he is not looking back at all. Already grown that gap to 1 second. And Joe, to your point, Laura Eli is on a mission. She is right up to the back bumper of Dusek.
She was certainly putting some pressure on at the start of this lap. I had mentioned it before. This is her home track. She has lots of experience here. I think she's showing it today, although Josh Conley is still right on top of her as well as they plunge through turn 5. Nice 3-way battle for what is 3rd overall, but for the lead of the Masters.
And Joe, we're getting some shots of the rubber ducky on the dash from Laura Eli's onboard there on the left side ticker, and of course, that is a regular part of that race car.
Exactly. It's become a favorite of ours that they had added on last season. And once we started mentioning it on air, they decided, you know what, we're going to run with this one. They've since given it a helmet, and it is their little mascot each and every race. But does look like that Dusek is starting to get things a little bit under control. He distances himself from Laura by a few more car lengths as they head through the chicane once again.
Using up all of the curbs and plus some, I think, is going to be the name of the game here through that turn 9 chicane. We used to have a tire bundle out there, but this weekend sharing the racetrack with the Velocity Invitational, going between a couple of the different course layouts. It just kind of opens up the width of that chicane for these drivers to maybe take a little bit more advantage as we ride on board with Anna Checki chasing her father, Greg.
This is out of turn 11 now. Love listening to that engine scream as we ride on board, but now as we watch the distance between them, does look like the gap is set at just about half a second. So not huge, but also not nearly close enough for her to try and make an attack as he takes a little too much curb on the way into 2.
I was noticing this battle right here. Greg Herback is definitely right on the back of Zach Bradford, that green and gold machine. And unfortunately, we really didn't get to see Greg Herback yesterday. Had a little bit of an issue early on in the race, and so today he's really getting to show the full potential.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm glad to see him really get to actually do some racing today. He was out pretty much immediately in the first race of this weekend. He's been hassling Zach Bradford for that overall third in the Caymans. We do have Masters and Pro-Am, but we've been scoring them as kind of one class this weekend between the lot of them. This is down into turn 7 now. Bradford still holding on to that P3 a little bit wide. It does seem like Zach almost seems a little nervous up in front of Greg.
And yesterday we saw Zach really hunting down the back of Greg Checky. So kind of to your point, it is a different day, and we also have to remember it is significantly warmer today, especially this afternoon, than when these cars and drivers were on the track yesterday morning. So maybe the car just a little bit happier in the cooler conditions versus the bright sunshine of today.
That's a good point. They're going to have some interesting traffic behind them. It's not lap traffic. It's Dan Drowan, who started from the back of the field and is being very patient. Now he's going to be able to get by Justin Lewis first. And then up next, he's coming up to Greg Herback. He's, I think, being very respectful since he is just kind of coming into this series for the first time and knows that he's not as part of any championship, so he doesn't want to interrupt their battles.
And not only that, but he was also racing a Cayman himself earlier this year in this exact same series, so he knows kind of these competitors. And like you said, he doesn't want to interject himself in the middle of a battle that doesn't necessarily belong to him.
Yeah, he's got that perspective of what it's like to be in these Caymans and have those faster cars, so he knows to show a little bit of leeway to them. He's going to manage to maybe get by in a 5. Thinks about taking the apex away, but the door is shut. And unfortunately for Greg Herback, that does cost him a little bit of time. Now sending it down into turn 6, Dan is able to at least place himself between the two of them.
Got to remember that these Cayman cars and the GT3 Cup cars, they're very, very similar in terms of the horsepower output. The GT3 Cup cars, a little bit more. I think they're classified as about 515 horsepower or more, and the Caymans are about 500 horsepower. However, kind of the bare bones underneath it's still very, very similar, and that's why you see these Caymans have some amazing speed in comparison to the GT3s.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you would imagine to overtake them, which now finally into the braking, Dan is able to demonstrate. One thing to keep in mind as we look at our timing screens is that Dusek's at a purple second sector. He's not giving up on this overall lead with Hankins. He's currently about a 1.5 seconds back.
I'm happy you mentioned that because I was thinking the exact same thing. And here's a pass for the lead in our Caymans. That is the 27 of Anna Checky getting underneath Greg Checky, and Greg is out of shape in turn number 1. Fast hands, catches the car, prevents it from going all the way around. That is going to be some in-car video to go back and review. What a save from Greg Checky.
Brilliant. He had to catch it about 5 or 6 times up the hill, dragging on the dirt. This is not the rallycross version of the Cayman, and unfortunately, but he is at least going to hold on to second place for the time being. Just a great job because he actually got closer to one of those tire barriers, and I definitely wouldn't have liked if I was inside that car. We're still looking at Dan Drowan to overtake these two. That's going to catch him up to Greg a little bit quicker, but things now start to settle out with that change for the lead in the Caymans. Most of the cars have kind of just worked their way into this race and are getting comfortable now, it seems.
Yeah, we're about, call it just under 27 minutes left, and another battle that I see developing on the racetrack is actually back for what is 5th place overall, and it's Manny Gilles de Riel putting the pressure on Mark Krigler. They are going down towards what is the turn 11 hairpin as we get the shots of Dan Drowan going by Greg Checky here in the turn 9 chicane.
And if my memory serves me correctly, I think Krigler was behind Manny before. So he's overtaken him at some point in this race, moved into 5th of the overall GT3 Cup cars. He remains in 3rd on the podium in his Pro-Am class for the time being. Manny also sitting in 3rd in his Masters class. This is the two of them. That's Manny with the American flag on the roof, the black and blue. That is Mark Krigler.
Go up the hill. This is the very, very top of the circuit in terms of altitude, elevation. And now we go back down the hill, and you see really the pitch of the car, the driver's jumping on that brake pedal and applying that pressure really drops the nose down, and you can see him decelerate so rapidly in some of these areas. And then you put the full grip potential to test through the carousel. How long can you hang on to those lateral Gs?
And we have to remember with that turn 4, we could still see the remnants of the oil dry to the inside, which is mostly off the racing line, but I believe there was some at the apex of 4 that will adjust the grip levels. There was nearly a move from Manny underneath at turn 7. He really wants that spot back.
It's right on the tail there, those two cars now going down to what is a great passing zone, but I think Manny might just be a little bit too far back to really make an aggressive move. Let's see, up and over the curbs. Both of them smack on the racing line, and Krigler maybe just not as good on the acceleration phase, allows Manny to catch up, but now it extends back out once they've gone through turn number 10.
Coming up to the braking. Whoa, Manny was very deep. He got it woed up in time. But look, he is right near the bumper of that number 204. So as he accelerates away, unfortunately didn't get the throttle down as quickly as he would have wanted, loses a few car lengths to him.
It seems, and you can kind of tell me if you see the same thing, but Manny may be a little bit more aggressive on the beginning half of the corner, and so that's why he's able to close that gap, and Krigler's mainly focused on the back half of the corner, and when he gets on the gas, he's able to accelerate away from Manny.
It does seem like he is just a little bit better getting that throttle down, and there's a good example right there as they come out of 4. As it seems like a very deep run from Gilles de Rial. Now coming up to turn 6, this is where Manny wants to try and square off that exit. This is one of the longest runs. As we had car 75 spun, that was Justin Lewis. Looks like he's gotten it going though.
And that was at our turn 9 chicane directly in front of us here, so not too long ago.
It's a little dip of the tire.
Ooh, that's aggressive. That's going to be way too hot. And thankfully, Mark Krigler saw him coming, left room at apex, and Manny went full on airborne.
I hope there were some photographers down at turn 7. Oh, and now, unfortunately, the splitter has disintegrated on the track through the S's. Hopefully that didn't leave any sharp debris in the way. But I was going to say, if anybody had their camera at the ready, that was 4 wheels off the ground for this car.
That was something else. And I'll give props to both of the drivers for accident avoidance, right? Manny aimed for the grass not to hit his competitor, and he's going to enter pit. Well, he's going to think twice about it.
Okay.
And Krigler saw him coming just way too deep and didn't turn into the corner. That was a great job from both of them not to make contact with each other.
That puts paid to that battle as well. Krigler starts to run away, and Drohan is already catching up with the damage on the nose of that 270. He's going to struggle to find front end grip. It's completely missing. He's lost the front splitter.
And I think he was probably just evaluating the car after that little airborne incident. And like you said, it spit out the splitter. So when you're driving the car, you hear that, right? Like you hear that spit out from underneath the car. So you're trying to think, oh my goodness, was that something else? And evidently by the time he got down to turn number 11, he thought the car was A-okay. So he continued on. But you're right, Joe. Without the front splitter there, it's going to be a little bit lacking on the front grip.
Going to be a rough finish to this race for him. Yeah, there we can see, look at the debris out on turn 8. That's just as you start to turn in. Now, thankfully, the cars are running to the inside of it, but if anybody tries to go side by side through there, it's going to be bad news trying to run over that. That's a good example there with Krigler going by.
If anything, this is almost like the driving school putting the cones out and saying, hey, you need to stay to the right side of the track here going into the S's. And that is actually, the further right you are going into that section, the better off it sets you up throughout the entirety of the run. So maybe just a little bit of help.
And we're being joined by Jeremy Sunt from Porsche Motorsport North America. Jeremy, I have a feeling that Manny's going to be visiting you for a new splitter soon.
Not visiting me. I don't work in the parts department. Fortunately, that's a pretty inexpensive part on the car. But yes, he will be visiting us, I suppose.
But it's certainly created some excitement in this race. And we've had a fantastic season for Brandon Hankins. It's very great seeing him not only find success over here in the USA West Series, but you guys have the North America Series that he's been participating in as well.
Yeah, he's great. He actually started in off-road racing, which is pretty cool to get to come to here and experience what real grip feels like and real power. And he's the age of he can still do it, right? Like if he has a dream to get to Le Mans, and he has the timing and the ability, he could still do it. And kind of that's what this series does, right? Bring people to either race here their whole career or a springboard somewhere else.
I love this race control message. Car 270 off at turn 7 and continued. It does look like Josh Conley's just managed to make an overtake off screen on Laura Eli, so that's going to move him up to 3rd overall. He will stay in 2nd in his class, so there won't be any points changing for that one. But he's going to try and set his sights to run down Brandon Hankins. That might be a little difficult, though, because there's something in the realm of about 16 seconds up to the leader.
And, something else while we have Jeremy up here with us for this brief amount of time. This is a pretty special year, too, especially for the USA West Series, celebrating 5 years.
Yeah, pretty cool. And some of our teams have been here for way more than that, since about 2010. And the series has morphed into what it is now, which the USA West Series. But we have a lot of loyal customers in this series. It's very special. I'm personally from the West Coast, so I'm partial to, shorter travel to these beautiful tracks and also nice weather. Right, we always have nice weather on the West Coast.
It's been fantastic. Nicer than what we had at our last visit, for sure.
Yes.
But and we were talking earlier about Drowan catching up to Del Real. It looks like he is there and is getting ready to try and overtake for position. That is for the Masters. That's going to be on the podium. And Manny's going to have 20 minutes plus a lap to try and hold him back here, Joey, and stay on that podium spot. That's going to be tough with a wounded car.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening. The last lap from Dan was actually his personal fastest lap of the race, a 139.9. The only two cars that are faster are Hankins and Dusek, and here comes the run from Dan. You can just see how much more front grip he's gotten. That drives him down through the carousel. Going to try to outbrake Manny here. They both go pretty wide in the turn number 7 hairpin, but Dan does get the job done.
Impressive pass. He was a little farther back than I thought he was going to be able to make that stick, but somehow manages to do so as we carry on with our GT3 Cup class. We should mention that Anna Checki does still lead down in the Caymans, while Greg Checki is currently sitting in 2nd after his scary moment. Thankfully hasn't lost too much. This is on board our leader, Anna.
She's doing a fantastic job, and I think she really has taken over this Cayman class here, especially in USA West, and not only in USA West, but if you're familiar with that North American Sprint Challenge Series, she is always up towards the front of the field, and that is why she is part of this driver development program.
Exactly, and Jeremy, this was the first place that she got to race with Porsche, as back in 24, the very last round, she hopped in, and then she had her first full season last time. But I've been impressed seeing her continue to grow throughout her early career, frankly.
It's so fun to watch. Her and her dad, it's a great story. Her dad gives her the hardest time of anybody on track every time they're near each other, which, I mean, as a parent, I appreciate that as well. And she's like, I think she's a 4.9 GPA or something crazy. Is that possible in this day and age? And she just finished her first year at Lehigh University. Super proud of Anna for not only how hard she works on the track, but how hard she works in life off the track. Really good kid.
I can't fathom trying to both be a race car driver and do college at the same time and juggle all of them out there. But she's somehow managing to do it and find improvement out on the track all simultaneously as she takes it down to 3rd gear here, coming through turn 6, out onto the back straight through the drag strip. You can see it just kinks off to the left-hand side before you see those brake markers down through the gears once again. Get it turned around a very wide double apex hairpin, and then it's on the throttle once more.
Always love watching the data on the bottom right part of these onboards here, looking at the throttle trace, watching the brake trace when they jump on this brake pedal pressure. This is a good area here to watch it. Look at how hard she is initially on that brake pedal pressure, and that's exactly what you want to see. Really strong at first and then start to fade off of it as you trail brake into the corner, and she's pretty committed on the throttle here going through turn number 10. And we're going to see the same thing. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a car around. Is that... Oh, it's Krigler up at the top of turn number 2.
Drags a little bit of dirt back on the exit, so drivers do need to be aware there's going to be a lack of grip coming off that second corner. Thankfully, he's moving once again. Now, did he get overtaken by Drouin or Del Real? Our timing is not updated that yet, but we'll keep an eye on if. And yes, no, it looks like Dan has managed to sneak through.
Going to see how far he actually drops all the way back behind, so he is going to be the tail end of those GT3 Cup cars after that little bit of an oopsie up there at turn number 2. And remember a couple laps ago, Joe, how Josh Conley had made his way by Laura Eli, made a pass in the turn 9 chicane. Well, she has not let go at all. It's about 10 car lengths right now, but I was expecting Josh to maybe start to grow that gap over the course of the laps, and he has not been able to.
And he set a personal best second sector, so it's not like he's taking it easy here. So Laura's still managing to keep up with him and make this a race.
But also respect to Laura. She's legit. It's like she's won a lot of races, won championships, and yeah, this is impressive.
And love that she's raced not only over here in the West Series, where I first got introduced to her, but she's taken part over in the North America Series as well. And she's trying to make Josh work for this one. She might be the teammate. In fact, I believe she's part team owner over there at Black Sheep Racing, and is certainly making sure that he does not have an easy time.
Now, one of the really cool parts about this development program, as well as everything else Porsche does to support their drivers, especially their next crop of drivers, is that development workshop. Especially back in last year, they got the really cool experience to go over to Penske.
Yeah, we're excited. We're about to do something similar again with. We're very fortunate to have Penske excited about it too. But we basically gather up all our kids from Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup, and take them to Penske and put them through a little bit of a boot camp with physical training and mental training, and torture them a little bit, test them a little bit, and just prepare them. Our program, unlike a lot of programs, is really just designed to give them something that they wouldn't be able to get unless they were in a Porsche car. Whereas some are money and some are just very skills focused. We let the coaches do that, or we are really just focused on, like, what does it take to be a Porsche factory race car driver, and that's. And our dream is to get the next one out of America, right?
And I think the coolest part about that workshop is that it is not all, like you said, skills or driver focused. It is the whole circle of what does it take to be a race car driver and stay in this industry.
Yeah, it's the driving part is probably most drivers' favorite and easiest part of being a professional race car driver. All the media that they have to do, how they have to look, what they have to wear, all of that kind of stuff.
Right? Didn't they do that?
Yeah, we do Pit Fit in North Carolina. They get compared to all the other drivers who are based out of North Carolina, including IndyCar and NASCAR kids. Yeah, it's really good to give these guys a benchmark of where they need to be. Yeah, sooner or later we're going to get a North American driver that becomes a Porsche factory driver, and that's the dream.
Certainly seems to be some talent coming through.
You ready, Joey? Joey's giving me the signal that he's ready.
Yeah, well, he might be up here in the booth, but he hasn't given up on wanting to get back into the car.
Straight out of Jetta Cup into Carrera Cup. I love it.
That was a long time ago, Jeremy.
It's on brand. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
I have noticed as we've been watching this fight between Laura and Josh had a little bit of a slide through turn 2 that cost him some time, but Laura wasn't able to do anything with it quite yet. And we're seeing more and more of these drivers take that aggressive curb on the way into the chicane. Does look like Josh was going pretty quick last time by. Let's see what this lap is, because he did set a personal best on the previous run.
And I think what's even more impressive, as the lap timers are about to update here for us, 40.1 out of Josh and a 40.5 out of Laura. I was going to say that Laura's last lap was a 39.6, so I'm in complete agreement with Jeremy back here. She is no joke when it comes to this racing, especially in these GT3 Cup cars. She knows this racetrack like the back of her hand, and she is performing today.
Josh has got a mirror full of that bright orange machine, and she's hoping maybe to show him the tail lights, which is honestly one of our favorite parts of this car. If you've ever seen the Black Sheep logo, they make sure that that tail light is a particular position with the logo.
I will leave it at that.
Exactly.
Very close to getting edited at corporate America.
Well, as we watch this battle here, I expect it to stay pretty close. Brandon Hankins, our leader, is running up on some lapped traffic in the form of some Cayman cars that are actually running pretty close together as well. I'd mentioned that Zach Bradford, Greg Herback battle. Seems like they are still locked in some combat as well.
Yeah, that is for third of the Caymans. Zach, for a little while, was able to run away, but seems to be still hassled a little bit. In fact, there's that traffic getting involved in the Conley versus Eli battle. That's Justin Lewis, who is going to allow them to sneak around the outside of turn 10. They'll carry on, but it does seem like that cost Laura a tenth or two.
Yeah, maybe just grew that gap a little bit, but we've seen her be able to put in fast lap after fast lap. So I think if she puts her head down and just focuses on her mark, she'll be able to catch back up to the back end of that Josh Conley 299 car here in probably, I would say, 1, maybe 2 laps, as long as she's able to pull off some clean ones.
You know, we've been talking about Laura's pace, but I want to give a shout out to Dan Drowan. Starting from the back of the field, he just ran a 140.2 last time by. That's quicker than Laura and Josh. Let's see, just updates to a 40.6, still quicker than both of them. He's been gunning them down. The question is, will he have enough time? Because it's, I don't know. It's 22 seconds. I don't think he's going to get there.
Nope. Not quite going to happen unless some of the drivers run into some unfortunate incidents out there, which we never want to see. But Brandon Hankins has been able to work his way by these 2 cars. These were the 2 cars that I was just mentioning. I think it actually grew just a little bit as those GT3 Cup cars were going by. But this is the battle between the 14, that gold and green of Zach Bradford, getting a little bit squirrely there coming out of the chicane, and Greg Herback in that bright yellow machine trying to chase him down.
Yeah, you were talking about how the handling of these cars might be a little bit different. And I wonder if that is a big factor in why it seems like he doesn't look as steady in the car today as he has in the past. Herback has not been able to pick up on it. He's still stuck behind him, but I'm sure he is waiting for that mistake in these next 8 minutes.
And they're going to have to deal with another fast car in their rearview mirror. That is second place of Matt Dusek. Oh, got to the inside of Herback in turn number 2, so cracked open that door. So Dusek is being efficient about it. However, that's going to cost Greg just a little bit of time.
Yeah, you can see the gap between himself and Zach now has definitely grown quite a bit. And, of course, this could swing back Greg's way, because this could hold up Zach as they come up through 5 and 6 now. And he is going to manage to sneak by. Looks like it didn't hold him up too much.
So, Jeremy, we were talking about the driver development workshop, right? They've been doing it for, what was it, 2025 was the first year that you guys have done it?
Well, some people only give it credit since then, but we've actually started with the original version of it. Started with Jens and Owen and Pat Long in 2011. But, yeah, we really, the team that I'm on now, we got our paws on it in about 2023, I believe. So, so that's a big part of my job, obviously, is taking care of the kids and making sure they're getting what they need to be, responsible adults someday. But another big part of my job is planning for next year, and not just with the kids, but for the overall series in general. And unfortunately, we don't have anything that we can talk about it yet, but I'm excited about all the stuff I can't talk about. So it'll be fun to go. No, it's great. Yeah. But we'll be we have some big changes coming that are going to be awesome. And we have a bunch of new product in the pipeline that you may or may not be able to find on the internet. And that's what I can talk about.
Oh, well, I guess I'm going to pry maybe a little bit. Is it going to be aimed more at opening the doors for more driver development, for younger, for female drivers? Is it going to be a specific focus or just more all around?
No, it's a good question. I think like Porsche is one of the brands in the marketplace on Earth that can take somebody all the way from a DE day in a road car all the way to Le Mans. And so how well we attempt to do that, and we're proud of that, and how well we do that depends on the products that we have. And so we're always, let's say, filling in and building this pyramid of products so that it supports that end goal. And then we can, once we have that in a line, we can do things like we do with the road cars here with GT Track Day, where we bring GT Track Days, where we bring and invite people that would have never ever been on a racetrack before out to one of our Sprint Challenge events, and give them some track time and give them some pointers and give them a tour and just really expose them to what we're doing in the motorsport environment in a way that you can't really do behind the scenes way, and it's cool. And actually Justin Lewis there, number 75, he's our first. We didn't have planned it to happen. We just want to show people a good time at the end of the day with GT Track Day. And Justin Lewis showed up to one of our GT Track Days, and look at him. There he is. We're following with him in the car right now, and he's got a great story. He's a Marine. I would say he was a Marine, but you never get to retire out of the Marines as far as I've been told. So he's a Marine that was successful in business and needed something exciting to fulfill what he did in the Marines. And so he's becoming a race car driver, and he's a very good bicycle racer and a very good motorcycle racer. And now to watch him go through this process is really exciting. And he came out of GT Track Day. And so those customer journeys that we're trying to give people, there's a lot of dust here, guys. It's exciting for me to watch. It's fun to watch people's journey and help them get through it.
I think it's on I think it's on the lens.
Okay,
we'll
go with that.
It might actually be coming from the.
No, it's definitely not on the lens. That's definitely dust. That's definitely dust.
I was going to say though, Jeremy. I mean, we've been talking about this GT Track Day. We're at the Velocity Invitational. There's got to be a lot of folks out here with some very nice Porsches that would love to get involved with that. Where do they go?
Oh my God, this event. Let's talk about the event for a second, because this event is special. We came here on a whim. They asked us to come, and I actually personally watched it on TV and thought that it was pretty cool a couple of years ago when they had it, and the way they presented, it's just been awesome. There's so many old Porsches here. We're very lucky to have some legends even in our paddock with our chief steward, Elliot Forbes Robinson. And I asked Elliot earlier this week, how many of these cars have you driven? And he's like, a couple, because he's so humble and amazing.
That 787 out there.
The 787. There's a Porsche that he won his first race right here at this track that I took pictures of him next to earlier today. And there's probably 30 other cars that just Elliot has driven. And people are walking around and asking him. It's pretty cool that we have a legend in the booth with us, and a very humble one at that. But yeah, a lot of people with road cars here, a lot of people with race cars. The 356 class was really fun to watch, and the old 997 Cup class was also pretty. Those things sound beautiful. Also really cool to watch.
So we've got just about 3 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. We're coming down towards the end. And Brandon Hankins does still lead. He has extended it over Matt Dusek to about 4 seconds. And Josh Conley, with his battle with Laura Eli, unfortunately really lost touch with him. He's 17 seconds back, so he's definitely not catching Brandon the way things sit right now. But the race isn't over, so we can't call it quite yet. Does look like Dusek is well on his way to a victory in this Masters class, and so is Brandon Hankins. And we got to give a big shout out to Anna Checki, about to take another win. She has just been collecting trophies this season.
And folks, while we're looking at Brandon Hankins, I was looking out the window. Laura Eli has officially caught the back end of Josh Conley. So remember how we were wondering how long is it going to take for her to reel in that car again? They were going through some of that Cayman traffic, and now she is right back on that bumper.
Kudos to the 270 for getting this done without a splitter. That's not easy to do.
This has got to be a horribly balanced car right now. But
popping wheelies over the top of the hills. It's got to be great.
Goodness. We're watching Brandon Hankins on screen. Now, if you missed our race yesterday, again, this is a bit different than maybe what you're used to with timed races. When we say the +1 lap, that means that once the clock hits 0, it is the next time by that they give the white flag.
Now, Jeremy, you're a former motor, or I should say mountain bike racer. You still love to mountain bike. And what did you think about that jump down there at turn number 7?
Well, he had no transition to land on, so it wasn't going to end well. But the jump was perfect. The landing was less than perfect.
Didn't get a cross-up in, though. Didn't put some style on it.
He needed to get a little bit faster so he could catch the backside of the curb on the exit.
There we go. Well, no such problems for Brandon Hankins. He'll go through that turn 7 nice and easy. And he's not going to get the white flag this time, so we're probably going to be 2 to go at the line. He continues to just put in great laps here.
I just got to say, I know it's going to be 2 laps to go. It's just amazing how fast these cars are, right? Because you look, there's 40 seconds left, and he's on the complete opposite end of the racetrack, and yet he's able to get all the way down here to turn 11 and get to start-finish in that 40 seconds. It just shows you how fast these race cars are.
Real race cars. They're real race car electronics and real race car engines, and it's the same engines that come in a GT3 road car, more or less, about the same horsepower. It's got a motorsport electronics and gearbox, but part of what this car is, especially in the Cup, well, both cars, is the marketing people who define everything make sure that these cars look very much like the road car as much as possible, and it's pretty. Yeah, it's a real race car.
I think it's the old adage of race on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Or race on Saturday and Sunday and sell on every day.
Yeah, that works too. More Porsches, the better.
Back down through turn 4 once again for Brandon Hankins. Our battles have mostly petered out, barring that fight between Conley and Eli. They've got about half a second between them. That's not going to be for class position, but definitely a third overall. We always like to say, doesn't matter if it's out of class. Each driver wants to beat the other out there.
I also want to give everybody an update on the Cayman race that's happening right now. Anna Checki still leads that one in her number 27 after overtaking her father for the lead, and she's pulled about an 8-second gap over Greg, and Greg has a 12-second gap over Zach Bradford, but those are our top 3 podium finishers so far right now in that Cayman class.
Checky's checking out.
Very much so. As they come through turn 9, it looks like Brandon Hankins about to take that white flag and get ready to start his last lap of the race. Still holds the fastest lap of the race as well, so he has been hard to touch out there. Trying to keep an eye out, and I do see Conley and Eli. Yeah, they are still within touching distance. There was the white flag for our leader, Brandon Hankins.
I got to say that Laura was extremely strong on the brakes going into what was turn number 9 there.
One more lap to go for Hankins to continue his perfect run. He has been up at the top every single race he has attended. He was not able to attend at least one of them so far this season. That's the only blip on his record, and you can't blame him too much for that. It's been dominating here in the USA West Series for this 295 car. Gap extending up to about 6 seconds over Dusek. And Hankins just set the fastest first sector of anybody on the final lap.
It's crazy. The Yokohama Tire is setting fast laps at the end of the race.
And he scoots it out at turn 7 right up against the edge as well. This is going to give us an idea on the second sector. Let's see if it's just as quick. Nope, doesn't even set a personal best, but it's still a great time.
Yeah, not a personal best, but you know how much slower it is from that personal best? 5/100ths of a second. So it's pretty close.
On 35-minute tires.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. He's just got turn 11 here, and then it's foot to the floor for the remainder of the race. So got one car that's going to cross the line just in front of him. That's Krigler, who looks like he'll manage to finish on the lead lap. But for Brandon Hankins, his perfect score continues here at Sonoma.
Amazing drive, and here comes Matt Dusek across the line. He is going to be your Masters class winner there in that orange 251.
Looks like Anna Checki also rounding the final corner. She gets to collect another first place trophy here at her home track. Sonoma rewards handsomely for the 27.
Going to watch the rest of the cars stream across the start-finish line here. Josh Conley does beat Laura Eli to the line there, so he is going to finish second in that Pro-Am class, while Laura is going to claim second in the Masters class. And here comes Zach Bradford around. Greg Herback giving chase as well. Dan Drowan crosses the line. I still see Manny over there going through what is turn number 10. Same thing with Justin Lewis right now. And I believe it's going to be the last couple cars to cross the line here momentarily. Mark Krigler coming down to what is turn number 9A. And Jeremy, I've still got you here on the broadcast. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us here. It's always a pleasure to watch these USA West Series action, and especially have you up in the commentary booth.
No, thank you guys. I don't know if anybody ever thanks you, but I'm grateful for you and Joe and the rest of the crew and competition and marketing and all the whole PM&A team. I'm proud of what we do. I'm proud of our team, and thank you guys. Hopefully we're making the customers happy and they're having a great, safe time. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and read through our official results by class. I'm going to start with our GT3 Cup in Pro-Ams. Brandon Hankins did win that one and overall. And then Josh Conley is going to finish in second with Mark Krigler there in what is third place. We'll hop on over to our Masters results where Matt Dusek claims the win. Laura Eli going to finish in second with Dan Drowan after starting from pit lane essentially all the way in the back, going to climb up to third. Manny Gilles de Riel, after going for a wild ride down there at turn number 7, is going to finish in fourth place. And then we'll hop on over to our Cayman class and Pro-Am. Anna Checki claims the win. She had a great battle with her father early on, made the overtake into turn number 1, and went on to claim that checkered flag. Greg is going to finish in second with Zach Bradford rounding out our podium there. And then we also have our Masters class. Greg Herback winning that in the Caymans, and Justin Lewis finishing in second. And folks, if you're watching, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with our podium celebrations, our winner hits here in just a moment.
When we began racing, we started with a question. Can a dream become a legacy? Across endless nights, relentless rain, competition that never slows. Through every failure, every win, every single race, we've asked ourselves, can a dream become a legacy? And 75 years later, the answer is clear. Because we weren't built for racing, we were born for it.
We've got Brandon Hankins here, our winner in the GT3 Cup, and it's been an amazing season. Besides having to miss one race, it's been literally a perfect season. I mean, how do you react to that?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm just out trying to learn and be as consistent as possible, and the win's just an added bonus. So, yeah, really happy.
We've already been here, obviously, earlier on in the season. Did that experience help you so far?
Oh, absolutely. There wasn't a lot of track time this event. I think we're just out here 4 or 5 weeks ago, so yeah, definitely helped.
Well, I'm glad you've got 2 more weekends to go. Do you think that you feel prepared for them?
Not yet, but I'm going to be.
All right, soak it in and enjoy the win.
Thank you, appreciate it.
We'll be back with Anna Checky here, as looks like I see her right over here. Let's try and see if we can get her to talk to us real quick. Anna, if we can grab Anna real quick. We've got our winner in the Caymans. Anna, you had to fight your dad a little bit for this one. Was that fun?
Yeah, it was a blast. I mean, the goal was to not hit each other, but to, make it exciting. And he gave me a battle, so it was a lot of fun.
Have you had a chance to ask him about his slide through turn 1? I don't know if you saw that in the mirrors.
Yeah, I did. I looked back and I was like, uh-oh. And so I just asked him. He said, exciting, but I'm just glad he kept it on track. And I'm glad I didn't follow him, so it was good.
Well, congratulations on the win. I look forward to seeing you on the podium.
Thank you so much.
We, I think, have time for one more, it sounds like. Our Masters winner, that's going to be Dusek. And we'll see if we can find Matt Dusek over here. There we've got Matt Dusek, our winner in the Masters for today. Matt, you come over from the Endurance Challenge, racing these sprint races. Is it a relief to be over this quickly?
No, I could do that all day. That was awesome. Great fun.
It looked like you kept Brandon pretty honest out there. Is there anything you think you could have done to make it a little closer?
Boy, I was trying. That dude is fast, and congrats to him. I think I should have been a little more cautious on the opening lap in turn 7. Next time we'll try to do better.
Well, I have to say you did an impressive job out there. We hope we get to see him much more this season.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks so much.
I was Matt Dusek, and it sounds like we have time for one more potentially, we heard. No, it sounds like we do have to hand it back. So, again, we can't thank you enough for joining us here at the USA West Series. We'll be back for more in Road America in a few weeks.
When we began racing, we started with a question. Can a dream become a legacy? Across endless nights, relentless rain, competition that never slows. Through every failure, every win, every single race, we've asked ourselves, can a dream become a legacy? And 75 years later, the answer is clear. Because we weren't built for racing, we were born for it.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational weekend. It is a beautiful, sunny day here in Northern California at Sonoma Raceway, and we have been seeing some amazing cars and drivers take to this racetrack throughout the course of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and of course here we are on Sunday afternoon closing out what is a absolutely gorgeous weekend of racing. Right now, we are getting ready to go racing yet one more time. This is the Group 5, 1966 to 1979 historic SCCA B and C sedans. What you're going to see a lot of out there, lots of Datsun 510s. If you're familiar with that Datsun brand, there is a whole bunch of 510s out there. Also see a couple Alfa Romeos, some Porsche 911s. I see a 68 911 out there. Also, if you're a BMW fan, there's a pair of BMW 2002s out there, the number 35 and number 34. They're going to be starting in the 15th and 16th position. And not only is it the 510s, but we've got a couple other Datsun models. I see a 610 out there. Also see a Lotus Cortina, as well as a older Toyota Corolla, 1975 Toyota Corolla, and I think probably one of the most identifiable cars out there that you're going to see. It's going to be a little bit of an oddball. It is the old Volkswagen Type 1 Beetle. So yes, that is a Volkswagen Beetle that's going to be going around this racetrack racing some of these older vintage machines. We are on our first pace lap. We only do one pace lap here, and then we'll be getting gridded up, coming down, call it past the S's, and take that green flag here just after turn number 12. A nice slow pace lap right now is what's going on. Actually, the field kind of approaching a crawl right now, going into what is turn number 7. There you see the safety car leading the field. Josh Moriarty is in that number 7. He is going to be on pole position in terms of starting this race. Who's lined up next to him is going to be the number 40 of Rob Fuller. We have Datsun 510s throughout the top 4. And then an Alfa Romeo there in 5th. And then once again, Datsun's all the way through 10th place before we get to our first Porsche of Healy back there in the number 77. Quite a slow pace lap going on, I think, because this is one of our larger run groups. We just want to make sure that everybody is packed up tightly by the time we actually get to what is turn number 11 down there to start this race. And from what I see, it looks like we've got our entire field here coming through the S's, and so now it's just patiently waiting for that safety car to lead us all the way through down to that green flag. There is a shot, if you're watching on the stream, of that old Volkswagen Beetle out there, that 166. It's towards the tail end of the field. Pretty cool looking car out there. Now we're starting to get more of our columns. You see our front 2 lined up next to each other. The next row of 2 a little bit staggered. That inside line going into the hairpin, definitely trying to get right on that back bumper. I believe that's 5th place. And I'm not surprised to see Chet Taylor really trying to get up on there. Chet has been one of our strongest racers that we've really seen, putting the nose in several of the run groups. So keep an eye out for that number 56 as well as we get the green flag here at Sonoma. Listen to these cars accelerate up the hill through turn number 1. We're 3 wide with the green car sneaking through the middle right there. What an amazing move. That is that Alpha of Chet Taylor trying to get up his way through, and now he's actually made his way up into what is 4th place position, arguing with the 91 of Tim Probert as we climb the hill up to the top of turn 3A. Things can get pretty narrow up here, and we start the plunge back down the hill. Tim Probert still side by side with another car right there, arguing for what is 5th place on the racetrack. He was on the outside of turn number 5, but that's going to give him the inside to what is the carousel turn number 6. That usually is the prevailing line, and he's able to accelerate out of the corner and claim that 5th place position. Try to get back onto the racing line, maybe take a glance in the mirror at that 66 to see if he is going to be really pushing him. And I see that the 66 is Ara Malkassian, so both of these drivers, Probert and Ara, know each other very well from various forms of professional racing and competition as we now get the Datsuns going through what is Chet Taylor, that bright green 58, that Alfa Romeo, hanging out the tail end as they go through the S's for the first time. And I'm looking out the window. We have a change for what is 2nd place on the racetrack as well. The 50 just went by. I'm sorry, it's the 40 just went by the 82. So that's Rob Fuller overtaking Jeff Mosing on the racetrack. And I think it's just an absolute over-under fest right now. When one pass is made, it seems like it gets corrected the next corner as these cars all stream out onto the front straightaway. This is going to be a 9-lap race, working over to lap number 3 so far. Josh Moriarty in the number 7 car, your leader. Jeff Mosing in the number 82 in 2nd place. Rob Fuller in the 40. That is your top 3 currently. There you see Chet Taylor once again maybe slipping back just a little bit. I have a feeling that maybe these 510 cars got a little bit more horsepower than what that Alfa Romeo has underneath the hood of it, because it seems like Chet is able to keep up in the brake zones in the corners, but then just kind of gets muscled on the straightaways here. This is a fantastic fight for the lead. Jeff Mosing there in that white and black 82, trying to get to the inside, and I know we are just covering a lot of Porsches and Porsche racing. Of course, Jeff Mosing, a former Porsche Cup competitor as well, knows his way around all of the North American professional circuits, and now he's putting it on display, out-braking for the lead around the outside of what is turn number 7. Confident with that car moving around underneath him, and he's able to snag back the lead. So Jeff Mosing to the point right now. Watch the cars carry the momentum through this S section. And then the fast right-hander of what is turn number 10. My favorite corner on this racetrack in this configuration. You really got to haul the mail, and you see how much width of the racetrack Jeff Mosing and company was using. Every single bit of asphalt and all of those exit curbs to carry the most amount of speed for that minimum lap time, as the battle for what is 3rd place is starting to heat up. Tim Probert, and call it that, I want to say it's a bronze number 91 with maybe some black styling on the side. He was definitely putting the pressure on, and I do see one of the cars has hit pit lane a little bit further back. I think that was the number 68 that I had just seen of Hurwitz driving a 1972 Datsun 510. As the action continues up at the front of the pack. So right now, it is a Datsun fest. It's a 510 fest. The top 7, all 510 models. Then comes Chet Taylor with an Alfa Romeo. The next Alfa is actually a Ramici back there in 10th place in a 67, so just a little bit older. And then got to go all the way back to 11th to find a car that is not an Alfa or Datsun. That is the 77 Porsche 911 driven by Healy. A wonderful, call it, 6-car train. Braking into turn 7, the far hairpin. All smack right on the racing line. They look pretty identical other than the colors of the cars themselves. Maybe a little bit of a dab on the brake pedal just to be able to set the nose. And then the elevation-filled S's. It's not necessarily a steep elevation climb like we see up at turn number 1. However, it is a slight downhill over the crest, which can make the car very light. And I see the number 7 has a terrific run this time through turn number 10. And Jeff Mosing actually lifts off of the gas and, plain and simple, lets Josh Moriarty by. He's got to be careful, though, because if you leave the door open too long, I have a feeling that Rob Fuller is going to take advantage. This is, I believe, in the carousel section. And this is the number 34 car. That is a BMW 2002 pulled off to the side right now. Unsure what happened to that car, but I believe that is Barnett in the 1969-2002 that was having a couple little issues there. But you always like to see him pull off of the racetrack just like he did to stay off of the surface and allow the racing to continue. I mentioned this is a 9-lap race. We are working lap number 5 right now. So these drivers have, call it roughly about 4 2/3 laps left, about 4.5 laps left as of right now where they are on the racetrack. Been very impressive between this fight between, call it Josh and Jeff. It seems like when Josh was able to make a pass, Jeff was able to have an answer, but this time through, it seems like things are settling down just a little bit more, and Jeff Mosing is being a little bit more patient on where he's trying to pick out this move, exactly where he can overtake his competitor. If I was to guess, I'd be looking at the at the close side of the racetrack, the turn 11 hairpin. The turn 7 hairpin is the far hairpin. Once again, he's right on that back bumper coming down through what is Turn 9A here at Sonoma in this configuration. The right-hander, turn 10, the fast turn 10. Oh, boy, hang on to it, Jeff Mosing. That's about as sideways as you want to see it through turn number 10, and the car control. Wow, Jeff hung on to that one. I think if you go out there, there's a new pair of treads laid all the way through turn number 10. And after all of that, he doesn't lose any ground at all. That's the sign of a professional racing car driver, even though he was just sideways a few corners before, hanging onto the car from crashing. He is not lifted off of the gas. I mean, look at this. 5 feet, maybe 6 feet between these cars going into turn 3. This is the top of the hill. Over crest, completely blind on the exit. And once again, Jeff really starting to put the pressure on. Now, I come from SCCA racing, especially Spec Miata background, so I absolutely love this close, call it spec type racing that we've got. And these 510s are putting on an absolute show for us. Jeff is close enough to sit in the slipstream right here. I don't know about the lunge down the inside, simply because Josh Moriarty has been able to hold such a tremendous pace up front. I really feel like you got to at least be up to the rear axle if you're going to want to try to make a move anywhere. And the other difficult part that Jeff Mosing is in right now, if you do go side by side with Moriarty, how quickly is the number 40, the 66, and the 91 going to catch up? Since I had mentioned Spec Miata, a big-time shout-out to Ara Malkassian, a former competitor of mine. Always great to see Ara out there, and he had a fleet of Miatas and MX-5s for a while, of course. Oh, and I think that was one of the lead cars having a little bit of an issue on the front straightaway. I'm sorry, that was not a lead car. That was a car that they were coming up to lap. I just got a little bit confused there. So they got spread out as they went by the number 89 on the racetrack. That is the old 1966 Lotus Cortina. And now they're going to be right back to racing here. Moriarty still leads the way over Mosing. Rob Fuller in third place. Malkassian, what is fourth? And Tim Probert hanging on to fifth place. Little bit of a gap back to Stuart Milne back there in sixth. There really is, call it a 5-car breakaway right now, with these top two trying to maybe eke out a little bit more time so they can really race it out amongst themselves here in the final, call it, pair of laps. Oh, terrific run. Here comes Jeff Mosing. He was on the gas earlier coming down through the carousel. They got that Volkswagen Beetle down to the inside of what is turn number 7, so that's going to prevent Jeff Mosing from being able to make a lunge down the inside. But it has been such a terrific fight watching these top two. It's really been the top 5 that have been hanging on to it. They all clear that Volkswagen Beetle, and so now it is back on for the top 2. I think I am joined back in the booth here with Joe Peak. Joe, so glad to have you back up here with this run group. This is some of the older SCCA cars, the Datsun 510 field group.
Yeah, I do love seeing these cars out here, and thank you. I had to tell people to spray some champagne for a little bit, so as we watch the nice little fight for second and third, Mosing and Fuller really going at it.
Yeah, this is our lead battle for what is first. Oh, and actually we have a car that made contact with the wall. I believe that was fourth place, the 66 car. Ara, who I was just mentioning, as it goes by our commentary booth, I can see on that left rear quarter panel definitely crumpled up.
Just had a little bit of contact. Hopefully that shouldn't mean too much. Oh, look at this, up and over the hill. The 7 of Moriarty is going to hold on to it. Mosing still challenging him as they work their way up through 3 and 3A. We still have 2 laps to go. It's coming down to the end of it. The 82 is going to force the 7 to have to defend into turn 4, and it looks like he will retain that spot.
And just kind of watching, observing this battle, Moriarty has done an absolutely tremendous job to hold back this 82. I do feel that Mosing maybe has a little bit more overall pace than that number 7 car directly out front. However, Josh is not making mistakes. He's hitting his brake markers. He's hitting every single apex. And when you do that cleanly, it's going to make for an incredibly tough overtake.
This has got to be frustrating for Jeff because he does hold the fastest lap of the race. So he's definitely got the quicker car, like you said. Just can't seem to do anything with it at this stage. Unless your name is Holmes, you are not beating Moriarty. There's only 0.3 of a second between the pair of them. And there's still too much for Jeff to overtake.
See about this fast turn number 10 here. This is where Jeff Mosing was loose, and you can see him. He is still hanging on to the car through that turn number 10, and I believe that's what's really giving him the pace, is he's just got a little bit of a looser car, and when I say loose, that tail end is moving around, and you think, oh, well, you got to hang on to it. You got to counter steer. Yes, you do. However, it is turning, and that's exactly what you want a race car to do. Jeff Mosing, white flag, 1 lap to go. He's got to find a way around Josh Moriarty.
And behind them, the 66 is still working on Fuller. He's not being held up by that damage that he caused himself. Leaders aren't being held up by the lap traffic of the Mini pulling off to the side. Moriarty managed to mitigate any damage that could have caused, considering lap traffic has played a big part. 37 in the meantime is facing the wrong way at turn 7. Car is still moving, thankfully. Looks like he'll be able to keep it going.
And what I like seeing about this car get out of that zone is that's a brake zone, right? That's a passing zone. So if there's a yellow flag going into that hairpin, that prevents these lead 2 from fighting it out. So great job to get that car fired back up. And once again, that trail car is just loose coming down the carousel. Can he keep his foot in it?
He's close, and as boxy as these cars are, it's not quick enough to really allow the draft to give him a shot here into the braking of turn 7. He's really only got one more realistic chance, and that is down into turn 11. Question is, does he have enough? Is he going to be close enough by the time they get to the braking of that final hairpin? This is where he's got to try and get a very good run through the S's. You could see the car once again wobbling as it comes off of 8 down into 9. He is about a car length and a half behind him. Coming through 10, the car gets massively loose. He holds on to it, keeps his foot into it. He could still make this pass. He's going to attempt to make this pass and can't quite get side by side as the 7 of Moriarty is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. So is Jeff Mosing. It's going to be nose to tail as they cross the line, but it's Moriarty who will take the win.
A fantastic fight between our top 2. I see the 40 of Rob Fuller is going to claim our final podium spot, and Tim Probert sprints to the line for 4th place over Ara Malkassian there. So a fantastic top 5 battle throughout the entirety of that 9-lap race.
And that is going to wrap us up for this race. The 1966-79 historic SCCA B&C sedans. We'll have a little exhibition group. We will be back for the 1956-62 production GT cars at 250.
All right, so Jay, what's your last name?
Yeah.
What do you think of this Velocity Invitational?
It's really great. This is a really nice event. There's enough room. It's pretty. You got about 10,000 people here. And it's very egalitarian. And sometimes some of the events get a little snobby, where it's just you see little kids running around and, a family atmosphere. And it's fun. It's fun. It doesn't seem so restricted as some of the other events. I don't want not putting down any other events. It's just that although it's an expensive event, it doesn't. It feels like you can walk around for free and have a good time.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, like you, I go all over the place to different events, and there's a Northern California laid backness to this event that is missing.
It's fun, yeah. It's like I see, like whenever I go to an event, I always let kids sit in my car, and I see that a lot here. Sometimes you go to Pebble or something, you don't quite get that, So this is kind of fun.
Seen any cars that you like?
Oh, yeah, I like everything. I mean, I'm a sucker for the early stuff, the Nationals, the Mercer Raceabouts, you know, the early brass. But, yeah, no, it's impressive. It's impressive. Is Zinger up here? Have you seen them?
I have not seen Zinger. I don't think they're here, but next year maybe. I don't know, but they're not here. Our buddy, this guy, Bruce Canepa, he's got a couple of his 959 SCs up here.
Yeah, that's a great car, too. I mean, that was such a legendary car when it came out. Now I think the base Carrera has more horsepower, doesn't it?
I mean, the current Carrera S has more horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, you know, modern cars are so good. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can almost modify any car to make it better. I mean, the factory produces the absolute 1,200, 1,500 horsepower, and you're not going to put a Borla exhaust system on it and get something better, you know?
I mean, that week, like 2 weeks ago when I saw you, I drove 7 American cars that made over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, I know, it's impressive.
7.
And it's good to see American engineering coming back, you know? That's what I like about Zinger, you know? It's built in Torrance, California, and it's just smart manufacturing. You know, the fact that we can build a Corvette for less than a sales tax on a Ferrari is unbelievable. And it's a faster car. I mean, and it's a well-made car. You know, that's what I love about it. When you look at the new ZR1, a lot of carbon fiber, a lot of magnesium, because you think, oh, it's going to have a cast iron bell housing. No, I mean, they're not cutting corners anywhere. And it's the equal of these multi-million-dollar cars.
Yeah, or much better than.
Yeah, and especially the electronics, you know, trying to get your phone to sync up with your East European, whatever it is, it's, you know, not going to work.
Now, we talked about this the other day, but the car that's been blowing my mind recently is the Ford GTD, speaking of great American cars, and you have one. You also bought a Zinger, but the GTD.
Well, you know what's funny about the Ford GTD? I also have the ZR1 Corvette, and I kind of like the chassis of the GTD better. I mean, it feels like, you know, it's so funny, when it first came out, I saw a picture and I went, oh, it's another stripe and wheel package, and oh, it's an anniversary. No, and then I saw the chassis and I thought, oh, I got to buy that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is a Porsche 993. I mean, a
GT3, yeah.
No, but what I mean is, it's the equivalent. I drive that, and, you know, driving at normal speeds, not going crazy.
Comfort.
Yeah, maybe you're 10 miles over the limit. You know, you're just throwing around. It's so planted. It's so, you know, it's just an amazing car. You know, it made me pull and I hadn't driven it in like almost a year, my original 65 350 Mustang, car number 120. It's a nice original car. I changed the oil and did all the fluids and took it out. It is so much fun, and it just feels like a different version of the GTD really feels like the great-grandson of that car. You know, I mean, it's fun to be old enough to have the whole history of a car that came out where you were alive, and it's been out for 60 years or whatever it is. Yeah, it's great fun.
Yeah, I actually got to chase a Zinger with a GTD, and it keeps up on the street. It's amazing.
Yeah, but the Zinger is the one that amazes me. The whole thing is built in Torrance, California. You know, we've driven Tesla out of California. We've driven Toyota out of California. You know, it's such a hub for design and engineering. And now Torrance is the place. You got Singer there.
And Zinger.
You got Zinger.
They share a wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the fact that they build their own motor and they passed emissions on day one. I mean, even the Europeans can't do that.
No, it's incredible. I'm just hopeful that, like, you know, not only more success for them, but like more manufacturers can start up here, because
I think, this is how you're not going to beat the Chinese on labor, because they're going to get it no matter how they have to increase their price, which they will. It's never going to be. I mean, you look at the ZR1 built in a union shop. I mean, okay, in America. Everybody makes a nice wage. They can afford to buy a house near the factory. You know, it's exactly what American manufacturing, just because it's so efficient and so smartly done. You know, carbon fiber wheels, which are $20,000 on some exotic, at $3,500 or whatever it might be. You know, I mean, only because efficiency of manufacturing. You're just smarter manufacturing. Like with the Zinger, that additive engineering, where rather than take a billet and cut it down, you start with nothing and you build it up. You use less material, you use electricity building it, you get a lighter car. I mean, it's really smart. It's the future of engineering.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see it in action. I've been down to the factory and seen the parts being laser assembled, and it's like you're just looking at a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I know. It's really impressive.
But then you can drive it.
And it's fun to drive. I mean, the windows go down. I'm tired of European windows that only open for one Wendy's single patty. You can't get the double burger through. You can only get the single burger.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. All right, well, cool. Jay, thanks for your time. Always generous. And thanks for coming out to Velocity Invitational.
Yeah. We'll see you again next year.
right, I'm standing here with the Revs Institute team, and this is a 1919 Ballot. It's a French car, Type 5.8 LC. This was one of 4 Ballots that ran in the 19 Indianapolis 500, and this one won the race. Not only did it win the race, it was the first car on Indy to exceed 100 miles per hour. Oh, excuse me, qualified on pole, finished 10th, but okay.
The first car to lap Indy at over 100 miles an hour and had the pole position at 104.7. And that was when they changed tires from the beaded edge high pressure 100 PSI tire to a straight side wheel and tire that was about 60 PSI. That difference in stiffness of the car gave them the grip to bring out the full capabilities of this car, which in its day was the fastest road racing automobile on the planet. And the guys must have been going into the race feeling quite confident that a good result was going to come. Little did they know that the straight side wheels, an American invention, which they had run down to the local Napa store to get, were insufficiently strong to tolerate hours of the massive torque and bumping that was going to go on out on the rough Indianapolis track. And so 2 of the cars failed with broken wheels, and 2 of the cars had to switch back to the high pressure tires in order to finish the race, and it kind of killed their chances, and they ended up with a 10th place and like a 15th place and 2 DNFs. Nobody was happy at Ballot after that.
I should say this gentleman here, this is Miles Collier, who not only wrote the book on the archaeology of the car, but he is the founder, I believe, of the Revs Institute down in Naples, Florida. Could you tell us a little bit about the Revs Institute and what your mission is?
Revs Institute is essentially what it says. It's an institute. It's not a museum. And it's focused on being the most useful resource to the historical and meaningful car communities worldwide. So we want to be the place where if you have issues like this, you want to have a resource for restoration ideas, or if you want to have a resource for historical events, or research your own automobile in granular detail, we're the place to come. We're going to have all kinds of new data mining and data synthesizing systems. So keep an eye on the Revs page.
Very cool. It looks like, Tim, are you getting ready to fire up? All right, we're going to go ahead and fire up a 107-year-old car. So, yeah, here we go. And so I believe what they were doing was they were pressurizing the fuel tank, and they actually wind up flooding the engine, and then they're going to start cranking it and then use a little bit of lighter fluid to kind of help get the spark going. Updraft carburetor. This is an 8-liter straight 8, so each cylinder is 1 liter. Is it 5 liter? Someone told me 8 liter. It's 300 cubes. Sorry, I got some bad info earlier, but it's still pretty good for a straight 8.
It's a monster of an engine, and it's the first twin cam 4-valve per cylinder racing engine in history.
And so that was 1919. So that was the year that Bentley, WO founded Bentley, and he was doing 4 cams back in 19.
Doing a 4-valve single overhead cam 4-cylinder engine.
4-valve,
which was another great engine, but this was the absolute state of the art.
And it was a number of years before Bentley went racing. He was just building passenger cars at that point.
Yeah, ultimately, as Bentley said, the cheapest way to go to advertise your brand is to go racing. And, of course, people like Ferrari and Porsche and so on agreed. And it's probably not the cheapest way to do it, but people still like them doing it because it's exciting.
I think racing was a little less expensive back in the day than these days, just a little.
Much more accessible to the average person, yeah.
All right, so he's cranking. There we go, fired up, smoking like crazy. Get the smoking like crazy out the back there. And sounds healthy and strong. You see that? How heavy is the flywheel? I can see it.
We've never weighed it, but I would say it takes 2 people to pick it up.
Yeah, these old timers had
big, heavy, unstoppable flywheels, which was kind of made them easy to drive. You didn't have to worry about stalling them once they were going.
This was also the 8-cylinder Ballo of 1919 was also probably the first high-speed racing engine of all time. This engine would go almost to 4,000 RPM in a day when, even though the Peugeots sound very sophisticated with their twin-cam 4-valve architecture, they were redlined at around 2,500 RPM. So this thing would go to 4,000 RPM. It was a breakthrough.
I was looking at that old Fiat over there, one of the ragtime cars. I think they were saying it was like 1,500 RPM redline, and another big engine. But so yeah, 4,000 is huge. I've driven modern cars. Diesels are redline less than that.
Yes, it was a real accomplishment. And as I say, that set the trend for everything thereafter.
Can I ask you, how did you get involved with the Velocity Invitational?
Well, we believe in supporting events that bring out really great cars, because the important thing about historical automobiles, aside from the fact that they represent human legacy, is that they are active matter, as we talk about them. And which means if they're not out and alive in the world, they've kind of lost most of their meaning. I mean, they're nice to see in a museum. It's kind of like going through a stamp album or something. But if you really want to send love letters, you got to get out there in the world with them.
That's a very good answer. Well, thank you, Mr. Collier, so much for your time. And it was a real pleasure to meet you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm here with Ulrika Haug, and you work for Velocity, but not the Invitational necessarily, the parent Velocity group, let's say, and you're going to tell us about all sorts of other stuff that Velocity is up to.
Am I allowed to hold it? Okay. Yes, very much so. So we also have other experiences beyond the Invitational, because we want to open up the experiences throughout the year, not just what's at the Invitational. So think of it as being able to experience Velocity off track as well. So one of those is Camp Velocity, which is a luxury car glamping weekend, which is October 9 to 11. So go ahead and register and sign up if that's something that piques your interest. And we're doing that in partnership actually with ShiftPod, who has these ShiftPod tents, so check those out.
Tell us about these pods. They're really cool.
Yeah. So the ShiftPods are made out of a multi-layer insulated material, and it has a reflective material on the exterior that is able to reflect the heat. But the inside is brilliant because it allows you to both stay cool in the heat as well as warm when it gets cold. And actually, can I do a little demo? So it sets up in 60 seconds because all these, of course, there we go. Can't hold the mic and do this at the same time. It just pops in like that. And so all these walls quickly basically pull in and it collapses like an umbrella. So I can set this up in literally 60 seconds. It can withstand winds of up to 75 miles an hour. Now, questionable if you should be camping in conditions that are 70 miles an hour, but that's one of the big draws also, is that it can withstand high winds. You can either stake them or have them down with sandbags as well.
And so if I go to Camp Velocity, we'll get this, or maybe like a Airstream or similar type thing, and it's 2 days on a farm in Sonoma with a lot of fun driving in between, and I imagine good food and good wine because it's Velocity.
Of course, you got it nailed down. So the other thing that we have, another experience that we have is Velocity Tour. And what this is it's a multi-day event, also in October 16 to 19. We did this just in this past November. In November, the tour it was a rally from Paso Robles up to Sonoma. It'll be a little bit of a different route this year, but we just opened up registration for that as well. But in November, what I can tell you is we had various stops at various wineries along the way. We had bespoke dinner experiences where the wines were paired actually with the vintners themselves and the winemakers themselves. And we also, for example, were at the Monterey Bay Aquarium and had some other kind of really special cultural experiences as well.
You might see me in the background because I was actually on the tour. I was driving a Zinger VMAX, and it wasn't that we went to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We had dinner inside the aquarium, and it was a totally fantastic event. Last year was the first year, bigger, better, with better roads this year. And then Velocity's doing one more thing, and this is like a beta at the moment.
It's a beta at the moment. Like, what we're trying to do is actually build community beyond the invitational through camp, tour, but also through online engagement. And what this is we're running a beta program. It's called Velocity Markets. So Velocity-Markets. It is basically think Kalshi or prediction markets meets bring a trailer. So you can guess, if you can predict what you think that an auction is going to go for, what a car is going to go for, and you can actually win prizes for it. So all that car knowledge that you've got up in your head or what you think it is, it's actually worth something now. So if you want to sign up for the beta program, go to Velocity-Markets and type in Velocity 26 for early access so that you can get into the queue for the waitlist.
Ulrika, thank you so much. And just go to, what are the websites? Give me the websites.
For tour and Camp Velocity, you can just go on the main Velocity website. So if you just Google Velocity Invitational, it'll be on there. This for markets, it's velocity-markets.com.
Thank you so much, and I'll probably see you at one of these. So.
Velocity Invitational just has a few left for 2026. Of course, this one going to be Group 1, the 1956 to 62 production GT cars. Should be a fun one to watch as we get well into the afternoon. The track continues to heat up. It is certainly getting warmer outside, which is a nice welcome. It was a little bit windy and chilly for some of the days, but makes it greasy for these tires.
Yeah, but it is the afternoon. It's a Sunday afternoon after 3 long days of on-track activity as well as some amazing cars to look at throughout the entirety of the paddock and Velocity Lane. Down there, of course, have Yokohama with their activation center, a bunch of really cool displays from the exhibitors. And, I mean, talk about a fantastic weekend of racing that we've had and some beautiful weather, especially here on Sunday.
Yeah, I got to watch that video of the car down at the Revs Institute get fired up, and was certainly fascinated to see the process involved. We often think, oh, well, it's so cumbersome for open wheelers today to need the starter to be hooked up to the back. I don't know if you saw all that was needed for them just to get that thing fired, but certainly looked like quite a process.
The older you go, it seems like the simpler it should get, but sometimes it's a little bit lost in the translation, isn't it?
It is. And these cars, thankfully, all started up and are on their way. Jeff O'Neill going to be starting them from the pole of this group in his number 20, as he's been out there in a number of vehicles. Adam Adelson going to be joining him. He's going to be from third, just behind Thomas Salazar in that 77. So we'll watch out to see how those three get on here for this race, because they certainly had some good battling last time in the qualifying race from yesterday. So I'm anticipating some fun stuff in cars that are now more than 60, sometimes even 70 years old.
I was just checking the weather, and this is the warmest it has been throughout the weekend. I'm showing about upper 70s, maybe mid-upper 70s right now, which is about as nice as it gets, right? It doesn't get more pleasant than that because the racetrack is nice and warm from the sun beating down on it, but the air temperature is still relatively cool. I should say pleasurable in terms of that air temperature.
And we couldn't ask for much more for the fans as well. Big thanks and shout out to everybody who came here on Sunday. Hoping to give you a good one for the last few races of the weekend. Should be another 9-lap race. This one, a limit of 20 minutes once again, to make sure that we get a checkered flag before we have to head off to the next group. We will also have the 1966 to 71 Formula B cars after this one. So stick around for more of that action. They'll exit out of turn 11. Jeff O'Neill should have control shortly because there goes the pace car off to the island. Let's watch and see who gets the shot down to turn 1 into turn 2. Certainly are kind of popping out of line here for some of those cars, and the green flag is out. It is O'Neill who gets the best run. The 119, though, of Adelson almost manages to sneak up the inside. He was looking for a position briefly. Look, there's a challenge from the 77 of Salazar. Almost gets underneath him. The 191 nearly sliding it through the corner.
That was pretty amazing from Andrew Larson, and that white 191 just up and over the top of turn number 2. And look at how busy the racetrack is. We continue to climb up in terms of elevation. That's turn number 3A. And now we use some of that momentum to help carry us down the hill, as well as some, I think those are some turkey vultures out there soaring around watching the racing.
They've been very active, that's for sure. But as our drivers get ready to head through turn 6, I have been noticing that Salazar is still very much a threat to O'Neill. That 77 is not letting up. It's a 58 Porsche Carrera up against a Ferrari 250 GTO, but the Ferrari's got the legs coming down the straight, so he will distance himself to stay less vulnerable once they get to the braking here of 7.
And I just got to point out that red 119 of Adelson. I know that you had made the comment that he was trying to sneak up the inside of what was turn number 1 on that green flag. He had a huge handful of counter steer as well. So, and then also in turn number 7, he was wrestling the car, and it seems like going through the S's once again, maybe a little bit of a wag of the tail. So Adam definitely wheeling that 119.
He wants to stay close enough in case P1 and P2 start to battle, and it certainly has looked a couple times like they might have something erupt on this first lap. But no dice, although watch behind them, that 191 of Larson. Oh, as he's actually, just as I start to mention him, he's going to look down to the inside. Nearly went 3 wide into turn 11.
I think that might have been a little bit of a nervous moment because the door was left open for the red 119, and all of a sudden that 191 came screaming up the inside, but thankfully everybody was aware. You see Adelson once again take a look down to the inside of turn number 1, but gets the door shut, and the momentum from the 191, could we see a repeat? He opts to stay a little bit more on the surface this time rather than cutting it up and over the curve.
The irony of all this is I'm so used to seeing Adam racing a Porsche, but he's in a Ferrari here for the vintage racing. He's got his hands full now at this stage with that 191 so close behind. The 77 regroups, goes back on the attack, and you can see these cars squat at the rear as they start to accelerate away, really showing off how soft that suspension is.
I'm happy you mentioned it because I saw it on lap number 1 down the straightaway going into turn number 7. Let's watch him here in this next camera shot. Is specifically that white 77 in second place. Look at the nose high, right? Nose high, throttle down to the floor, and then he's going to jump on the brakes, and all of a sudden it kind of levels out to a more even platform.
An interesting way to run that car. Probably a very Pogo-esque ride up at the front, no doubt, as they once again take off through the S's. Top 4 have been nose to tail since the beginning, but we haven't seen them change position since those first couple corners. They've been kind of stuck like this.
This is the fastest section of the racetrack in terms of the sweeping corners. This fast right-hander turn number 10. We saw one of the earlier run groups have those Datsun 510s really hanging out the tail end of the car. And once again, if I'm seeing any wiggles out of the top 4, it is coming from that red 119, but now is a challenge for the lead. Thomas Salazar gets down to the inside in that white 77 and takes it to the point.
Beautiful run. Oh, but he doesn't get the shot off the corner. And I talked about this earlier. The Ferrari, with so much more grunt underneath, absolutely left him in the dust. Now he's got to worry about Adam just behind Adelson, starting to size him up. So is the 191. He's getting close as well as Adam starts to drift off, coming through the corner and liking that first turn. Maybe a little bit too much. Again, he slides it through. He makes it. Somehow Andrew Larson had chucked that car through for a slider.
That was pretty fun to watch, and I'm sure Adam probably had a little bit of a chuckle on his face as well, watching that 119 go sliding up over the top of turn number 2. So right now, it is Ferrari out front, Porsche, Ferrari.
And then it looks like they're being caught by 5th place as well. Doyle and the Jag is suddenly making his presence known. So keep your eyes peeled. There could be one more joining the party. Let's see whether or not we get another attempt coming up to turn 7, since we know that Larson likes to be aggressive on the brakes in some of these corners. You could see a big defensive move from Salazar. He saw that pass before. He says, "You're not trying that on me."
The Jag in really deep on the narrow side of the racetrack. Gets the car slowed down enough that it was not an issue by the time they got to what was turn number 7. But I'm in agreement with you. That white 99, that is a Jaguar XKE from 1961, and what was a couple seconds of gap is now turned into a 5-car train for a lead fight.
Yeah, that's one of the big groups we've got. There's another one we haven't seen a little bit farther down, being led by the 22 of Otis in his Ferrari 250 Testa.
I just wanted to point out, too, because we're calling it a 5-car train, and the Jag is taking a look down to the inside of Adelson. Does he shut the door? No, they're actually going to go too wide. But I was going to point out this other car. It's actually a 6th car that is catching the pack, and that's a 1958 Turner 950S.
They've got Daniel Schwartz behind the wheel of that one. Wow. Larson's car loves the front stretch in the first 2 corners. He went around the outside.
Sorry, you were just looking down, and he had a huge wiggle coming up through turn number 1, very reminiscent of the last lap through turn number 2.
I'm kind of amazed that he is as fast as he is through there, the way the car looks all over the place. So Salazar now falls to 3rd. And as we mentioned, Doyle managed to take the 99 into 4th. Adelson, who was briefly in 2nd place, has dropped all the way to 5th.
And he's got company in the form of that 718 from Daniel Schwartz. So the lead battle, I think, is about to really crack off here. Jeff O'Neill has led this entire race, but he's got a new challenger in Andrew Larson.
Larson looking so fast during this one. He still has 5 laps to go, so he's got time on his side. O'Neill, not covering the inside, seems to feel relatively confident under the braking of turn 7. What will happen once they get up to 11? I think the real question is what's going to happen when they get to turns 1 and 2, because that is where we've seen Andrew shine.
He really seems to be able to carry the speed through those fast sweeping corners, like you said, from the front straightaway up to the top of the hill. And I would think that would translate into this section of the racetrack as well, going through the S's, being able to carry that momentum. Let's see about the fast turn number 10. That 191 is able to close it in that much more and seems to be pretty even from those top 3.
That time it was Salazar who got a little wiggly in behind. But here comes Doyle, the 99. Oh, just about tried it coming into turn 11. Thankfully, no contact between the cars. And, he gets a great exit, though. Even though I thought he sent it in too hot, it looks like he handled it perfectly and jumps up onto the podium.
That Jag is definitely very, very fast going through the lap times. The only car on the racetrack that is faster than that Jaguar is this 191 that is directly in front of him. The problem, though, that Andrew Larson has, that Jeff O'Neill is doing a tremendous job in that Ferrari 250.
I mean, Larson set the fastest lap of any of them last time by. So, yeah, he is chugging up through the fields and still catching, technically, O'Neill.
just hasn't managed to overtake him as quickly as he did with some of the other cars. Salazar's not resting on his laurels. He's still hot on the heels of Doyle, trying to retake that third position.
Carry the momentum down through this incredibly long left-hander. It finally flattens out at apex. Seemed to be that the Porsche was able to carry a little bit more speed, call it in the bottom third of that section, but once you stand on that gas, that Ferrari really seems to open it up down the straightaway. There's a great shot of the 99. That is the Jaguar XKE that has moved up into what is third place, driven by Michael Doyle.
Yeah, and here I was saying that Thomas Salazar was kind of keeping him in check. He suddenly dropped off of him. Doyle's found another gear.
I think it's the motor in that Jag. When it gets on that straightaway, it seems to really boogie.
And they were known for some pretty hefty engines, so I got to imagine that he is using the best of it. This is where it's going to also like itself as it exits off of turn 10, having so much speed. He's looking down to the inside. He's going to try and chuck it in deep. Can he make the corner is the question. He finds the apex before Larson does. A little bit wide off of it for O'Neill, leaving the door open. Second place now for the Jag. Is he going to make it first in just a couple corners?
They're still side by side across the line. The thing is, the Ferrari has got the preferred racing line going up through turn number 1 and into turn number 2. So Jaguar can't do anything about it this time. But I think if Michael Doyle can keep it close through the carousel, I'd be looking down towards that drag strip section and see how fast that Jag can go.
Looks like they've dropped Salazar and Adelson at this stage. It's become a 3-horse race when at one point we were thinking we might have 6 of them. Oh, and once again, way off the apex there for the 20 of Jeff O'Neill, giving away a little bit of time.
I think that's crucial there for that Jaguar. But, man, that Ferrari is fast in lots of sections of this racetrack. I do think that the Jaguar is able to kind of hold its own for the most part. However, the Ferrari does seem to have the handle on the car maybe a little bit better through the corners. But watch this 99. He's going to put his foot down and leave Andrew Larson in the dust and start to close the gap back up to the Ferrari.
Just no hope for the Porsche. Doesn't have the legs underneath it to try and keep up in a straight line. He's going to have to get a little creative, most likely, if he wants to get that spot back. Now, if Doyle starts to fight with O'Neill, that could be the chance that he needs to insert himself into the fun. But we'll have to watch and see. They will get some other opportunities because lap traffic, once again, is starting to appear.
I just was thinking that same exact thing myself. I saw maybe 1, 2, 3 cars here in the next few corners. It's not like they're going to hit them all at once, and I think Jeff O'Neill is saying thank you very much. The first one is already dipping down into pit lane. The Jaguar gets extremely close to the back bumper of that Ferrari.
With that big, heavy engine on the front, I wonder if the braking on that Jag just so good in the heavy braking zones as it grips on the front side. He's once again going to be side by side on the wrong side of the track uphill, so he'll get back in line, not able to go quicker the long way around. They'll crest over too, still being followed by Andrew Larson, doing a good job maximizing the power of that, the nimbleness of that Porsche, because yes, those 2 cars are fast, but he is sticking right with them.
Let's see how Jeff O'Neill can navigate these next couple cars. He gets down to the inside nicely there. So if anything, the advantage goes to that red number 20. Now he's going to have to deal with another car probably down through the carousel. Let's see what racing lines they choose to drive, and they both get down to the inside. So that's exactly what our leader was looking for right now, not really costing him any time. The Jag did sort of catch up, maybe I'm going to call it 2 car lengths, but it's not near close enough down the straightaway.
No, certainly not looking like it. As we turn our attention to the top 2, now starting to drop Larson, who actually goes deep coming down into 7, maybe trying a little too hard in the corners, knowing that's where he's going to be much brighter and quicker than these leading pair. And we can't even see him in the shot for part of the time before he finally appears just behind them in the S's. Michael Doyle
is chasing down Jeff O'Neill, but he's starting to lose out on the clock because we're going to get to the 1 to go signal when they reach the line.
This is that break zone where the Jag has really been kind of taking the shallow line down the inside, and Jeff has been leaving the door open. Same thing once again, presents the car, and I don't want to know how close those cars are getting down there at turn 11.
Especially, yeah, those are two very expensive cars, but boy, are they hustling them.
Do you hear those cars on the front straightaway? I think it may just be that they're a little bit more in the middle of the racetrack, but the echoes, the reverberations, oh my goodness.
It sounds lovely, especially with these two in particular. A Ferrari engine and a Jag is something to behold to the ears as they head towards turn 3. Once again, Jeff O'Neill, he just seems to put himself too far away. Like you said, he is so good at stiff-arming and to keep him from really having good chances.
The Jag, I feel, might have the legs down the straightaways, but to your point, O'Neill is doing a fantastic job hitting the marks where he needs to, right? Not allowing the Jaguar to get close enough at the beginning parts of these straightaways in order to make an attack going into those break zones. So really props to the driver of this red 20.
Interestingly, I was just noticing on our tower that David Perkins has the fastest lap of anybody. So despite the speed of these two, it is all the way down in 7th in an Alfa Romeo that we see the quickest car. Oh, that was awful wide there from O'Doyle.
Well, it is the last lap. You know, he's got to try to push it, and I think that he's only got 2 shots, and that was one of them right there. The other one is towards turn 11.
There's lap traffic again. Is this going to influence the battle? Because I think they're going to catch him right at the end of the lap, the way they've been quickly approaching. The 20 is going to go by, and he is going to get a clearing into turn 10, and that compromises the run for Doyle in the 99.
And now it's just this final break zone. As long as nothing gets too crazy here, Jeff O'Neill should be able to accelerate out of what is turn 11, but he is very wide. This is going to be a drag race, Joe.
And remember, the Jag seems to be better in a straight line. Is he going to beat him? It's nose to nose as he crosses, and it's going to be Doyle who takes the win out of the final corner.
Oh, my goodness. I think Jeff is going to look back at that one and say, man, I shouldn't have left that door open in turn number 11. 7/100ths of a second at the finish.
That has got to be the closest we have seen all weekend long. Larson will take a podium in 3rd as Adelson finishes 4th. And then you've got Thomas Salazar in 5th. Another short break before we come back. Group 4 will be with us with the 66-71 Formula B group in a moment.
Okay, I'm here with pro race car driver Leah Block. Leah, welcome to Velocity Invitational. I understand you were ripping this thing. It's a BBI 993, 840 horsepower to the wheel. What was that like?
I mean, oh, sorry, I'll hold it. Yes.
Yeah.
It was pretty incredible. The Evo, which her nickname, I think, pretty fun. To be honest, I've never been here at Sonoma, never driven this track, and obviously first time driving this car. So all the good things, had a couple laps, really, really fun. Like, honestly, it's a great day in the office. Couldn't complain at all. But yeah, had a lot of fun.
But Tim, who builds these cars for BBI, he was telling me he was in the 1,200 horsepower 992 and couldn't keep up, and he felt really kind of down on himself. So that's awesome. How'd you get involved with Velocity?
Well, they asked me if I wanted to come out the event, and of course I said yes. So, like, it's an incredible event. You know, it's like, for some reason I feel like it's Goodwood on steroids in the U.S. So you get to see all of these incredible, iconic cars actually go out on track, and you don't normally get to see that. So pretty fun. It's great to see so many people that, you know, are here for the love of motorsports. So I have had a great day so far.
That's awesome. What do you got coming up? What's next for you?
Next weekend I am in Southern Ohio for our 4th round of the American Rally Championship. So getting ready for that, focusing on the championship this year. So lots of work to be done. I'm really glad to be back in a rally car this year though.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. from Velocity Invitational, Leah Block. Check her out. She's all over the internet. And we will see you on the next one. Okay, so I'm standing here with a guy named Jeff O'Neill, and this is his 2016 Ford GT LM. Jeff, what does the LM stand for?
The LM stands for Le Mans.
And that's because this car raced at the 24 Hour of Le Mans back in 2016.
That is correct. Ford decided they were going to go back 50 years on from 1966 and campaign 4 cars for Le Mans in 2016. And this car was created for that race.
And unbelievably, not this one in particular, but one of them painted like that won the race, right? I mean,
that is correct. Out of the 4 that ran, one is in the museum, the Ford Museum, which won Le Mans. And these both cars over the 2016-2017 came in second at Le Mans.
Unbelievable. How long have you had this thing?
I've had it about 5 years. It's a fantastic car.
And you just raced it a little while ago. How'd that go?
I did. It is a spectacular car that might be a little bit out of my range, but I'm learning how to drive cars with wings on the back and lots of downforce.
Yeah, you just keep master throttle, get around the corner, right?
Exactly. It just takes a little more confidence than I have these days.
Now, Jeff is also noteworthy because not only does he have this car and a lot of other cool cars, but he's the guy behind Velocity Invitational. This whole thing is your event in a way, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I created it back in 2019 because I wanted to bring great cars to every fan. And there was no great event where you could bring kids, your family, your girlfriend, your wife, and have a beautiful place, big lawns, umbrellas, great food, wine, spirits, whatever, and have a great time for the family. That was the whole idea.
We had Jay Leno, we had Larry Chen on camera, and both of them pointed out that they love this because it's not a snobby event. And I like snobby events. I go to a lot of them, but it really is remarkable just the range of everybody is welcome. It's wonderful.
That's the goal. I mean, we want everybody to come and have a great time. And you can probably cut this out, but I mean, we have the no asshole rule. And if you're a driver, that's a pain. You don't get to come. That's why we call it the Velocity Invitational. And it's just been super fun. You got to come, have a smile on your face, learn about cars if you want, or educate people. It's just been super fun, and people have been totally fired up about it.
It's awesome. This is my first time here. This will not be my last time here. We're going to go watch some racing right now, but remember, it's Velocity Invitational, and it's going to happen again next year. Same place?
It'll happen same place, probably same weekend. We'll try to get the announcement out soon.
Awesome. Okay, we'll catch you at the next one.
Engines fire up once again as the 1966-71 Formula B group takes to the circuit. This is Group 4. Second to last race that we've got for the weekend. If you haven't made it out to the stands to watch these cars run, this would be a good time to do so. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury to call the action. These are the cars that I absolutely love. Classic Formula cars from the 60s and 70s. And amongst them, a classic driver who has a lot of heritage in this realm, Jeff Brabham, going to be racing.
Oh, does he have relation to the Brabham race cars that are being out there on the racetrack? Okay.
Just a little bit. He's going to be starting from the front row. He was fighting with Kyle Collins in the qualifying race. Couldn't quite overtake him. Now he's got a chance to try and come back and do it this time. He's also got Rodney Grabinski starting behind him, Martin Lauber as well. We saw Martin in that bright gold Porsche 911 in the IMSA group a little bit earlier. So these cars, these drivers have certainly had plenty of action on track. This one is going to be a little bit more than what we had last time with the production GT cars. 10 laps or 20 minutes that they will be racing. So we see them start to weave and try and get the tires up to temperature out on the pace lap.
And out of the pair of formula groups that we have, this one maybe just a little bit faster, the other one just a little bit older. And you see that these cars, they're starting to hug the ground a little bit more, right? They're nice and snug, and even on some of these cars, they're starting to get those side pods as well. A little bit of form of aerodynamics in this era.
Exactly. And aerodynamics in this era usually meant just try to make it as streamlined as possible with no bits sticking out whatsoever, and most of their speed being made in a straight line. Now, they're very good in the corners. You can see, like Joey said, they're very wide and low to the ground, so they are going to be nimble on that front, but it is all down to mechanical grip that they are relying on.
I think one of the fun parts about this group was the race that we had between Brabham and Collins. I think it was Jeff that had jumped out to the hole shot and had led the first handful of laps in the qualifying races, and then it was Kyle Collins that ultimately maybe had, call it a little bit more pace in the car. I think once he got free, it was about 1.5 seconds faster per lap than what Jeff's car was able to turn out there. But seeing Brabham launch off of the line like he did, get that hole shot, was a fantastic race between the 9 and the 83.
And all three of the top three are racing in those Brabham cars. For Collins, it's a 66 BT18. Brabham himself in a 71 BT35. And then Lashway starting from third in a BT35 as well from the same year. Pace car is off. We wait for the call from the flag stand. Let's hope for a nice clean start here. Don't want those open wheel cars to tangle. Green flag is out, and it looks like Collins was absolutely swamped there as they come up the hill. No, excuse me, maybe Brabham, who did not get the start, so a complete reverse of what he had in the qualifying race.
Really impressed from that 19 of Art Hebert. He poked the nose down to the inside and ultimately had to back out because the door closed in front of him, but the Formula cars up at the top of the hill. Kyle Collins leading the way over Jeff Brabham. If anything, look at Art Hebert there in that third place. He's trying to sneak in.
Giving watch as it's Martin Lauber, it looks like, in the 36, who's managed to work his way up, made up a lot of positions. He started from 5th place. And now as our timing and scoring starts to update, we see them shuffle upwards on the field. They'll head out of the carousel. Good acceleration there. Brabham looks like he keeps that second place from the start despite being a little bit sluggish off the line. He's already trying to overtake Collins, who has not run off quite yet. You can see the arms moving inside that cockpit.
I think what's really visually really neat between these two cars, that Kyle out front is in a 1966. You had mentioned this, and Jeff is in a couple years newer, a 1971 model. And look at the difference in the nose and in the ride height, just the way the bodywork is shaped and the front end, how it's set up. Two completely different cars. As Jeff, obviously totally comfortable using the full width of the exit curb.
I am not surprised. He raced sports cars in the 80s, and those things were dangerous. So
he got really close there, too.
Fear probably is not in his vocabulary. They have run away from Lashway. He is nowhere to be seen, and the gap is about 4 seconds between the top two and third place. So running away to make it a 2-horse race. And you were talking about the differences between a 66 and a 71. There were massive technological advancements between those years in Formula racing.
And it's really cool to see it visually. Of course, when you park the cars next to them, you can see that they look differently. But when they're actually at speed on the racetrack, they seem to hug themselves a little bit lower to the ground. You actually see the attitude of the cars as they enter and kind of squirm for traction, trying to find where it is to find that speed.
Down and around off of turn 6. They're still using those exit curbs and seem to be plenty comfortable on that one. Under braking, not much of a change between the two of them. So, sort of looking like a bit of a stalemate in these early stages, but still plenty of racing to go. It could ebb and flow between them.
I'm very impressed with the 83 now. Of course, we know how excellent of a driver he is, but I think just in terms of the pace that we've seen from the data, right, the hard data from timing and scoring has showed that number 9 car is the faster car throughout the weekend. So I'm happy that whatever this team did, whatever Jeff is doing, they turned it up, and it's a race.
Coming off the final corner, Collins has been setting purple sectors. He was quickest last lap. Let's see what it winds up being this lap if he continues to outpace him. And yeah, another fastest lap of the race for Collins, down to a 37.7. Brabham 37.8 as they went by. There are minuscule differences between them at this stage. The 9 cannot relax at any point on this track. I think if he makes any sort of mistake, Jeff's going to pounce.
What's really impressive, though, is that these two cars that we're watching on our screens, they are in the 37s, like you had just mentioned. Everybody else, the next fastest lap time, a 1:41. These two cars are turning laps 4 seconds faster than anybody else.
Impressive, and really shows why they have distanced themselves so much up to this point. It's 7.5 seconds down, 11 seconds to Hebert, actually, as Lauber seems to have had a problem. He is suddenly dropping through the order. He either had a spin or the car has experienced an issue.
Yeah, that's not good to see. That's that number 36 that had such a terrific start, and I'm with you. He is dropping down the order right now, so evidently an issue. And something else I was noticing about these lap times, those 37s, I mean, what was the fastest we saw Stephen Romack do? Maybe a 29, 28?
Yeah.
So these cars, 40 years older, almost 50 years older, still less than 10 seconds slower.
Yeah, it's really wild to see. And again, a testament to the straight line speed of these cars, for sure, because we know that car made all of its speed from the downforce. Lauber has stopped somewhere on track, we're seeing, somewhere in Sector 1. We haven't quite got visual of it yet, but we'll see if we can figure out where he wound up. They haven't thrown a yellow flag that we have been able to spot, so he must be somewhere safe at this stage.
It is starting to eke out a little bit of a gap between these top two, and I think it's excruciatingly close because the last 2 lap times, it's only been about a 1/10 of a second, maybe a 1/10.5 of a second, but the advantage has fallen towards Kyle Collins, and it seems to be growing this lap as well.
And, you know, we always talk about, even with modern drivers, the impressiveness of professionals to be able to hit consistent laps over and over again. Imagine trying to do that in these cars, which are, as we always say, all analog. And is that Lauber that we finally found on the exit of 7?
No, this, I believe, is the 27 car. I think that this is Sweeney because he is stopped in sector number 2 while Lauber is somewhere in sector number 1. Now, this car is pulled completely off of the racing surface. However, we have seen race control take note of cars that are kind of out in this direction versus behind the corner.
That's a good point. So maybe they'll let him sit there and just ruminate for the final 6 laps of this race. Lap traffic now being approached by the 9 of Collins. So he's going to have to deal with that. But the good news for Kyle is that he's got himself a healthy gap at this stage over Brabham. Even though Jeff made a race of it early, he's not been able to hang as close as he hoped.
I'd love to be able to see if we can catch this battle for what is 4th place on the racetrack. It's going to be the number 21 and the number 24. They're at start-finish right now between the blue and the orange car. And here's another car that's, this is, I believe, the 86 that has stopped. This is a different car.
We had another car that we saw going slow that may have been involved, had just taken off. This is somewhere between turns 4 and 6 we're hearing. That looks like just before the entry of 6, I think. And that might be a bit more dangerous, unfortunately. But we'll see what race control says in the end. Still being led by Collins up at the front of the field. 9 unable to be caught so far. And you were right about that battle between Boutsen and Turpins. just looked just nose to tail as they rounded the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it kind of grew just a touch. They're right here at the turn 7 hairpin. These are the two cars that are just exiting that corner right now, so it's going to be, I believe, what is the blue 24 being chased by that, call it yellow and orange, number 21, both painted very beautifully.
Eye-catching, without a doubt. They'll come through the S's, and yeah, it is much farther apart, so it looks as though Matthew has turned up the wick a little bit and decided he does not want any of that pressure. He's going to try and take off, see if he can maybe get on the podium with Hebert, currently sitting up the road only about 3 seconds. That's still catchable at this stage.
And I think it's important to note as we jump back up to these top couple cars here that those two giving chase are not in Brabhams. One's a Lotus 69B sitting there in third place, and the other one's a Chevron B17. So getting a little bit of variety up there as well.
Seeing a few more of them. Got a battle farther down. This is the 18 giving chase on Egger and his Brabham. And then Hornig just in front of him in the light blue number 5 Brabham BT35. So a number of Brabhams here farther down.
Terrific 4-car train. I mean, I'm looking at it out the windshield here. I should say out the window here. Maybe out the visor if I had a helmet on. I would love to get inside one of these cars. And there's the 88. We were making comments on the first day, just the shape of the 88, a little bit different there, driven by George Wittich.
Yeah, it definitely stands out. It's eye-catching. And he's going to force a defense from Kitchen as he tries to cover the inside of turn 11. That splits them up slightly. Instead of a battle of 4, it's now become pairs. But I think the 6 of Egger might get Hornig as he looks to the inside. He's going to manage to get wheel to wheel. And I think that Egger has decided, or Hornig rather, has decided it's not worth fighting the risk up into the corner. Behind them being caught, the 18 of Kitchen liked that battling because it allowed him to regain some time.
And if Kitchen can get up there and pass that car, that'll put him inside the top 10. So right now, Hornig going to try to run away in that yellow number 5, and he's doing an excellent job at it already. And here we go, side by side. This is Kyle Collins going to be making his way through. I spotted that car just because of how fast it was making its way through.
Wow, so our leader is...
Look at that, around the outside like it's nothing.
Oh, my goodness. Bravery, too. Trust in his competitors. That means he's lapped all the way up to, I believe, about 9th or 8th place.
Yeah, I think he just passed Egger there.
Yeah.
In 9th place.
Wow. So he has just trounced the field today. Brabham 6 seconds behind.
The other drivers are going to be like, I thought this was a 10-lap race.
Not according to Collins for them. He gets to make a 10-lap race, but they won't as we watch that fight carry on down through. There is that Legrand, the 88, trying not to get in the way of Jeff Brabham. The 83 manages to sneak through.
And it looks like our leader is in the turn 11 area. He's actually going to be accelerating out towards the start-finish line. He's the one at start-finish right now. Is that number 9 car of Kyle Collins, and it's showing 2 laps to go for him.
Wow, this one really blasted by. Don't think they needed anywhere near the 20-minute time limit that they needed for this one. There you can see that leader. Penultimate lap for him. Coming up through turns 3 and 3A once again. Just making it look easy out there. I don't think we've seen any sort of squiggles or shakes or moments of hesitation out of that car.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, 10 seconds now. 10 seconds he's been able to pull over that 83 of Jeff Brabham. So you were talking about consistency earlier on. Kyle Collins has yet to lift.
Not many people get to say that they beat Jeff Brabham in a car bearing his name.
That's true, and an older one, too.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a day to celebrate if you are the number 9. He's just carrying on almost as if he's on a Sunday drive, which you could say he is today. But
I was just pointing. Did you see the change of direction out of that thing? I mean, so we're used to watching, call it current formula cars, just have the pointy nose and go back and forth with the arrow. But Kyle Collins is kind of showing how light these cars are, how nimble they are, and how rapidly they can change directions.
Exactly. They will slide a little bit more, but yeah, they are made to really just slice through these curves as he gets the 1-to-go signal up at the flag stand. Final lap for Kyle Collins, now up to 12 seconds I'm seeing, continuing to extend it. Hebert has got himself 18 seconds actually up ahead. We were talking about Matthew Boutsen. He's stayed within about 2.5 of Hebert. I don't think he's going to be close enough to try and make a challenge for that podium position.
And as we keep our cameras here on the leader, I just want to point out another couple battles, get their names out there. In 7th and 8th right now, Chris Rose and Rick back there in that number 13, they are locked into a tremendous fight, only about a quarter of a second separating that 1969 Brabham and a 1971 Hawk DL6B.
Another brand that I'm not as familiar with these older cars. Certainly has been doing decently, getting a top 10 here today in what is a healthy field of these Formula B cars. And with just only a few more corners left to go for Kyle Collins, he has put a trouncing on. And you can't say that it is due to the equipment, because a 1966 car versus, I think, nearly all of them being younger machinery tells you that Kyle Collins is very good behind the wheel. Just a small handful that I think are 1965. Otherwise, he is in one of the oldest cars, but clearly one of the fastest as he takes the win here Sunday at the Velocity Invitational. Jeff Brabham, you could have a little bit of a sip of tea before he gets to the line.
Yeah, I think it's about 17 seconds before the number 83 is going to reach that. And I mean, it was only 12 seconds, maybe a couple laps ago. There is the number 83 of Jeff Brabham taking a nice cruise across the start-finish line.
He knew he couldn't do anything to take that one, so just enjoying that car for the last lap. Hebert going to finish all 10 of our laps, take himself third place, and there he goes across the line now. Boutsen only 2.6 behind him, just missed out on the podium. Now we got to wait for Turpins, who's a little bit farther behind, to complete our top 5, and there he is. We have another short break for an exhibition group to be racing around. Then our final race of the weekend takes place at 4:10. It's the Mini versus Muscle. It's the final race of the weekend here at Velocity Invitational at Sonoma Raceway. And we've got the longest race of the weekend to wrap it up. The 1960s Mini versus Muscle Enduro. 50 minutes to try and figure out which is faster, the Minis or the muscle cars. And I am Joe Peak here, joined by Johnny Lieberman, going to be joining me for today's race.
How you doing? Good to be here.
I'm doing great. It sounds like you've been having a fantastic time down in the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been up here in the booth twice already, but you were on break or something. But yeah, I've been having a fantastic time all weekend. So starting Friday evening and carrying on until the final 50-minute race.
It's going to be a long one, without a doubt. And as we discovered yesterday, there will be pit stops involved with this being a team race. So the drivers will have to swap out. They will be stationary for a mandatory 5-minute minimums pit stop time, then return to the track. A yellow flag played a part in that. We'll see if it does likewise again this time for our drivers, as we wait for them to come around to start this 50-minute race and see who comes away with the win. Last time, it was the Muscles, Johnny, that came away with it. Do you think they'll do it again, or have the Minis figured out how to beat them?
Who won, the Camaro or the Mustang?
It was one of the Mustangs. It was,
one of the Mustangs.
Or no, excuse me, it was the Camaro. It was the 66. Apologies.
No worries. No, that's a long time ago. Somebody wrote me an email about a Chevy Camaro, and I think Camaro is a much better name than Camaro, so we're gonna go with Camaro. But okay, yeah, I mean, I think Camaro's gonna win, baby. You know, it's the Minis are cute. And they're still ridiculous looking all these decades later, but you can't beat a Camaro. So.
He's going to be starting a little bit farther down. Hildebrand is in that one in the 166, starting
which
from
Hildebrand?
John Hildebrand. You'll see it here.
Yeah. I see. Sorry, I know the other one.
Yes.
The indie guy. Yeah. I was like, he's racing.
I had the same question. Thankfully, Joey had done the research for us and corrected me quickly.
Any relation?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, just a name. Okay,
yes.
Yeah. So say if RJ was, I'd say he'd win no matter what he's driving. So.
Yes, exactly. All right, so Mike Kimball, in the meantime, should lead them away as the pace car comes up to the start-finish line.
Off the track with the pace car.
We're going to have a bunch of Minis up in the first few rows before you get to the first of our muscle cars, so he'll have to weave his way through. Green flag is out. The 76 of Mike Kimball will lead them down to the first corner, but it looks like the 44 of Hagen is going to try and challenge him around the outside. We're going to be looking at 3 wide. And up into the first corner, the 17 of Owens has sliced his way to the front extremely quickly. There you can see that Mustang, the number 6, is still stuck in the middle. That is Brundle and Johnson who are going to be sharing that car.
I mean, so far it's Minis 1 through 5. And that Mustang it's weird. It's like it's caught up in traffic.
It is. There you see the Camaro as well of Hildebrand.
He's on the bumper of the Mustang now. And it is a ridiculous thing to look at. It's just like somehow a 67 Camaro is 3 times as big as the other cars it's racing against.
It is fantastic to see them go up against them, as they've got all of themselves just about sorted up at the front. We're mostly single file, but there goes the technically the 166. It'll say 66 on the side, but our timing and scoring will have it listed as the 166. Side-by-side battle between the 61 of Collins in there, and he's just going to manage to sneak his way through. So looks like he has taken another position up into somewhere around 7th. Meanwhile, we'll wait for the timing and scoring to update to see how many spots Hildebrand has managed to climb up. Looks like Owens in the 17, who was very quick yesterday, continues to lead us up at the front. It is Racine in the number 51 who sits in second. And then David Cooper is in third. The 44 and the 61 battling side by side. That 44 started on the front row, but Collins is going to try and manage to hold ahead. He does. The job is not over for for Hagen, because now he's got Chris Copley in the 424 trying to attack.
Okay, and it looks like, it's just the muscle, although I would argue these are pony cars, not true muscle cars. They're just sort of stacked up behind these little Minis, and there we go, there's a pass, but it just looks like the Minis kind of collaborate and like come together to block, and hold them off until they can get to a corner, and then rip them on the corners.
Well, what we were saying yesterday is they got to be careful, because if they get in a wheel-to-wheel battle and something goes awry, I'm going to wager that the bigger, heavier car is going to win.
Oh,
so.
1,000%, 1,000%. But it looks like, kind of as you'd imagine on the straights, the American muscle is, it overpowers the British beef. I don't know even what you call this. British lamb.
British beans.
British beans. And but on the corners, the Minis, not only can they kind of hang, but they don't need to use nearly as much pavement. They got shorter little arcs, so they're quicker. But then there's a lot of straights, and that Camaro at least is moving. So are these the leading Minis are moving too.
It kind of impresses me the speeds that they do carry through the corners. It really shows where they find the quickness out there. That's the 51, kind of the sister car we've seen to the 61 car as well, as they'll go through the S's themselves. That is the 51 car of Racine trying to hold on to second place over Andrew Waite in his 62, attempting to take that away from them. But they've got to be careful, because behind them, Hildebrand's already working on David Cooper to take that spot away. Racine is under threat, though. They're coming down into the turn 11 braking zone. Andrew Waite's going to look to the inside. They go all the way down, pinched to the bottom. But it looks like Racine will hold on to that spot. Meanwhile, behind them, John Hildebrand has overtaken David Cooper for that fourth place. He is already into the top 5, and he's looking to try to get onto the podium now.
And we should mention 17 is still way, way, way out in front. He's sort of running his own race, clean tarmac in front of him. He's just out there.
Almost 3 wide for a brief moment between the 63, the 61, and the 6 car. So our Mustang has got himself a little bit plugged up, unfortunately, through this section. He hasn't made as quick a work as his compatriot. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have the 21 that we had yesterday. There was a Boss 302 that had joined them that has not shown.
And we should mention this is no ordinary Mustang. This is a GT350, a Shelby. So that's a mean race car out there. And these little Minis are just running away from it. It's funny. It's fun to watch.
Right now, fastest lap goes to the 17, still up at the front at a 56.1. For reference, Hildebrand in the Camaro hit a 57.2 last time by. So still a little bit slower, but he's also dealing with a lot more, and he still is, as you can see, down in the corner.
They're like collaborating. They're pinching him off. It's like a pack of gnats running around him.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think about, because earlier this weekend we saw a crow being attacked by starlings out there. So it feels very reminiscent to what we witnessed from nature.
Now, is this a new class of Velocity Invitational? The Minis versus big American cars?
I'm not sure if they did this last year, but they did do it yesterday. So this is the second time they've run them.
I was just, I've been a long time Goodwood Revival attendee, and that's a big thing there. Is it's the Minis, and they always have them racing like Ford Galaxies and things of that nature.
Yeah,
a big Thunderbird, and it's hysterical because, as you know, Goodwood is more drifting than racing, and so you just these sideways forward. And then takes him on the straights. Oh, there we go. Some V8 rumble.
Yeah, Hildebrand moves up to second now, overtaking Racine. The 51 gets pushed down to third. The gap to the 17, if I'm seeing this correctly, is 11 seconds, though. Owens has been boogieing up at the front. Now that he's had the clear air for these last few laps, he has not looked back and is trying to force Hildebrand to have to run him down. We'll see how many laps that does, in fact, take.
And I think he just popped off an even faster lap, 156.02, which is a hell of a lap in a little Mini. So that's impressive. And it looks like Hildebrand is about a little over a second behind him. But Hildebrand now is running clean. No one's in front of him, so we'll see what the big V8 power can get up to.
Yeah, now that, like you said, he's just got open road, this will give us a much clearer picture on who is the quicker car. But we'll have to wait till they circle around to the next time. And then, of course, we can't forget there is the pit stops. They've got to have strategy out there. Now, for those that aren't sharing a car, they still have to sit for the minimum time.
And they're stuck in the car sweating for the 5 minutes?
Yes.
No airflow?
In fact, yesterday when we were watching one of those in front of us, one of them had a pit crew member actually bring over a water bottle so they could hydrate as they were paused. But, today compared to yesterday, it's going to be sweaty.
Yeah. Although still, this is good racing weather. It's, the app on my phone said it'd be a lot hotter than it's been. So it's just kind of sunny, but the air's not baking,
I mean, this is gorgeous California weather that we're getting for this event.
Yeah, it's still not quite summer. It's still the end of spring, so it's fun. There goes 17.
Last lap at a 56.044. He's very consistent. Mm-hmm. Wasn't set his fastest lap, but still very quick. But it was a 54.3, taking the fastest lap of anybody for John Hildebrand. He cut down on him by 1.7 seconds in that lone lap.
So now he's going to do it like 10 more laps in a row, and maybe he'll get even. So okay.
So at that rate, I think it'll actually be somewhere around 7 laps.
Okay,
if it's consistent.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Now these two might start running into the back of the pack, right? So that would then probably be advantageous for 17 in the Mini. And I just really think the bigger cars can't get around these things. They're like moving chicanes a little bit.
Well, yeah, and you think about it, trying to lap someone, if you've got the more nimble car, that's going to be a lot easier to kind of maneuver your way past them. Hildebrand's probably more stuck to his racing line to get the maximum out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him. I think it was in turn 3. I mean, you can really see the Camaro has to use the whole line, and the Minis are using half the track. And that's a big advantage.
Watching a battle behind them between Waite and Racine, potentially. Yeah, this is for third place, so podium position being contested here. The 51 is Racine.
And the 62 is Waite. Good-looking cars, both those. Papaya and like a kind of a metallic purple with white racing stripes. Very cool-looking cars.
I love a lot of the liveries that they put on these Minis. They feel classic, but at the same time, they're still a lot of fun. Joey keeps describing them as a bag of Skittles out there.
Well, Joey was eating a bag of Skittles, and he walked in here and stole them, and then it left for he's over there eating them. Yeah, I know. I was stealing them on principle. Joey knows why. So
I can tell you don't get between Joey and his Skittles. That's bad news.
Well, I did, and what's he going to do about it? Come in here and broadcast? I don't think so.
He's got his own duties, so that's why he's taking off today. This time by another 56 flat. I mean, that 17 has been within a tenth of a second each of the last 3 laps.
Yeah, dude's a metronome. Sadly for him, Hildebrand just popped off at 153, so he keeps running 156s. It's not fast enough.
So
if this was a 15-minute race or whatever, that'd be fast enough, but he's got to find a little more speed, it looks like. If he wants to win, if he wants second, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds difference the time before this time. That's going to be 2.6 seconds difference on the lap.
So Hildebrand's picking up the pace.
He is, in fact, and he's been setting many purple sectors. He was purple on the first sector again. So he is just booking it out there, hoping to try and catch up. Before the halfway point, he wants to really put a stomping on this field.
Yeah, and it looks like there is a group of fast cars, and they're all out front. There's like 7 cars that are all under 2 minutes. One guy's at 2 minutes. That's the number 8 car the number 63 car with D. Cooper driving it. And then everyone else is like a couple, 2 or 3 seconds beyond that, 3 or 4 seconds. So there's a front of the pack, back of the pack. But here comes again 17 all by himself with a Camaro on his tail, though.
And he can start to see him up ahead.
It's about 2 corners back, it looks like. Maybe a corner and a half.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. He's going to start to feel even more hungry now that he's got visual on his target.
That's right. Remember, it's easier to follow than lead. So,
very true. Some drivers prefer the hunt over trying to run away.
1,000%. Here we go. Okay, here's 17 crossing the start line. And he is not far back, friends. 66 car is not far behind the leader.
Someone's told the 17 he needs to pick it up, though. He set his personal best down to a 55.7, but Hildebrand now down to the 152s.
Oh, that's got to be disheartening, though, when you pop off your best lap and it's not good enough.
Not just not good enough, but destroyed by John.
Yeah.
He's got it down to 4.6 seconds. On screen, though, we've been watching the 177 starting to be caught here by the 00 of Berman. They've been close together trying to decide the final spot of the top 10. And the 177 in that red machine has been holding on. He goes ultra defensive down into the racing line. He's going to give up quite a bit of time for that, and then you can see better exit there.
But he
Berman.
out-dragged him. Look at that.
Yeah.
All right. Good racing.
Berman follows behind him here on the main straight and tries to size him up. He's actually gaining a little bit here. He could try and make a move up into turn 2 if he's feeling brave, but I think he knows better than that. So he's going to just sit in the slipstream of that boxy little red car.
Yeah, he's only a couple car lengths back, or in the case of Mini, 17 car lengths back. But, regular cars, just a couple. So he's got him in his sights, and I think if the opportunity presents itself, it looks like he's a touch quicker in a straight line. So
I like your point. I hadn't thought about that. A mini car length is very different from a Camaro car
it's
length.
like 9 feet versus 18 or whatever. You know what I mean? They're so silly looking. But they're fun to watch.
I do love this format. It is fantastic to see them go up against each other and see who can come out ahead as well. But it's looking heavily in favor of the muscle for the time being.
But, as we always say, this is why you run the race, because he still is in second place. He has not passed him yet. There we go. You make the pass. 00. No. 177's kept ahead of him.
Oh, but a big lockup from the 177.
But look at that. Recovered just fine. And
yeah, coming off of turn 7 through 8 here. Are they coming up on lap traffic, or is that for position? No, we've got to switch back because the lead has closed down to less than a second now. Hildebrand has caught that 17 down the hill.
Now 17 just did another fastest lap. He did a 155.6, but Hildebrand dropped it to 152.1, and he's about, an eighth of a corner back. He looks like next straightaway he's going to close the gap, which could be right here. And
certainly seems like it's going to be soon. Oh, but there's smoke coming out from the back of the car.
This is why you run there. Oh, wait. Oh, he's in the grass.
Big defense.
Nice, 17. Nice.
Forces him down.
Look at that.
Cuts underneath. Takes the spot right back through the hairpin.
Take that, Kramer. That was brilliant.
He
Great
is
driving.
Going to at least temporarily have the spot with a little bit of muscle. He elbows out Hildebrand coming through the turn 8 S's.
That was fun to watch. So the Camaro did get ahead of him for a split second, and then 17 not only took it back with authority, and is now pulling on him. He's opening up the lead. Brilliant driving.
It strikes me that Owens knows how to use the strengths of this Mini, because he's being very clever about how he races it. Yeah. Now, I wonder if that smoke was the Camaro just having a little bit of tire rub, because that is a part of the track where you're coming downhill and putting a lot of compression in, but this one, that gives up the gig.
I mean, that's a big straightaway and a big V8. What can the little Mini do? But well, let's see what this Mini can do. This Mini maybe can fight back. Yeah, look. He's on his bumper. Brilliant racing.
Absolutely sliding it around turn 2, and you could see how much he caught back up. And he's going to do the same again here through 3 and 3A. This is a part of the track with fewer long straights. This is where you're going to see that light blue 17 shine.
Mm-hmm. And he's just pitching it in there. He's turning in before the Camaro's turning. He's getting it sideways. He's going for it. I love this.
Well, and one thing we talked about yesterday is that not only is it the difference in size, but rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive as well. Completely different styles.
That's right. In front-wheel drive, there is a bit of an advantage, with cornering. It's just, you get set up earlier, especially, obviously, this gentleman knows what he's doing. So, but, again, every time there's a straight, that V8 just
it's gone.
Yeah, no replacement, displacement, all the cliches, and it looks good while doing it. Look at that thing.
Looks fantastic.
Man.
He's pretty solidly our leader now, so John Hildebrand still owes us a pit stop. Speaking of which, I did see the 62 of Waite take his stop. So just about the halfway mark, 30 minutes, 29 minutes really left to go.
Okay.
And at least one of our drivers has been in and out at this stage.
Am I just seeing smoke off the back of that Camaro again? I think you're right. It might just be tires, like the diff is locking up or something, a compression or something rubbing, or I don't know. It looks worse than it is. Oh, but look, there's the minis right on him again.
And we've got a few other cars having pitted in. We saw in our timing tower, for those watching online, you'll see those blue P's pop up. That means they're in pit lane, and the red number counting up is their time in pit lane. Look for 5 minutes for all drivers. Andrew Waite, though, was only 4 minutes and 50. Now, I don't know if they'll be handing out any sort of penalties in this event since it's a one-off.
Yeah, right.
But there you see.
Now, could some pit strategy come into play here? Like if Mini pits now and they know their second driver's a ringer? Yeah.
We saw a little bit, but it was more in relation to the cautions. We had a full course yellow, and initially, we thought the strategy was you wanted to pit before the yellow because you'd go to the end of the line. Well, remember, they have that minimum pit stop time.
Yes.
And what it did is it flipped it. Instead, pitting under the yellow meant that everybody else was going so slowly, he effectively easily came out ahead.
Right.
And there's more of that tire rub that we were talking about.
I don't know what that is, but yeah. But now there's a car between the 17 Mini and Hildebrand and the big Camaro. So now this Mini has to get around. What car is? I don't know what the car is. There's some red Minis out there. That is the 29 car.
29? So that is might be the 26.
26. He got around him, whatever it was. Red Mini is now in the background, and 17 continues the hunt. And I love that a Mini is hunting a Camaro. It's just good fun. It's really moving. Look at that guy drive. That's impressive.
And this, to me, is what I love about racing, is that, to me, it doesn't matter the speed of the car. It is all about getting out there with other vehicles and seeing who is the quickest. And what's the old quote? I think it was one Mr. Ford that said, as soon as the second car came off the line, that was the first race.
I mean, I remember years and years ago, I was down in Texas at John Hennessy's shop, and I brought a 911 Turbo S, and we were on his drag strip, and he had a bunch of tuned-up Cadillacs, and I was crushing him with the Porsche. And he goes, yeah, we tune 911s too. And I go, why would you tune this? Look how quick it is. He goes, man, two good old boys, they, buddies, one buys one, you got to beat the other guy. And that's what it's all about, So.
And the 17 giving us a lot of entertainment. Unfortunately, now about 4.5 seconds back, but he's been doing his best. The one thing that he can say for himself is he has got, let's see what the interval is, 25 seconds to the next nearest Mini.
Yeah,
so
good for him. Yeah, he's built a good lead in the Mini class.
The 17. Oh, and we got the 6 down in pit lane.
Okay.
So that is
that's the Shelby,
Johnson and Brundle, and I do love that we have Alex Brundle here racing.
Hell yeah, that's cool.
You didn't get to chat with him, did you?
I didn't. But yeah,
would love to pick his brain. Another fellow commentator,
sure,
who also races. No doubt prefers being behind the wheel when possible.
I probably. Who doesn't? yeah. So it's now it's like about half the field has come in for a pit stop.
If you check, you should have a pit number over on that screen over there. I don't have it on mine. So on the right-hand side, yeah, you'll see.
Okay, so the purple, I see. So yeah, about half, not quite half. So I'm just curious when the top guys are going to start pitting. But yeah, Hildebrand is still with the purple. He's running consistent 152s. But I mean, look, the 17 car got down to a 155.2, so he just had his fastest lap.
He's still pushing it. And yeah, you consider what he started this point of the race at what was it? I think 157s, low 157s, and he's managed to find 2 seconds out there.
That's great.
Just
what is the length? I forget the exact length of this track. You know off the top of your head, Joe?
No, but I have it written down. 2.48 miles. So yeah, just shy of 2.5.
All right, yeah.
12 turns for the curious.
Okay.
But yeah,
so on a 2.5 mile track, picking up like a second a mile, that's good. That's really good for him. And again, the tires are getting worse with every lap completed, and he's still going quicker. So that's awesome.
Not only are they getting worse, but he's using only 2 of them.
Yeah, right.
So they're getting double duty, extra wear on them.
And they're only 13 inches, in circumference. So.
That's what I love. And I also love this. You could see the left rear tire down through turn 6 completely off the ground.
Oh. So maybe that's the secret, right? You're only wearing a couple tires at a time. That's why you can pick up the pace.
Maybe during the pit stop, he'll swap them around to rotate the tires.
Yeah, right. So cool. This is a very heroic driving here. And they're not pitting. They're staying out. The leaders are all staying out.
And I know you're more of the car fact guy about these minis.
Bit, yeah.
So what sort of interesting little tidbits might I not know about?
The greatest is that Sir Alec. I'm going to butcher his last name, but that guy who designed them, he thought that cars could be dangerous because you get drowsy, so he purposely made the seating position as uncomfortable as possible so that you wouldn't doze off. That was his big, crazy, stupid, no offense, sorry, sir, don't speak ill of the dead, innovation was make them really, really uncomfortable. And, but yeah, people just loved him. I grew up with a guy who raced minis, and he was like all mini drivers, 6'2", 280-pound guy. My friend's dad, Harvey Weinstein was his name, and he was awesome. He loved them. He just loved racing minis.
But my first introduction to them was my dad actually bought a remote control mini and even painted it with the Union Jack on the hood and everything.
Nice.
So
nice. My dad bought real Triumphs that never worked. So
I understand. My dad worked on MGs.
Oh,
so,
same thing. Yeah, same. Yeah.
We're watching the 6, and we saw this yesterday. This Shelby got extremely loose throughout the race.
I just saw that come into that corner there, and he was wide, I would say. But, I mean, that was pretty tidy. That was pretty good.
That was much better than what he had down through turn 4, and you could see the rear start to want to break away, but a good control of the slide.
There we go. New driver, right?
Unfortunately, we don't have which driver necessarily is in the car, whether it's Johnson or Brundle.
Got it.
But we do know the pairing at least. He's currently running in 10th, but he's on his out lap right now.
Yeah, so we'll figure out. And the best that car's done, it looks like, is a 157.
Which is not too bad.
Not too bad, although that Mini's running the 17 car's running a 155. So got to pick it up there, Shelby. It is a Shelby after all.
We're getting more and more cars in. It looks like the 51 is pitting, the 424, the 61, the 76. So a lot of our front minis are taking their stops.
And Hildebrand just went in. Yeah, so the Kremro's off. Okay, well, let's see what the 17 car does.
Let's see if he continues on. We'll see him if he carries on. And we have to wait a bit because there was about 11 seconds difference between them. I don't see... No, he carries on. He just flashed past us.
All right, nice. Keep it going.
He'll go back to the lead now. And the 66 has found his pit stall and has to sit and wait. And the same crew member that we saw yesterday, just casually strolling up. Let's see if he gives him a nice little refreshing drink.
And he's staying in the car, and he doesn't need fuel, it looks like.
No, I don't believe they're refueling.
Okay. I should ask, are any of these cars refueling or just driver swap?
Just driver swap.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's cool. That makes it easy.
Or in the case of John Hildebrand and those like him, since there's no co-driver.
Take a little nap, yeah.
Yep. You wait the clock, and once it ticks to 0, then you get back out there and you go back racing. He'll temporarily relinquish the lead. And interestingly, now I think some of this is because of the pit stops. Only Hildebrand and Owens are on lap 14 right now. I think that should even back out once we get most of these drivers who are in the pit stops back out. And as we look at our tower, we still have about 2 minutes for even the ones closest to returning to the track.
And there's every car has to take the full 5-minute pit stop. There's no way to run, and then pit with a minute to go and win by not getting a full pit stop, right? I don't know the rule.
That would be an interesting strategy.
I'm just thinking strategy here.
The only time I've seen something like that work is I called an endurance race where they figured out that they needed the minimum drive time. So since the drive time didn't count in the pit lane, they kept the car in there for it was about 10 seconds longer.
Right.
But it meant they did not need to return to the pit lane. So a longer pit stop was actually the quicker way to run the race.
Yeah, I'm on a little endurance team with Tommy Kendall of all racers.
Oh, wow.
And he's always got Tommy is like a real smart guy, and it turned a lot of successful racers are very much more intelligent than people would think. And he's always telling me stories about exactly that. Like, we figured out some dumb pit lane thing, and that was the difference. And that's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for that little advantage.
The 17 is in.
All right.
And they actually have leaf blowers. So they're trying to keep the engine cool.
I like a guy opened the back and looked at the engine for some reason, and now he's returning with a cell phone to take a picture of it.
Making sure all is in good condition. Rather the cell phone than a hammer, you know?
It's just funny. Just like it was just a funny thing to watch. But yeah, a leaf blower, cool it down.
And that's Indif Owens sharing it with Joe White. Again, we're not quite sure. I know I've been saying that it was Owens in the car, but don't quote me on that because it could have been flipped around.
Yeah, who knows, right? I don't recognize these guys by their suits.
They're still inspecting the back a little bit, so there may be some concern. And I love, in British tradition, they're not hopping in the left-hand side. You can see on our screens, they've got right-hand drive.
Right. Yeah, well, I wonder. That's interesting. Yeah, there's a left-hand drive going by. I wonder which is which in this race here. Or how many, I should say, what the mix is.
Yeah, that's a good question. I suppose they would have sold a few over here across the pond. So you could probably get both, depending on what your preference is. Probably taking a few tire temperatures or pressures.
So the 17 car, that is the big block 1.1 liter because it's a Cooper S as opposed to the regular old Coopers, which are not quite a liter, but I think you round up to 1 liter. So that's why he's so fast. He's got an extra tenth of a liter.
I was going to say that the Camaro would look at you and go, big block. Excuse me.
Hey, man. Look, that's 10% bigger, right?
Yes.
I mean, if you're gonna take a 5 liter and go 10% bigger, it'd be significant.
Suddenly, yeah. Suddenly,
yeah. So you got to think in terms of percentages.
That's a good point. So
yeah. Oh boy.
Okay, now.
Now they're in the engine. What are they doing? The driver's out of the car in the engine.
Oh boy.
Let's see.
And let's see. How much time do they have left here?
They got like 2 minutes left.
2.5 minutes.
What's he doing? He's pulled something out, shutting the hood. Okay, very gingerly putting it back together.
Getting the pins in. So that's a good sign. They're at least shutting it back up.
Yeah. Now is his helmet still off?
No, that's the driver that just hopped out, I believe.
Oh, that's the old driver. Okay,
yes.
Okay.
They still have the driver in.
I missed it. Just running around.
This is a more frantic 5-minute pit stop than I would have expected.
Now they're re-screwing on the rear wheel, it looks like. Okay, they fixed the rear tire.
Now, the 166 is back out. Hildebrand is rolling, but we'll see when he comes by here. They're still talking to the driver in there. They've got about a minute and a half to go before they need to release.
Keep him busy. Checking the wheel hubs there.
This is starting to look a lot better, and I think they should be good to go.
Just dropped the tire gauge on the ground. That's a bad sign.
Those are precious tenths that they're wasting.
I mean, let's see. Yeah, they're good. They're just. Oh wait, no, it's giving them the Hans device. You need a Hans, sir.
Safety first. Want to make sure everybody comes home.
No, he took. I don't know what he just took his Hans off. All right, what's going on here? This guy's running around. They're looking
at something a little frantically. Shake of the head.
Let's see.
This is all for a car that used to be leading this race.
So they only got 45 seconds left to figure out whatever they're figuring out. They're still, according to the thing I'm looking at, they're still the leader.
Yes, they are. You're right.
So that's good, but
I think though they should be overtaken pretty soon here.
If I would want that Dorsch.
In fact, our second place car is just approaching the flag stand now. So John Hildebrand is about to re-inherit the lead, which we pretty much expected. And I think he's overtaken a few.
Out. Yeah,
he's overtaken the 44.
Hammer. Sounds good, too. All right, so we got 10 seconds before 17 should be going. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay, standard
He's
stop.
He's rolling.
Slowly getting up to speed. Now it's
There we
underway.
go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Well, that's interesting. So he's actually not that far back after all that pitting. Like, where's Hildebrand? He's in turn 4, it looks like.
Yeah. Looks, that's down into 4 right now.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it was 3 and 4. So, yeah, so he's not, he's not that far back. Now, that's the problem is it's the closing speed. So.
And which, unfortunately, the 17 doesn't have.
I mean, compared to all the other minis, it's got it
Yeah.
in spades. But, yeah, that Camaro is a quick
rocket
car.
ship.
Quick car.
So perhaps the race maybe a little bit more between the 17 and the 51, although I look at that, their gap is, that is 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Destroying the rest of the mini field.
Right.
Maybe it is that S, as you mentioned, because the third place car is a 66, just regular old Cooper Mini.
Oh, yeah. That's a 0.9 something, 0.97 liter, if memory serves.
Worth noting that the Shelby GT350 currently sits in 6th. That gap, about 2 seconds up to Andrew Waite in 4th. And then Waite actually right behind the podium. So I wonder if we could pull up the 51 and the 62, wherever they might be on track. Oh, it's blowing up our leader.
Off the course. He's out. All right.
You said it before. The race is not over until you get to the end.
That's why you run the race. Oh, so the Camaro just not exploded, but the rear end just started smoking like crazy, which is what we were looking at. Now he's coming in, and Marshall's running over to probably tell him he's not actually on fire.
So I don't see fluid coming out. That's the good thing, because I was worried he would have left some on the way down into turn 11. And that's our leader returning to the front.
Booyah.
The 17.
All right, little 17.
Probably extremely happy that he has a monstrous lead.
Boy, is that how you want to win? Yes, of course. It's how you want to win. Yeah. Best thing that could happen. So I wonder, was it the diff you think came apart? Like,
You're the car guy. I
I'm
just say words.
Trying to think what makes that much smoke and isn't leaking or flaming, right? So something that doesn't have any spark near it. But who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, it is a real shame. But
that's kind of not common. But these engines are making lots of power. I don't know the condition of that rear end. It could have just the diff, or that could have been also something went wrong on the engine, and that was just like oil getting into the headers and just smoking out.
So the Mustang now has an important job because our muscle representative has DNF'd. So he is the only one that can carry that flag, and currently he's not on the podium.
Well, but he is in 4th, it looks like.
He is.
Okay.
And catching.
And he's running, well, look, he's still running slower than 17, but he is on pace to maybe get to 3rd or 2nd, so that's good.
He's got 11 minutes to try and overtake and get a little bit of champagne today. We'll see if Brundle and Johnson can bring that car up to the top 3 spots. It is going to be up to Andrew Waite to defend for the minis.
Okay, that's the 62 car. Look at 17 go, man.
Yeah, I still see that tail wagging all the way through the S's.
Here it comes.
And I wish we had accurate speedometers showing what the live speeds were of these cars. Because like I said, it's cooking through the S's. And definitely shows that, yes, they don't have all the grunt underneath them, but you get the momentum going.
Yeah, who
There's
cares, right?
There's not a lot of car to push.
And look, if you're running under 2 minutes on this track, I don't care what, that's a good time. That's a good, legitimate time. So.
I just saw the team was in pit lane cheering him on, raising their hands to the air.
Right. Well, that's when they figured out the Camaro's off the track.
They know that they are the new leader.
Also, very classic Northern California, very classic amateur racing thing. The previous mini driver has taken his racing suit down, and we're getting a little man show here for those interested.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not just the muscle on track, right?
Perfect male specimen. That's all I'm going to say. Leave it at that. I'm keeping my shirt on, ladies and gentlemen.
Same here.
Yeah.
As we
have a funny guy in our ears.
Our producer has been very sassy today.
Yes. After yesterday, he's earned it. He's earned it.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
So that means, you know what? It's not just a battle for that third spot. It's less than a second between Waite and Racine in the 51. So
Okay.
we've got roughly 2 seconds between P2, P3, and P4.
Where is this battle?
I would love to see. We'll see if our camera ops can
Pull
spot
it
them.
up. Pull it up. I don't see it.
So the
2,
51,
3, and
the
4.
62, and the 6 are the cars involved in this one. 62, I believe, is a bright orangish yellow car, kind of a goldenrod. And then the 6, of course, is that lone muscle car.
Oh.
If our camera ops cannot spot the 6, then I'll be very disappointed.
Yeah. No. Yeah, there we are. I see it. Okay, it looks like the Shelby got ahead. Nope. Yeah, he got ahead.
Yes, he did.
So the Shelby's in second? Is that?
I think he might be in third.
Third. I meant third, but
Yes.
still showing fourth on our board. But
This should update at the.
It'll update that. Yeah.
There it is. So, yes, he has moved on to the podium.
Okay.
He passed Waite.
We can just assume that's the Brundle kid, right?
That'll be up to you to deal with. I don't have to talk with him afterwards.
I'm not going to talk with him. I'm done, man. I'm getting out of here. So I'm going to go eat a pizza in my hotel bed alone this weekend. I've had a long weekend, dude.
Oh, I feel you. I got a plane to catch, so I gotta get out of here.
No.
But yeah, we can see on screen that is the next car up. That's second place, as you were mentioning, the sort of rose-colored number 51. Last lap, Racine ran a 57.6. It was a 57.8 for Brundle, but he did have to make a pass, so he could potentially up the pace the next time.
Yeah, it looks like his best was a 55, and second place's best was a 57. So on paper, mathematically, yeah, there's always a chance, And hey, anything can happen.
And we always say this, it's one thing to catch a car, it is another to pass them.
Yeah.
And we know these minis can be very tricky. So, who is going to come out ahead between the 51 and the 6? This is for best of the rest today, as the car of White and Owens has just left everybody in the dust.
And again, to remind it, we have a heated battle between a Mini Cooper and a Shelby GT350, which is still ridiculous all these minutes later. Just such a silly race, but it's fun.
The difference in philosophies defines speed, and yet both work out there just fine.
And then some, yeah.
It
looks like he's maybe getting close. It could be a trick of the camera there.
Well, first sector was about 0.3 quicker for the 6.
Okay.
They'll come up to the second sector marker here through the S's, so we'll get an update shortly to see who was faster. This 51 has set his personal best second sector, so he's picking it up.
All right, nice
and he
job,
was
nice
0.6 of a second faster than the Mustang.
Okay, go a little Mini. Yeah, and again, you're right. It's just a Mini Cooper, not now. Who knows what the engines are actually in there? But on paper, that's a 1 liter.
Okay, so maybe you can explain to me as well, and
Yeah.
maybe this is just something as to how they were entered. The 51 is listed as a Cooper Mini, while the 62 is a Mini Cooper. Is there a difference between the two?
Yeah, because there's there's Austin Cooper, like Austin Mini Cooper, and then Mini, and I forget all that, but it was sort of like 2 different factories could build them. I should stop talking because I don't exactly remember. But
I get you.
Do you remember with like the BMW Isetta? They were also licensed. There was an Italian company that did the Isetta. In Brazil, they were Bambis. You just kind of like, here's the patent, you build it. So I don't know enough about Mini. I'm sure people now are pulling their hair going, you idiot, how do you not know that? But I don't know.
Welcome to commentary.
Yes, sir. Oh, I know, live commentary. Yes, yeah. I was interviewing Miles Collier earlier, and I'm like, so this is, I heard one of his guys told me this is an 8-liter inline 8, and he's like, no, it's a 5-liter. Who told you that? That. And I'm like, well, not to throw him under the bus, but
if there's one thing I've learned in this job, it's don't read the comments.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's one of the big horrors of my life. That's reading comments.
Well, look at this. He's continuing to run away. That is a visibly wider gap, and again, a personal best first sector for the 51, and they were about 0.2 quicker than Brundle and Johnson. They've seen them in the mirrors. I don't know if they have a radio in the car and someone has told them they need to pick it up, but they've figured out this is a race for second now.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys, they want to be second. They don't want to get passed by a mean old gross Mustang. They want a little superior mini packaging, add lightness, all that nonsense. They you got to stay ahead. But
they're catching lap traffic.
I mean, they're going, and they're 17, just kind of all by himself again.
They're catching lap traffic, and it's one of my favorites out there. It's the Mini Marcos.
Oh yeah,
that they're coming upon.
Very cool car.
I had described it yesterday as almost frog-like on the front.
Oh, poor Mini Marcos. Here it comes now.
I mean, I say these things. I love it for its weirdness, frankly.
It's super bizarre. I mean, it kind of looks like if you matched a Mini and like an MG, the shooting brake, MG or whatever.
Someone told me yesterday that it was a Porsche that was put in the crusher and run halfway.
Right. Okay. Even better description. Yeah. Very good.
Okay, so let's see what the last few sectors look like. Actually, let's look at the lap times. It was a 10th quicker for the 6 when they went across the line.
Okay.
As we watch our leader actually giving a lap back to a car, maybe. He's racing somebody, but that's definitely not for position. And that's the 424. So that is Dreen and Copley in the 65 Austin Mini Cooper, who is actually sitting in 8th place. That tells you the pace that the 17 has been running.
Yeah,
the fact that he's lapped 8th place in this race.
Dominant performance. And I mean, look, he's what's he, 17? I mean, what was his best? Was like the last guy was like a 155 something, 154 maybe 9. I can't remember.
Best was a 1552. This one was a 1584. So he's backed off massively. And
different driver, but
true.
But I mean, yeah, he's running like 10 seconds a lap quicker than a lot of these cars. So, or 9 seconds. So that's a good pace. With this many laps, it's going to add up.
Doesn't really need to be too concerned.
And we're getting close, right? We're smoke. Where we got smoke?
And the 424 is suddenly smoking, and that's directly in front of our leader. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught up if there's any fluids being released. Look at the car lean. Look at that 424.
Awesome.
Last thing you want is to see one of these minis roll.
Nah, they don't roll. They just get on.
I've seen a mini roll before. Not here today. But
I've seen all kinds of weird stuff in my life. But yeah. But this guy's giving him trouble. Giving the leader a little trouble. 424's opened it up.
Took his lap back in spite of what seems to be maybe potentially a few issues. Now that was again up a hill with a big compression area. So again, could be maybe something rubbing on the car. We don't know. But the good news is we only have a minute and a half left to go. So we are right towards the end of this race. In fact, I think I see the flag stand giving the 1-to-go signal to a few of the drivers already.
Yeah. Yeah, got his hand in the air, finger up. Index finger up. Yeah.
There it is. So now, does that mean this car's not going to make it back in time? Because it's about a minute left. And I think he should be able to reach the finish line before the clock runs out. We'll see what they say. They have been a little bit loose sometimes with that checkered flag.
Yeah, it looks like the first 6 cars are on 21 laps, and the rest of the field is 20, and then a couple are on 19.
I'll keep an eye on the flag stand to see whether he starts to pull out that checkered flag, because we're coming up to corner number 11 here for our leader of White and Owens. The 17 rushed his way to the front pretty much all the way through turns 1 and 2 of the very first lap. So he showed he has got the pace. They're giving the 1-to-go signal for the car in front of him, but the checkered flag for the 17, it is a win for White and Owens. And then we get to wait a while before we get to P2.
Is that P2 coming? Here comes P2.
I think, yes.
Yeah.
Do we see them? Actually, no.
No.
There he is right now. He had snuck by us, and he is going to beat the Mustang by 1.8 seconds in the end. So Racine in the 51 is second. Third goes to Johnson and Brundle in the Shelby in 6th. Andrew Waite takes 4th. Collins, a little bit farther behind here. Collins and Hemke in the number 61 Mini Cooper. We got to wait for him to make it to the line. couple of the lapped cars find their way across, including the 66 and the double lot. There's the 61, and that is going to be our 5th place finisher, wrapping up the weekend of racing. Can't thank you enough, Johnny, for coming up and helping.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Joe. And also, look today, Mini beat Muscle. So there you go.
And so they are 1-1. They're tied for this year. We'll see what they do when they come back next year.
Absolutely.
We are not done with the track action yet for our fans that want just a little bit more. There is an exhibition group that is going to be running in a few minutes' time. But as far as our coverage goes, we want to give a huge thank you to everybody out in the stands who have been watching online, as well as our team behind the scenes. On behalf of myself, Joey Atterbury, as well as Johnny Lieberman, I'm Joe Peak. Thank you for watching. Race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.
Booyah.